Bad Pachimari League has grown. It has become home to many from all walks of life, from all around the world. And now, to celebrate where we came from, to celebrate who we are, we have created a new tournament to see what the world has to offer. 12 teams from around the world, trialed and refined to their very best, will now face off against one another in a double elimination bracket. 2 strikes and you're out. It's a worldwide competition. And in a worldwide competition, the only thing you want to strike is gold. Welcome to the BPL World Cup.
Oh my god, it's a fire game from Toxinator with a pulse bomb!
But Sage is hot mustard, and all of a sudden this is anybody's fight. Drift difference are still in it. Massive pulse bomb from Sage! What is that? Sage clutching it up.
Lennox holding out of the barrage, gets 3, Sonic from behind with 3 with a huge barrage, taking a crazy off angle once again. There's a lot of ults, there's a lot of colors, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to be a massive high noon from Yancha.
But Signet hits another massive shatter. Oh my lord. He's so good. He's just so good.
A pretty big flux. The trance is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs, the bombs.
Oh my god!
Wings, they got some wind in their sails as well. They got grab coming in, it will land perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of damage.
That's a 4K in that. Night Drive absolutely insane. Pomku with the 6K.
Hello and welcome to the BPL B League final day of playoffs. We have 4 games left today and we're going to be deciding our BPL B League World Cup champion. The best in the world is here to offer. I mean, it is B League, but still the best of the world of BPL. And our first game today is going to be EU versus maize, aka Midwest. Should be very exciting. I'm going to throw it off to our resident maize expert, Megalas, who is currently dying. Megalas, your camera is turned
that's
into...
not actually on my end, fun fact. I purposely checked, and that's not on me. So,
Well,
you know, some things just like to die. It kind of happens, you know, kind of unlucky, as they say. But yeah, I mean, maize, I've had the pleasure of casting them pretty much the entirety of this tournament besides their first game against Burns and Bees. Fun fact, they've played the most games out of anybody in this bracket so far because they had that kind of round 0 game against the Burns and the Bees just to qualify for upper bracket. And since then they got knocked to lower bracket, but they're trying to do this like miracle run through it, kind of like Froggo mode did in the recent sub-tourney.
True. I mean, that's very exciting, and that I wish their run continues. But they are up against a tough component in Sunrise, aka the EU team. What do you think this team has been performing, Gus?
Well, Sunrise did it was a very close game against Northern Grizzlies. It came down to that last round on the last map on Nepal. They've actually played a lot of Nepal this tournament, whereas maize has played very little. So that's a very interesting thing that we could see if this does go to a control. And they also managed to beat out Patrifornia in the lower bracket, who was also a very strong team. So Sunrise is looking very strong despite their losses there to Northern Grizzlies, which is also an extremely strong team. So they are looking very strong.
Well, what are your preds then? Who do you think is going to take our first game of BPL B League playoffs?
I mean, it could go either way, right? And that's the great thing about this B League tournament. Everybody's so close-knit in skill. It's pretty much just on the day, in the occasion, in the map, who takes it. But I gotta go with maize. I feel like this storyline just has to continue for them. They have it all kind of gelling in their favor, whereas Sunrise, maybe not too comfortable in the lower bracket just yet, but just starting to find their footing. But either way, this should be a banger to start off our day here.
Definitely. Well, we can also move on to our other matches that we have today. We have can you put up the schedule again? Yeah. So we have the Jokers, the rebrand of Nordic and Northeast, I believe, and Northern Grizzlies. Again, that's our upper brackets finals. That should also be a very exciting game. Both of these teams have been looking really good. Who do you think takes it from these?
Well, I want to say Northern Grizzlies, and that's mostly because I watched their match and they looked like a very extremely strong team. I also think the storyline with their A-League team winning it all, being followed up by the B-League team winning it all would be an extremely fun storyline to do. Also, yeah, just particularly just like that team a lot, and I think they're also very strong. This is not just like me going, oh, I like their team, but I also think they're extremely strong. And even if Jokers is also an extremely strong team, I think Grizzlies can squeak it out in the end.
Very good. Well, you know, another thing to mention is a lot of our prod is playing in these B League games, and you know, as prod member, I have to root for them, but you know, we are also short on prod right now. So some of you need to lose fast and come help us out, because you know, we need help in prod. So good luck to all the prod members, and I think we're about to start. So I will let you guys talk about the first game. I'm gonna head out, and everyone, I hope everyone enjoys. I know BP is in chat and he's hating on maize right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about that.
I want to mention that in the BPL World Cup, in the final game, it was UK versus Canada, and you played for Canada. So, you know, what do you have to say for that, huh? No words.
Silence speaks volumes, honestly.
It speaks volumes. Simply no words. Well, good luck to both of these teams, and I will head out.
Awesome.
Goodbye.
Always great to have. Yeah, always great to have Vic here. You know, pretty direct to the point. But yeah, worst. These teams, we both kind of just talked about it. It's gonna be pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think I got my pred out on the cast, but I thought I was going to be the only one to pred for maize here. But I will be predding for maize, mostly because one of the first things I saw in chat was BP saying that you'd be crazy to pick maize here, and we all know how BP prediction goes. Not the greatest track record, and although he does get some right. A broken clock is right twice a day. So, you know, I just think it's more favorable to go with maize here, because it was counter-predded by BP. But looking at Nubani, it's going to be the first map starting out here, and looking at these two teams to start, what team, like, how does maize try to get this Orisa composition through these choke points, you know?
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing as we're starting on Nubani here, is you're running this Orisa comp on the offense. This is pretty much unheard of, right? Because the Orisa's so slow, so immobile, even compared to something like a Reinhardt, who at least can move the shield. And so it's going to be all about taking this high ground, but interestingly enough, they're not even opting to it. They're going lower straight to point to start the fight.
And a massive anti-nade already puts them all low, forcing out that immortality field early, but somehow Rise gets way too close on that Echo, and the McCree finds the kill. Now they're down their biggest poke tool in this composition, outside of that Ashe perhaps, but now the Monkey's going to get engaged on here, going very low. The bubble has to be forced out. The Brig, in fact, joining him on that low ground, trying to proc that Inspire, but you have a very fast amplification matrix, and their positioning on this low ground has actually worked out for them. It's really not allowed their backline to be poked out by this Ashe too effectively, and although the Bob comes out, the amp matrix is still on the field, and it's just gone. The Ashe has been uncontested this entire time, but it's only been shooting at these tanks. That's basically damage that's going to get healed up instantly by Azu, resulting in that amp matrix you saw.
Absolutely, and it was an early amp matrix, but also all about this kind of poke comp that Sunrise is trying to run, right? As you saw, the Ashe was poking, the anti-nades were coming out from Ippy, but Rise has to do a majority of that poke on the Echo, and going down extremely early in that first fight to Pomku is just terrible. You lose a lot of that damage, so all of a sudden you're having to chuck your Winston in to an unfavorable situation, right? There's a McCree and a Torb on the other side. All that close range damage is what scares the Winston most. But Sunrise, they have to look to a stabilization here. It's probably going to have to be off the back of this nano boost from Ippy, because they don't have a lot else working for them.
Yeah, and I mean, you do have that nano boost available. It's going to be your kind of your saving grace here. It's going to allow Waifu to get that primal up. The nade, just in case, that monkey is not going to go down. But there's a rally here from Titan, one of the strongest ultimates in the game, now out on that field, surrounded by that 12 ball. The monkey, despite having that primal 1000 HP, just doesn't quite matter when you're just sitting in the 12 ball. And now the McCree on that lower ground does pop that high noon, almost takes out the Echo, the 1 HP, there were 1 HP, but a nice sleep there from Ippy shuts that down. And now the Echo is just zoned off here, trying to peek, trying to get away from this McCree. Just gonna get rolled into and taken out. The Ash on the high ground once again uncontested the entire fight, but not able to find the value they need, and the point just goes straight over here to maize, now rolling through the third point. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to cap this one.
And I feel like Sunrise, you have to give up this dive composition now, right? Because there's nothing for you to dive. There's no positioning for you to really gain with the Winston, because it's just far too difficult. You're going to have to push into a supercharger. You already know that, as well as just the raw damage of the Torbjorn. But they're choosing to engage with the Winston anyway.
He copied the Brigitte, hoping for an early rally. Gonna be swinging it up there, but such low HP on that character that even though the other Brig is lost, I don't know if they can get that rally up in time. But Titan going down gives them some space. Doesn't make their team as likely to push forward with that lack of healing. And while they do get a little bit of armor out on that copied rally, it's just not quite enough. They're still going down. The bongo damage going to shred it right through any added health given, as everyone's going to run for the hills though through this bomb, and Ippy not able to find it, and possibly the fade off cooldown, or possibly not enough distance to cover there. As in fact, the squash will be coming in here for maize, as the opposing D.Va is found out of that mech. And now pushing in here 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the final stretches of this point, and it's instantly Waifu jumps in and deleted. The Reaper here getting DM'd, not allowed to get a lot of that healing off, and now we're gonna have this Torbot on this point. Anyone who walks into this is gonna take so much damage, as you see there as Rides figures out themselves, and the D.Va mech as well, and the High Noon to clean up, and 4 minutes and 14 seconds here for maize, and I don't think those maize predators are that crazy anymore.
Yeah, the Orisa composition, it shouldn't work in that situation, right? But the issue was Sunrise, they were determined to run this dive composition to the bitter end. It's something they've been running a lot this entire weekend, not really wanting to get off of it. But the issue was it just wasn't enough, right? Waifu, as you saw, fell many times first in that fight. Normally see the damage of a turret, because when the Ashe has to be the one dealing damage to, say, a D.Va, or potentially the McCree coming in trying to roll into your backline, that turret just goes unchecked. There's nobody else on Sunrise who has the range to deal with it, and so it's just constant poke damage. And now we're gonna see maize here run back out on this composition, and it doesn't even surprise me to see them running.
Yeah, I think this does lend itself to this defensive position, right? It's going to be very hard to dislodge that Orisa, and of course that D.Va, instead of something like a Sigma, offers the flexibility to go to the low ground to contest point and then jump up to the high ground to help out. And of course your general anti-dive strategies with that Torb and McCree, just classics in dealing with any kind of pesky tracers or flankers that may be around, but not what we're going to see from Sunrise. It's not going to be the dive. We're going to be in fact seeing this rush composition, which I think favors them in this matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely better than the Orisa composition on paper, right? The Reinhardt is going to be able to speed boost straight in. Even with the 4 to 5 person's going to probably be caught out on an island. That's kind of the goal of Sunrise here. But they're not opting into the high ground. Again, a team opting for the low ground here. They just have to realize that the team is playing above them as they're actually teleporting up to the high ground themselves.
Flappy could be caught out here. The McCree, he just admits it. He just gets it over with. He says, I'm just going to crouch down. You take my head off. What's going to happen anyways? And now the McCree is separated. He has to go on this wild flank, or Sunrise has to engage before Flappy gets called out. Already you see an early rotation here from Azu getting out of the way. Not going to be getting run over. Both immortality fields are gone. A nice boot puts him on the low ground, forces Mace to rotate out. But even though this is kind of what they wanted anyways, they don't want to be on top of that Rhine composition. And then Symmetra might be found out here, and that they are. Satby finds the Symmetra. A lot of that damage is now gone. The McCree is back. He's running down main. But if Kumfu just looks over here and just kind of forces him out of this fight, it's kind of over. You don't have any more damage available, and now it's just time for you to reset. And that's exactly what they will be doing as Lucio runs over to that cliff. Does get taken out by Titan, but not the best fight there if you're Sunrise. A minute 10 off the clock already, and you're not any closer to that point cap.
Yeah, but you did try to build up to some ultimates, right? The only issue is maize didn't use any themselves. But Sunrise, you have to look at this through just your eyes right now. You have the amplification matrix advantage, so you can pop that pretty early with Ippy, potentially get a fire strike from Waifu going through it. That can one-shot about half of the composition there, as the window's already set up on this high ground.
Already set up, but now they have to push out of it. So the window, not very useful. Now the high noon coming out here. That shield could go down, but nice flashbang there from Flappy. Shuts that play down. All that damage is now gone. But Titan, with that rally, trying to keep it up. Two are on the ground. The Brig, one of them, and that's a massive loss here for maize. That's your rally gone, and that's a lot of that healing as well gone. And the Torbjorn gonna be losing their life as well. The turret does get up, but it's turret on turret violence down there. But he manages to live through it. But Flappy quickly remedies that and takes them out. Now it's these Baptistes on the high ground. Uncontested, really, just trying to do as much damage and healing as possible. You finally see the McCree walking back in here. That Diva is demech. Missy, though, taking it upon themselves to take out that Baptiste, and that they do, as he stands no chance with how little HP they had. The bloodthirsty Lucio finding what they want, and now the Symmetra wall on this point going to be splitting away this Ryan. He can get no healing, and now that should be the point going over the way of Sunrise, but it took them quite a bit longer than maize.
It did take them a bit longer, and the time bank is your enemy, so you're going to have to push fast, but you've set yourself up in a beautiful position to push faster to the side of Sunrise. You're going to have your amplification matrix online, and maize committed every ultimate they had to try to recontest that. There's nothing online, not even close. The closest is 48% to a Deadeye on Pomku. So this is your time. Play aggressively, play forward as you're seeing them now, and just continue to posture forward and get picked.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see here the Reinhardt split off onto this low ground. His team's going to have to join him. They were on that high ground, now backing off, but we see person swap over to this Reinhardt, over to that Lucio for Titan as well. They're going to rush here, but they don't have that Symmetra, instead opting for the Torbjorn. And I feel like some of that effectiveness of Torbjorn is lost because you have so much ability to cancel his damage.
Yeah, and the Torbjorn pretty much values in kind of that dive composition where he can be ignored, but Torbjorn will not be ignored in this composition. He'll be run over as flashes are already starting to fight on card.
Now a bunch of massive swings coming out here from Waifu, charging up that Shatter. He already has it once again and forces Azu to kind of throw out that Ant Matrix to stabilize that frontline battle. Being a bit lost there, Waifu definitely getting the advantage there. But Missy, she has this beat while Titan does not. This could be their chance to rush forward, and that they do. The Flash Shatter comes out, and everyone is on their back. They cannot do anything. And while Azu escapes it on that high ground, he can do nothing but watch his team go down. They don't have that lamp. Titan, though, finds the beat mid-fight, and this Torbjorn is just kind of running around this point. I don't know how he's not dead. Flappy, kind of a little bit of a whiff there, but the lamp now back on cooldown onto that point. Pomku coming alive here. Staying alive here as he managed to get some more damage. Don't die to the turret on point. Good. Azu is there to keep them alive in the reset here for Sunrise, and that's devastating to not get through Street's face quickly.
Yes, indeed, and Azu was kind of the hero of that fight, right? Jumping up to the high ground, staying away from the damage, immediately dealing damage on that Baptiste, as well as keeping everybody alive. That Immortality Field coming off of cooldown at just the right time to keep everybody up on cart. But now pushing into this of your Sunrise, maybe a bomb initiation is your best play, just to create space for the Deadeye from Flappy, as he's already going for it.
First, you gotta kite this one out, and they aren't quite doing it just yet. Oh, that's a massive high noon play! I didn't even think about that! The teleport onto the high ground to catch those hiding in the stairwell. The biggest of brains are showing here, as that's not even something I considered. An amazing play from Sunrise. That's in the point win, but still, even with that amazing play, they still have less than a minute of what maize has. Sorry, my brain just kind of exploded from that play.
Of course, it was just a phenomenal play. The teleporter set it up beautifully, as you highlighted. But now, maize, you're finding yourself in that favorable position again. You're a defender, and you're on the rush composition. Rush has always been good on this specific point in Numbandi, and the amplification matrix. Like, look how much it carves the entirety of Sunrise away. They have to hide from just the entire street.
Yeah, and all of that time that's lost here, that amplification matrix time that's lost, it's just counting down to 0 seconds. If Sunrise doesn't manage to cap with time, maize, obviously more than a minute, could just lock them out of a win here. But Azu kind of got trolled there by the wall, was locked on the other side, but Rise loses their life as well. And again, this is kind of the law of 2CP, where if you trade out kills at this stage of the point of the map, you could just lose the fight outright. Even if you totally have numbers advantage at points, you could still lose, but they don't quite be seeing that, as Dio will be losing their mech, and Flappy gonna be cleaning this up here as much as possible, takes out Satby there. Oh, nice flashbang. Flappy has been on point with their flashbangs right now, as Person not able to get that Shatter off, and now taking the duel here. Doesn't have to worry too much, has the support of his team behind him, but Azu takes out Waifu, but the beat is there to stabilize. Missy ensuring that their team will not be losing this fight, will not be losing this point here, as the Wrecking Ball coming back from Person. This is now a stall situation. If they cannot clean it up fast enough, this could get dire very quickly for Sunrise. But Peace Spy does manage to hit the remech kill onto that Lucio, waiting out the DM here. But nice job there from the D.Va to tank all of those shots with their body. Even if you don't eat them up, you can still stop all 6 shots with your 1 D.Va mech. And a really nice job there to secure the point with time here. But still, a minute 12 to 4:14 is not optimal.
And I mean, going throughout this entire weekend, this is kind of how a lot of maps have gone for maize. It's just this time they attacked first. Normally their offenses look really great, but they haven't been that well on the defense. Sure, you can argue that they did better because they have that time bank, but still allowing it to roll all 3 points, you kind of just got, outside of that one really good defensive fight you got on point B, it just kind of kept rolling and you couldn't ever turn the fight back in your favor. It was just so much of a long staggered out fight. And as much as we like to sneer at the 112, I mean, it's quite literally the 112. It can be speed run right back up to 6 points for Sunrise. They're not out of this just yet.
Yeah, and now we're going to see maize here swapping to a different strategy. It's interesting because their defense held for a pretty long time, 3 minutes, more than the time bank that Sunrise has available. But they will be opting into that rush, opting into that rush against Sunrise, kind of mirroring in a bit. But again, Blame here, not going to be running that Symmetra, as we do see a pause come in, but Blame going over to that Mei. And if you were there for their match, was it yesterday against, I forgot who they knocked out, but
it was the Savannah Soy Boys.
Savannah Soy Boys, yes. On Dorado, Blame's Mei was absolutely immaculate. And I think having him in that rush composition as opposed to that Torbjorn is just amazing to have. It's amazing to see. I really feel confident with them on this defense.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Blame's Mei has been stellar, not just in that match, but just tournament-wide. Going back through all of the matches this weekend, I don't think a single Blizzard's been eaten. So it's just about knowing those timings of the D.Va, but as well as just the Blizzard getting value every single time, whether it's freezing off just the one target you need to win the fight, or it's creating enough space to make sure you're winning these fights outright. It's almost impossible for maize to use a Blizzard and then lose the fight immediately after. It's kind of in that 100% guaranteed win con. And it's nice to have a win con in something that's just as simple as a Blizzard. You know, normally to guarantee fight wins for some of these teams, you might have to do something like a Nano Blade combo, which requires a lot of skill as well as just the ult timings to get both those ults online. But Blame being able to do it consistently with just one ult is absolutely massive for maize.
Yeah, something you mentioned about those win conditions. A lot of times in these rush compositions, you don't have like a clear-cut win condition. You have to use like multiple ults together in very different ways each fight. There's not just an ult that you can just throw out each fight where it's like, we're going to throw this the exact same way, like a Nano Blade, and we're going to hope that wins the fight. A lot of times it has to be kind of on the fly thinking of what you want to do with those ults. And Blame kind of offers a little bit of a sanctuary from that, in the fact that his Mei ults, his Mei play in general has been fantastic. So a little bit of kind of safety there, knowing that if Blame can make up to the ultimate, like the fight next is very well in their hands.
Yes, indeed, but maybe a hindrance here, as we're seeing in the match chat. Apparently, the reason a pause was called is Blame had to go get food at 11:30 at night for them. So very interesting timing, to say the least. But now we're on this offense, right? It's the rush feed, rush mirror. Hopefully the sim TP works out this time and Flappy doesn't get stuck on the low map.
Oh, almost giving off a tick there, but Blame, I don't know if they're expecting this Mei, so they might not be expecting that there's going to be a lot of freezing onto that point, as Waifu already gets frozen up. There's a lot of CC. The reload has to come in, though, but this D.Va in this backline should get melted up pretty quickly. Now it's going to be there from Waifu, trying to even it up, and he'll lose his life. Yes, you trade out Person, but maybe you go a little bit too aggressive there. You're relying on the rest of your team now to clean this up. It's going to be on Rise mostly. That's a lot of that damage, or the McCree to find those headshots. But nothing that seems to be falling here for Sunrise. D.Va finally back in that mech. Somehow the baby D.Va not going down. The immortality field is forced out here from Azu. As again, Rise is just kind of on a tear. But Flappy will want to find the final blow here, as Blame does go down. The High Noon, though, is available, but the wall and the D.Va mech are both put in to try and dissuade that High Noon from finding any kills. The High Noon of their own, though, will find Titan, who's a little bit out of position, and now the Ant Matrix on this point will ensure the cleanup. Nice couple taps there from Flappy to ensure that everyone else is going down. But this next fight for maize is going to change the tide, really, as you have double support ults.
And the worst thing about it is Azu just came off the respawn. That means Azu just spawned all the way back at the end of point C. You're going to have to wait for him to get back. And that is so much free cart push that is going to be gained for the side of Sunrise now, as they just have to wait for that Baptiste to come back in. And maize is, like, with the May composition that they're running, right? It loses to the Sim simply because Rise on the Symmetra is able to gain charge and damage off of that Sim wall, you know, as Symmetra's beam is continued to be used. It just gets more and more powerful as the Shatter's blocked.
Waifu just kind of falling over there as 3 are put on the ground here on Sunrise. The bomb going in there doesn't manage to catch anyone. The cryo is there as a little bit of a unfortunate situation there if you are Waifu. And now there's nothing to really stop this blizzard. It's going out, the bomb to follow as well. Missy cannot hide fast enough. She loses her life, and now this fight basically over at this point. You do see Waifu coming in, but after that blocked Shatter doesn't really have any of the tools necessary to clean this up. I say that, but Titan does go down. Maybe you can see a stall coming out. The Tracer doesn't able to touch as the McCree's High Noon finds their head, but a respectable time with 1 minute, a respectable push with 1:12. But now you have to defend maize, who honestly tore through your defense.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is because of how far you got it in streets. Sure, you can argue that you get a defense on point B. You can see right there on your screens how far that cart went. It's not all too terribly far away from the start of checkpoint B, so it's going to be all about a staunch defense on point A, which is possible on Numbani. You know, Numbani is a map where you can full hold on point A, and it's not the most unheard of thing in the world, right? But it's figuring out what maize did to you the first time on that Orisa comp and finding a way to counter it. But now I feel as though both teams have settled into this rush mirror rather well, and even though they're into the attacker spawn, they could change it up. Person showing the Orisa already could potentially be already in.
And looking here towards this defense, no surprise, Sunrise, after that first round did occur, they've gone to this Symmetra rush and they've never looked back, right? They're just, this is what they're going to be running the entire time. And I think, interestingly, you're going to see Blame swap over to that Sombra, and potentially you're seeing Pomku go for the Symmetra mirror, even in this composition.
Well, they did run Symmetra the first time around on their offense, right? And then
they did
immediately switched it off. It was just a matter of Blame wasn't on the Sombra the first time, right? So what is the Sombra going to gain you? And it seems to just be a scouting maneuver.
Yeah, I know what they're doing.
Teleporting the Sombra forward, going in Viz. And it seems like with the swap to Rhine, they're going to want to get back onto that rush. It's just Blame, finally switching over to the May there. And now it's standard rush v sim rush. And I feel as though the Sim's going to have the advantage because now that you're on defense, you can just teleport between the high grounds. Look where that teleporter is already set up. If things get dicey for Sunrise, you can just leave. There's no need to stay there, and you will all be able to be safe and healthy.
Maywall there forces the lamp out from Azu, but not enough to save Person as it's taken out. And now the push underneath could be quite effective at stopping this push before it even starts. But again, that scouting maneuver you saw at the beginning, it's been a while since I've seen something like that. And obviously, if they were on that dive, they would have gone to that Orisa composition. But don't see that, so they will be mirroring the rush.
Yes, indeed. Now they're going to want to push it straight up main here for the side of maize and take point pressure. It's all about just kind of pressuring the point and looking for their advantage that way with a free pick. But the Rhines are already walled and Lamp's out.
Lamp is out because of that wall. Fantastic wall so far from Flappy to force out these key cooldowns, but now you see your D.Va losing their mech. But to follow, though, Person does lose their life, and the shadow to follow is massive. Nothing to stop it, and a stark difference to what happened in that first round. Now that we've swapped over to this rush mirror, it's been all Sunrise so far.
Yes, indeed, and it seems like they're more comfortable in this rush mirror, and it's proving them value as they do have to burn this time bank. Still 2 minutes 40 on the clock for maize, and maize hasn't had to use a single ult yet simply because they haven't earned them. They're still building and could go for a 6 ult fight here, but Sunrise, you have to keep that in the back of your head and potentially not invest too much into this fight.
Gotta kite this one out. The Ant Matrix is too deadly to ignore, but the Rhine walks himself to the other side of that May wall. The beat to follow. Shatter onto the point. The D.Va is on the ground. This could be the time, but Blame doesn't have that May Blizzard available. But you're gonna see, in fact, it will be Flappy to have their own. Now the beat to follow, and just ultimates everywhere. I don't think anyone comes out of this fight with any amount of ults, but as I say that though, maize is turning it around. The bomb to clear zone the point, and they don't step close enough to get squashed, but still, your Rhine will be coming back very shortly, but your BAP is there to keep everyone up. Flappy trying to push this point, but he will get found out quite quickly by Pumpku. and he's now looking for that head. Can't quite find it. Everyone's going to be coming back, and now the Lucio, living up to his name as a frog, does manage to hop away from that flashbang, blame back on this Tracer. It's just a all-out brawl on this point as the staggers have come back. And now the Shatter onto the main, finds two, puts both DPS on the ground, and somehow this fight has spiraled out of control back into Sunrise's favor.
And it was just because of that overinvestment from maize. They kind of felt like they needed a win right then and there, so they started investing ultimates, and it just didn't work out for them in the end. Now they're going to be forced to switch back to that rush composition and try to rebuild these ults, and all of a sudden that 4-minute time bank, it's gone. With only a minute left, you still have to cap point A and push the payload even further, and Sunrise, they look in a position to actually turn this map back in their favor and win it.
Yeah, you obviously see those swaps. The Mei and the Symmetra, new characters, because Blame did swap over to that Tracer. You're not going to have any close to ult charge, but a nice wall does separate the Reinhardt. Now it's on P-Spy to get this massive bomb. Hey, it's huge! That's going to secure the fight. 3 down, and everyone else to lose their life. But if you are Sunrise, you have committed all of your ult you had available at the time. You're coming up on that wall and that Blizzard, so 2 massive ults still up. Can maize come back in this fight? I don't know.
If they do, it's going to have to be off the back of Sappy eating this Blizzard. It's just going to be far too large from Flappy, regardless of where it's positioned. And you're entering probably final fight territory. This fight should go into overtime unless it's lost like right this second. But maize, your back is against the wall. Sappy, you have to come up big here, especially with the Sim wall already out.
Sim already a little bit low. You still have Titan with that beat. Gonna have to commit it to let their team move forward. But the Blizzard on the point is gonna stop that from doing any amount of value. And another massive Shatter comes out here for Waifu, cleaning up this fight as tragedy strikes for maize. 4 minutes and 14 seconds to 1 minute and 12. And they don't quite manage to take away with the map. In fact, it will be Sunrise flipping the tables as Bad Patch Mari will now gloat against Shadowcaster, who may have spoken too soon.
Yes, indeed. And gloating deserves. Sunrise, they brought that back from the brink. After getting steamrolled the first time around, they adapted well. And maize opted into this rush composition, and they were beat at their own game. Sunrise showing that they know exactly what they're doing. And now that we're moving on to match point, going into Koth, it seems. Regardless of what Koth map you pick for the side of the... Oh my goodness, I just completely had a brain fart. But Titans team, my brain is melting.
Maize, yes.
Yes,
the
Maize.
Corn Jr.
Corn Jr. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Koth map they pick. They've been picking a lot of Ilios, and so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at this map. I want to say you probably want to avoid rush. Seems that Sunrise has your number on that composition, so I'm looking towards Ilios, perhaps a map that they've played so many times. You said they've played the most amount of maps. I think they've played Ilios every single game so far, as in fact it'll actually be Nepal coming out here, not Ilios, interestingly enough. It has been a map that Sunrise is very familiar with. They played it in every single one of their matches they've played so far. They've played Nepal, whereas maize has not played Nepal once in this tournament. So interesting to see why they're going there.
Yeah, that's actually really confusing for the side of maize. I think they've won Ilios as well every single time. Not sure why on day 3 in your knockout match, when you're already down a point, that you want to bring it to a map you haven't played on. But maybe you have some set strategies. Maybe you're feeling confident. But Sunrise potentially could just be gloating like the evil anime villain, just realizing that the win was handed to them on a silver platter. It'll be interesting to see the reasoning behind this choice for maize.
And I think, interestingly enough, for Sunrise, their last map, when they went to 3 maps against Pachaflonia, the last match to close it out was Nepal. So they are familiar with important maps being on Nepal for their elimination lives. Again, these 2 teams are playing for elimination. I mean, whoever loses here goes home, and whoever wins will advance to play the loser of the Jokers versus Team Canada. So basically, you're playing to you're playing to compete in that 3rd place match, and I mean, going to Nepal here, I don't know how confident I am that maize, especially with stuff like Village existing, like Village, such a strong sim rush map, and I think Sunrise showed why you should be scared.
Absolutely. Sunrise, they were just, obviously on that first offense when they were on the dive, it was kind of scary, but the rush, they looked solid and they looked practiced, but potentially both these teams opting out of that rush mirror. Sunrise They were feeling more confident on the dive earlier in the weekend, so it's no surprise to see them kind of defaulting back to that, at least to start here. Meanwhile, maize again, kind of this counter comp to the dive, and it worked beautifully before, but once Sunrise sees this, they might switch over to the rush, and what does maize do then?
We won't quite know until that first fight does end, but 6-man, some people don't like that name. I will be referring to as 6-man. Quite well-known name for the competition. It's going to be this Mario Lucio rush with that Winston Diva, and it's going to be interesting to see. They have that first point control because obviously they have that Lucio, something that is missing from maize, but they're going to be slowly trying to take... Okay, they're just leaving. They're just people leaving. They're just gone. Back to the spawn they go. So you're right, they don't even have to lose the first fight. They just go rush. They just go rush. I mean, they just don't want it.
Okay, it makes sense that they went all the way back to switch. You're going to give up first point control, but that's A-okay, because you're going to the composition you know can beat this 110%. But now that you have point presence established for maize, you're going to have to get value out of the Orisa, as already teleported into the fight extremely fast.
Yeah, and already in the front area, but Waifu does go extremely low there. The wall is going to have to be used instead to try and stave off some of that heat, but Waifu goes off the map with Satb in tow, and Drayton slowly loses their life as well. Titan finds one to recover, but I don't think that's enough. Now you're just stalling this out as much as possible. The Torbjorn, the little gremlin that's kind of been on the outskirts of fights so much in this series, finally goes down. And you get that point flip back over, but you lost 29% for it. Is it worth it? We'll see how the rest of this round plays out.
I mean, so far if you're Sunrise, I think you 100% take that, right? Because now you're going to force maize to do a comp switch, so even though there could have been a very serious ult advantage, it's pretty much negated, and Sunrise somehow actually gaining more of that advantage because they swapped their compositions first. They're going to have the amplification matrix, the beat, pretty much everything online except for maize, Blizzard, Flappy, only about 50% for that one right now. But I think this is a fight, if you're maize, you just go in and you lose it quick and force that ult.
Oh no, the meta of eco fighting, as some people put it, kind of has died down a little bit. But as that said, they do commit that window to try and get the window of their own. Both Baptistes are gone, and now this symmetrical wall, well, it doesn't really do all that much now, does it? Except for potentially charging the sim here from Pumpku up more and more. The beat does come out. There's not enough sustain here. No beat available for Titan, and the Baptiste obviously lost their life first in that fight. But now Pumpku will get taken out as well, and any potential upset here on this point is kind of lost, but Azu may be trying to... No, this point is clearly in Sunrise's control.
Yes, indeed. It's just going to be getting those supports out of there so they're not staggered further. But you have a little bit of a window here for the side of maize because you know Key Spy is out of mech, and that's going to be your go button, right? Before that mech can get called back in, potentially having a Diva Bomb online. As well as you have the Shatter advantage. If Drayton can get this past Waifu, get a massive Shatter, it is easy fight.
Nice play there from Satb, eats the Blizzard there from Flappy, and again with that Shatter comboed in, somehow rises another wall of their own. That's a very quick ultimate to accrue, but I don't know if it will quite matter. The bomb will come out and will catch Titan and Blame! A massive play from P-Spy to even this up. It's just Divas kind of flexing on each other, and now this wall will act as the only defense here for Azu. He doesn't have that regenerative burst quite up just yet, and the bomb in the back line does find Rain. And now Rise, finally, the carry of the fight, has lost their life, but the Shadow comes out, but they can't quite get on top of who they need to, and it was just Waifu, alone against the world, everyone on their back, but nothing could be done. No damage was output, and now the point will flip back over into maize's control, but what a fight there, forcing out so many ults from both sides.
Yes, indeed, and Waifu, that kind of felt like a hero Shatter at the end, right? Didn't really feel the need to invest it, but just kind of was like, oh, I'm here, I have Shatter, it's completely winnable, and just throwing that one away. But now Sunrise, you have a little bit of time, right? You don't have to win this fight directly here and now. You have another 50% you can give away to maize before you have to make sure you flip that point back. And they have the potential to flip it right here, though, with this aggressive engage with the Mei wall.
Yeah, another amazing Mei wall from Flappy. I've really liked it so far. As the Reinhardt does go in that backside with that charge, Missy forced to use that beat aggressively here to try and keep the Reinhardt. A nice stun there, but it's not enough. He's just so low, and now the Mei wall stops most of that Shatter from finding effect, but doesn't matter. Everyone else will be losing their life. Titan finds their beat, but just far too late, as Pumpku will lose their life, and that's all their hopes of winning this fight here. And now at 99 to 74, win here for Sunrise, unless there's some incredible shenanigans that could occur. I doubt it. The lamp tossed way too far. No one will manage to live. And unless that window somehow kills 6, I doubt they'll manage to win out this fight. So just kind of just wrapping it up here at the end. The sim wall from spawn doesn't quite do anything. Okay, I say this, but there's potentially something happening here as Titan finds Missy. Have I cast or cursed this? I don't quite know. We shall see in just a moment as the ball just spinning on point. It's just coggering on this point. We'll see if they can find anything. Nothing to stop him. There's no Mei here to stop him. Finally, the Mei is back, and the Diva ult goes up in the air, takes out both tanks, takes out the mech, and now the ults come back on side for Sunrise. And this little rebellion here on this point seems to be going away in their tracks, as again, there's no way they lose this fight, as the wick will be burning down quite quickly.
Yes, indeed. And this Miss Maize team is not really playing up to the standard we know they can right now. They seem a little bit lost and disconjointed, and it's just kind of puzzling to think about. Going into today, they've played quite a bit of Rush, even in situations where you wouldn't want to play Rush. Like, I've seen them play Rush on Watch Point Gibraltar first point, right? Where they're teleporting to the high ground, playing it out that way. They just seem a little bit lost, and Sunrise is getting the better of them here time and again. But now, if you're going to find that synergy, relight that spark, Maize, it's got to be right here, because you are 1 point away from being knocked out of the loser semifinal.
Yeah, and looking back at Numbani, you kind of see that the series, the map, was firmly in their control, and then it kind of all went down when they started mirroring that rush. Their defense on first point Numbani, with that Orisa comp, was very good. And then they kind of swap over to like mirroring the rush, thinking that this is the only way we can play into it. And then the map just doesn't go their way at all, the rest of it. So maybe a misstep to just try to force this rush mirror because you think it's the only way to beat it. And now you have Sunrise firmly on this point. Symmetra is set up, and we all know how this goes in ranked if you ever get set up on by Symmetra. Just so hard to retake it. You have to rely on some lucky, not lucky damage, but some random spam damage really to come in from that Mei to kind of make the difference maker. But Waifu already has the shatter, but he's 1 HP. You know, that wall shouldn't have been there. You know, I don't blame Waifu. The wall should not have been there.
That was a shatter and a half. That's pretty much all you can say about that. Both Amplification Matrix not really getting anything, but be engaged now.
That's a shatter. They're gonna lose the fight because the Beat and the Blizzard are up here for Sunrise, so they're gonna lose the fight. But was a nice attempt there. But I think that was kind of the worst case for Sunrise, right? You slowly lose the fight, so they get that percentage while also being in a fight.
Yes, indeed. But now on the side of Maize, like, your win conditions for this fight, right, is you could potentially use the Diva Bomb as an engaged tool, probably just going to be used as a remake as it has been for most of the tournament for them, but it's going to be on Blame's Blizzards. We talked about it earlier. Blame's Blizzards have been massive. It's going to have to be one more kind of clutch necessity for this Blizzard to gain value.
Yeah, and right now, the Blizzard now available for Blame, but that wall acting as a line of sight blocker will allow them to just escape from its grasp. Now the Symmetra, the tables have turned here. Sunrise now has to attack the point. Somehow this has occurred with all those Maywall shenanigans. When Maize has firm control of this point, we'll be swapping it over quite quickly. 70% on top for Sunrise, and you don't hate that. You do not hate that at all, to have that much percentage off of that first fight.
Yeah, and it was just kind of a lot of free space given away by the side of Sunrise, right? You allowed Maize to come in, take a lot of purchase with the Mei Blizzard, even though you used your Symmetra wall to block off that freezing effect. But now they're just going to engage fast again with these teleporters, and that's what this comp allows you to do. Go fast and go quick.
And you're looking there, Drayen built up that shatter real quick through that TP. And now I almost thought the Symmetra might die there, as the remake comes in on Flappy, trying to stop the remake, but instead just feeds it. As the Diva finds another victim there, also taking up the Diva mech for P-Spy. So they kind of rush down on that Diva trying to take them out, and instead lose their life and their mech. And now 40% in counting, and you're pretty even on ults here for the most part. It's looking good here for Maize.
I mean, yeah, it's looking good because they're finally in control and feeling like they've started to figure this out. But I just got to point out, both Rhines on both sides have just... there's just been so many shatters kind of donated into a wall, into a Rhine shield on this map. Not exactly the cleanest execution, as we're now seeing just another TP engage, super aggressive.
this feels kind of like Ooga Booga to me in a really big way. As this fight does kind of devolve, you see them both teams going to force out those beats, and it's not going to result well for Sunrise because the beat found 2 less members because you already lost 2. This feels very Ooga Booga from Sunrise. I think they've had very smart TP plays, but now they're just kind of at that point where they're like, guys, we see them, we TP into them, and then they kind of get just melted through the TP.
I mean, interestingly enough, it is the EU team down here in the B League that is hitting the Ooga Booga strats. And, you know, it's kind of who you'd expect. The Ooga Booga EU Rush, that's kind of the bread and butter of the region, what they're known for at the very least. And this time they don't teleport straight into them. They teleport above them.
No Ooga Booga, but Blame does have that May ult. I want to see a DM in that corner as soon as that May comes out of that pocket. But a nice wall there does not allow the D.Va to eat through it. Again, DM cannot affect targets that are through a wall. And a really nice retake here from Maize results in them taking a round as well. And we are going to Sanctum, interestingly enough. And maybe we were a bit too harsh on the mirroring rush kind of idea. They do have a pretty good rush. It just didn't work out for them in those last 2 maps.
Well, when it's a guaranteed sim rush mirror, I mean, that was the difference maker in Numbani, right? It wasn't the sim rush. It was you were running that McCree. And I feel as though the Symmetra just gets you more value. It makes the Reinhardt mobile. The Symmetra damage is a lot more threatening to a Reinhardt than something like a McCree. So I think that's all about just kind of the hero picks in that composition. But Maize, they finally are feeling a sign of life in this series, and it couldn't have come at a better time because you still have to win this map to keep your dreams alive. We're still first to do here.
Yep, and it's gonna come down once again. Gonna be Sim, TP Rush. The difference though, Flappy not on the May this time. Gonna be on that McCree. His flashbangs have been quite deadly so far, and I expect nothing to change here. As instead you're gonna see Maize, instead of opting in to go to this far right side or left side, depending on what map you're on, or what side you're on, instead of opting to go to point. I don't know if I quite like this as much. It is gonna force them to run to them. But you kind of gave up that higher ground where the McCree can kind of leverage. And now you already have your Immortality Field forced. Waifu feels very confident in just swinging forward and taking out the opposing Ryan. And I think a misstep there on that rotation does result in them losing this fight potentially, but I say that, but Waifu does go down. Sappy loses his mech and Azu is gone though, so it's definitely not in your favor. But maybe some froggy shenanigans can lead them into the win. I'm not even going to try to say it. My brain's just razzled right now. But the Symmetra player there for Maize could have turned that around, but doesn't, as I just stuttered over myself many a time. As Drayton, goodbye. Let him go. There he is. Back to his people.
Drayton just tactically resetting there. And there was quite a few good D.Va boobs, or not D.Va, Lucio boobs on both sides, just doing absolutely a lot there. Going into this next fight, Waifu set up on point already, has the Shatter on lock, but not a lot of purchase to get this Shatter off. It's going to be about Maize over-aggressing and then finding the advantage.
And right now, this ult bank is a little bit hard to overcome here for Maize, right? You got Blame though on that May, sectioning them off at this point potentially with that May wall. Does result in only the D.Va getting shattered. They're doing a really good job of playing super far away. The beat has to come out though from both sides, and the particle effects on my screen flashbanging me as the D.Va does get frozen up, so they cannot block that blizzard coming out. But the flip does go over the way of Maize, and Pomku, well, I got it right this time, doing a really good job of cleaning up this fight. And through all those particle effects, you see Maize coming out ahead, and they keep that shatter.
Yeah, absolutely. And being able to flip that point is massive. You don't want to occur too much percentage for Sunrise, otherwise it puts them in that one fight territory where they just have to win once. But Maize now, they're playing it smart. They're not trying to take hold on point, kind of inviting you to come in and take it. And the Deadeye out from Flappy, I don't know what this will find.
I'll find quite a lot because they do a pretty poor job of disengaging that, all things considered. The Shadow comes out, but no one's on the floor. Nice blocked by Waifu. And now they'll just stroll themselves all over to this point and find themselves in control once again. The forcing there, Maize has to run on the point to stop them from capping. And of course, they will lose their life. 60% in ticking, and Maize looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yes, indeed. And you got to look at kind of the re-engage tools they're going to have going into what could be final fight if these teams don't pick up the pace. Azu's going to have the amplification matrix, Sappy with the D.Va bomb online, and Pomku, most importantly, is going to have that sim wall. It's got to come out relatively the same time as Rise drops theirs, right? Because if you sim wall too early, the other sim will just get too much value from dropping it later and getting just more of that positioning out of it. And they're just rushing to point by
there it
quick.
is. There it is, the symbol already out. You see the waiting there a little bit there from Pomku, but he doesn't wait long enough. They've lost their sim, they've lost their May, and that looks like it could be the tournament over here for maize. They had a really good lower bracket run, but Sunrise here, the EU team, looking to just stop it in its tracks. The Ant Matrix as well, going to be helping in that endeavor, and it looks like this will be the cap coming in here for Sunrise. Of course, this is first to 2. And man, a really strong match here for Sunrise, coming back after that really strong first attack from maize on Domani.
Yeah, they truly bend don't break the mentality of the European Overwatch scene. You'll love to see it. And I think there just needs to be a little bit of a highlight on Missy. We weren't able to talk about it much during the map, but lots of boop kills as well as support kills. I'm just going to go ahead and say Lucio diff because Titan was just all but absent in that kill feed.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I did see him a couple times in there, but Missy obviously showing her impact on this series. Well-timed beats, well-timed boops as well, lead them to this victory. And now, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of these teams, and it does end up being maize. Their lower bracket run is put short here. And we will be seeing Sunrise proceed further into the bracket, be facing off against the loser of the Jokers and Team Canada, or the Canadian Grizzlies, who are both, Canada is looking to kind of repeat their A-League success, and Sunrise looking to join them there again. It could be the EU versus Canada showdown once again. This gives a little bit more credence to the EU copium of it. It's coming home after it was kind of snubbed out in that A-League. So going to be interesting to see how much that copium can persist further in, but we should be potentially having some interviews mayhaps from some players here.
Yes, indeed, as they're coming on.
Hello.
We're getting the interviews first over here from both Blame and Drayton on the side of maize. You know, the lower bracket are cast to end sometimes, right? You guys put up a phenomenal match. Do you have anything to say just right out the gate?
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of threw many points during that match. Many points during this tournament. Shout out to my team for letting it go unpunished. We only really got punished today for my throwing, which, I mean, we went the full tournament with me doing some questionable shit. I mean, I'm super proud of these guys. Nobody expected us to do anything, and we made top 4.
Yeah.
It's a lot of. I mean, we know we did it for Teku. You know, the man, the myth, the legend. Kind of disappointed that we couldn't win the whole thing for him, but you know, you take what you can get. We're all super proud of it. We all gave it everything we had. It's just at the end of the day, EU we thought they were going to be 6-man 1 tricks. They were not, and they kind of diffed me a little bit on that rush.
And very well by them to adapting really quick on the fly to like playing the rush style like very quickly.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. They did pretty well at adapting on the fly. Just to kind of quickly look back, you guys had a really blisteringly fast attack on Numbani, and I think it was because of that Orisa comp you guys figured out, and that seemed to be your kind of 6-man counter, and it worked really well. Was that kind of your secret strategy you've been preparing for today?
We've been theory crafting in the Discord a little bit. We actually scrimmed that map twice with me on Orisa and then with Person on Orisa. So thank you to the Ringer team for running 6-man twice on the same map.
I thought we ran it 3 times.
I thought we ran it twice. And then we actually ran Nepal because that was our go-to map. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, an unfortunate end to a lower bracket run that is honestly quite impressive. Far exceeded a lot of people's expectations. I know that doesn't mean much to those that lose. I've been in the same situation on other times I've competed. Like, you have other people, you might have exceeded their expectations, but your expectations for yourselves were set a little bit higher. But still, congratulations on a great tournament here in the B League. You do take away that basically that 4th place. There's not too shabby at all. And we do hope that this team and everyone on it just congratulate themselves for what they have been able to do, and looking forward to trying to look back on it with fond memories, you know?
Hopefully.
Yeah. But that will be that. Thank you again for joining us for this interview. But we do have some Sunrisers joining us in here from that winning team here, the EU players, coming in to talk about how potentially it might be coming home. Don't quite know that just yet. As we welcome them in here, we do of course have Flappy, Waifu, Rise, and Ippy. And welcome, to our interview. And how are you guys feeling after that match?
Feeling really good. Like,
Yeah.
really, really good. We're feeling really, energized. Ready to go. Like, nothing can stop us. That's how we're feeling right now. At least that's how I feel. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, definitely the same. I think that was a really intelligent match from both sides, because they opened up with the 6-man counter comp, and then we had to adapt on the fly to meet that. And I think we played that really well. Everyone popped off today, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you say you adapted on the fly. So obviously you've been a big component of the 6-man dive. You've been running it a lot of this tournament. So was that rush something you'd scrimmed at all, or is it just kind of you knew rush was good, so we had to kind of swap to it simply because you were countered?
Oh, really? I mean, we've been playing 6-man. They rolled us on point A on Numbani, and we kind of just thought, why are we letting them counter us? And we know they're a brawl team, so we thought we'd try what they're good at, hoping that they hadn't. We scrimmed it much, and they hadn't, so that paid off.
I mean, it's very interesting to see a composition like that where you guys haven't really had a lot of scrim practice on it, but you're still able to get the insane value you did, bringing back Numbani from what was almost a speed run from the side of maize, and then going to Nepal. You guys have played Nepal a lot this tourney. Did you expect them to pick Nepal, or were you expecting more of that Ilios pick to come through that they picked a lot?
I think Nepal was a surprise, because we have picked it a lot.
Surprise.
Yeah. We always play Nepal, all the time. So it's really surprising that people keep picking Nepal. It's just the map that's associated with us. Weird. But, hey, we scrimmed Ilios to prepare for it, but then we just played Nepal anyway, so... Oh well.
Yeah, and with this win here, you will be progressing further in that bracket. You're going to go to losers finals, lower finals. You are going to be playing against the loser of the Jokers versus Canada. Who do you want to see in that match next? Do you want to face the Jokers? Do you want to face Canada? Do you want to maybe run it back? You want the Jokers to lose so you guys can run back the EU Canada finals?
I think personally, I really want Canada to lose just so we can get the rematch. I think it was so close last time we played them. I want to prove that we're not trash. We can win that fight.
Yeah. I'm confident we can win against either teams, to be fair.
Yeah, me
too. Now
too.
that we've come back. So either's fine for me.
So another question here. Is it coming home? It wasn't coming home in the A-League, but is it coming home in the B-League?
It's definitely coming home.
I'm just gonna say that if it were to come home, we'll be up to 3 a.m. So part of me is really hoping it doesn't, because then I could go to bed.
Yeah, that is one thing, but makes it all the more sweeter, I suppose.
I'll call him ill tomorrow.
Yeah.
Perfect. We got the excuses set up. Maybe it won't go that long. But you guys obviously, well, okay. Would the 3 a.m. be worth the win? Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we've been basically doing it anyway.
Yeah, you guys have been doing it anyways. EU gamers, they're known. They have degenerate schedules. They have to.
Well,
so nothing new.
I suppose.
Wow. Anything you want to do, Megalas, before?
No, just congrats on your win. You're doing well, and hopefully we'll continue to see you go. I'd love to see you guys in the grand final.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any shout-outs you guys have?
I have one shout-out,
There it is.
I have two shout-outs to Titan and SatB, ex-interns, teammates with me. It was great playing with them. I think I'm the last remaining intern now. So I'm going to hold up the crown for the BPL Season 2 team. But it was fun playing against them, and they played well.
Very nice to hear. And of course, very much congratulations again there on the 2-0 versus maize, progressing further in this bracket. And that'll be all for me here on this stream. Again, this is our only stream today. Coming up, you're going to have a banger of a match here between the Jokers and Canada, the Canadian Grizzlies. That's your upper finals bracket, upper finals match. And so whoever loses that will be coming down to face against Sunrise, and whoever wins will be going punching their ticket into that grand finals. How hyped are you for that Megaless, and who do you think is going to win?
I mean, the Jokers currently, they've got it for me. I saw what they were doing yesterday. They put Pluto in an MVP level position. Any team that can do that, they're the best team. So that's who I expect to win. But yeah, make sure you stick around. They'll be on this stream right after the break.
Welcome to the BPL World Cup.
Oh my god, it's a fire game from Toxinated with a pulse bomb!
But Sage is on mustard, and all of a sudden this is anybody's fight. Drip Timbers are still in it. Massive pulse bomb from Sage! What is that? Sage clutching it up.
Cynic holding on to the barrage, gets 3. Cynic from behind with 3 with a huge barrage, taking a crazy off angle once again. There's a lot of ults, there's a lot of colors, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to be a massive high noon from Yancha.
But Signet hits another massive shatter. Oh my lord. He's so good. He's just so good.
A pretty big flux. The trance is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs, the bombs.
Oh my god!
Wings, they got some wind in their sails as well. They got grab coming in, will land perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of damage.
That's a 4K in that. Nitro have absolutely insane. Pomku with the 6K.
Welcome to the BPL World Cup.
Oh my god, it's a fire game from Toxinated with a pulse bomb!
But Sage is hot mustard, and all of a sudden this is anybody's fight. Drip difference are still in it. Massive pulse bomb from Sage! What is that? Sage clutching it up.
Lennox holding on to the barrage, gets 3, Sonic from behind with 3 with a huge barrage, taking a crazy off angle once again. There's a lot of ults, there's a lot of colors, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to be a massive high noon from Yancha.
But Signet hits another massive shatter. Oh my lord. He's so good. He's just so good.
A pretty big flux. The trance is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs,
Oh my god!
Wings, they got some wind in their sails as well. They got grab coming in, will land perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of damage.
That's a 4K in that Nitro. I've absolutely insane. Pomku with the 6K.
Welcome everybody. We have a great game here today. We got the Jokers, Northern Grizzlies, upper bracket finals of BPL World Cup B League. I'm joined by Frank. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Pretty great, to be honest. I'm really excited about this one. We've got, again, 2 undefeated teams here coming in, kind of Clash of the Titans trade. I'm really looking forward to this one.
And I think the Jokers kind of surprised people. They were originally some other name that I couldn't pronounce. It was originally like a Nordic name or something. I don't know. But they rebranded yesterday to the Jokers, and they have been dealing with the society that they have been dealt since then, taking the 2-0 win over Savannah Soy Boys. So they have been having a good time so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. They, as a Savannah Soy Boy myself, I can say I've witnessed it firsthand. They are very good. You know, their 6-man dive, just absolutely just clean. Front line's unkillable, back line's unkillable. Really kind of an unstoppable force here. Really looking forward to seeing how the Northern Grizzlies take them on.
Yeah, both of these teams actually knocked our teams down to lower brackets. So, you know, a little bit salty about each of these teams. Northern Grizzlies have a really good brawl. They were able to take us with that just head-to-head. So both of these teams have very strong comps. It's just going to come down to which one is able to execute better. They both have the quality of players. Pluto has been very surprising in this series or in this tournament. And then they've also been running like a lot of different, from what I saw from them in scrims, they've been running it something entirely different. But to take a look at the lineups, I mentioned Pluto. The Jokers also have Tree Guy, Robbie, Kron, Vincent, Freya, Spooky, and Donk. And Kron and Vincent have been popping off on DPS.
Oh, absolutely. Vincent has been a terror in the back line. As again, witnessed it firsthand as a member of the Soy Boys. He has been absolutely tearing it up on the Tracer, and Kron has been a staple of the front line, mid-fight, everything. Just pulling out hero plays whenever the Jokers need him to.
Yeah, and Northern Grizzlies, they have a smaller lineup. They only have their 6 players, but those 6 players are fantastic. Trisky, Canada, Camera, Paracelsus, Fungin, and Phantasm have all been doing great. Camera and Paracelsus are crushing it on the DPS line. So it's gonna be a battle of the DPS lines, I think. At least in the early game, I think it might, as they figure out how to counter the DPSs, we might see more of a tank diff come out. But those are gonna be the big matchups to look for.
I absolutely agree, Drayton. I think something else to talk about here is the fact that Northern Grizzlies, you touched on it for a second, have 6 players. I think that having in the same 6 players for every single map, every single scrim, every single game is going to be a huge difference maker here. They know how to play with each other, and it's going to show.
And the first map is going to be Eichenwald. This is a really good map for a lot of different comps. You can play double shield, you can play a dive comp like a 6-man. It looks like both teams are going to go with a rush composition, or at least Northern Grizzlies. As the Jokers are still in spawn, so they could make some changes to their comp. But this is likely what we're going to be seeing from Northern Grizzlies. It's been what they've been running quite a bit, and so actually I think it should be flipped, right? Because Pluto's on the Jokers. I think the overlay is flipped. So the Joker's on offense first.
Right. I'm currently looking at pixels, so
Yes.
trying to figure out what's going on here. But it looks like we're going to see some cut. Oh, Looks like we're going to see some classic rush coming out from the side of what I believe was Team Canada.
Yeah.
There we go.
Canada's on the offense here. They're going to be running the Ryan Sigma rush. So a little bit different here. They can find a little bit more poke than the D.Va composition can, but other than that, pretty much mirror matches, other than Phantasm and Freya. But as we get into this, the flashbangs are going to come out early, and immediately it's going to be Trisky that falls first. So it looks like the D.Va composition is getting a little bit more value. Pluto was the one to find that kill. Canada trying to keep themselves in this fight here. They still want to commit a little bit as they can get their line back pretty shortly with these spawns, but now as the opposing team uses that speed boost to get in, they're going to be backing up, and the Jokers are going to be holding strong here on this first defense.
Absolutely, that's a nice recovery there from the Jokers. We saw a really quick push there over to the left side, and they were able to react quickly enough to be able to get away relatively unscathed.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the amplification matrix coming out. That's going to create a lot of space, and it's going to get Robbie caught off onto the side. Everyone has this gravitic flux if they choose to use it, but Freya's in the back line with that coalescence, will not be able to find any kills with it, but trying to sustain the rest of their team through this. But it's not going to matter as Trisky's hammer is just swinging away, finds 2 in that fight, and after this first attempt fails, they will be taking first on their second attempt.
That was some great positioning there by Camera to catch Freya off guard out of his fade. That's kind of the key to taking down this comp that the Northern Grizzlies are running, is getting the more to burn fade and making sure that you capitalize on it. You have a 6-second cooldown or 7-second cooldown, can't remember the exact number, but once that cooldown's out, you have to take advantage of it. She's a sitting duck.
You're pretty much free for those 6 seconds, but you have to, again, capitalize on it, like you said. But now taking this high ground position, Northern Grizzlies rushing up here with that speed boost, but the Shatter's going to come down. It's going to be big, but Trisky's there with the counter Shatter, and it's enough to take down Robbie. Paracelsus will also be finding kills in this fight off the back there Blizzard. They are committing quite a few ultimates into this fight, but they still have 4 in the bank, and now they're just going to be wrapping up the remainder of the Jokers here.
It's a very clean fight there from the Jokers, only burning 2 ults to get that fight win. And now we see the cart's gone through that really, really important choke. You don't want to get stuck at that door, but looking forward here, I see a huge ult advantage. Actually, that's not true. Relatively even on ults across the board here, with the Northern Grizzlies having the back ult instead of Coalescence. We'll see how it shakes out.
Robbie's going to get pressured here early, but it's going to be Trisky that falls first. The other main tank will not survive for very much longer, though. Canada going to be having to dodge away from the ultimate from Kron, but will be taking him down with their own Gravitic Flux here. Now it's going to be the Tracer trying to contest, but it looks like Northern Grizzlies have firmly taken this fight win, and now they're just cleaning up the remainder of their opponents. They have 4 minutes to capture this next point, and it's very first with Rich.
We see some wholesale switches here from the Joker, switching over to the comp I thought they'd be running, which is that, yeah, 6-man dive, exactly.
Yeah, it's going to immediately be jumping in here. Camera on this high ground, relatively uncontested. Be able to find 2 with the high noon. That's enough to bust this fight wide open. There will still be contests coming in, but as 2 more members fall, this is going to be pretty much this point secured. Pluto and Vincent just trying to stall out a little bit longer, but they will both fall in turn. And now the Jokers, they are not in a good position here. They're gonna have to hold for about 4.5 minutes here as the Grizzlies are having this point.
Wow, very clean fight again from Canada. They've been on a roll here. Looking at that, they did burn both of their support ultimates there, which could come to bite them. But I think considering again the wholesale switches that the Jokers did, it's basically even.
Yeah, Camera will fall first in this fight, so now the big counter to a lot of these DPS is going to be taken off the field. Kron and Vincent are going to be a lot more free without that flashbang and waiting for them. Paracelsus here, waiting around this corner, needs to not get their Blizzard eaten by Pluto. So they're kind of making themselves unseen, so that Pluto's kind of unsure of where it's coming from. But the Blizzard will be dropped in, no eat coming out, and that's a big freeze. They're able to get both tanks in this and wall them off as well. It's a big play from Paracelsus, and it'll allow them to get this part rolling yet again. That will take down 3 in this fight, and now the Jokers are in full retreat here as they try and keep their last surviving members alive so they don't get staggered further.
This is incredible. Another fight won with just 1 ultimate from the Northern Grizzlies. They are holding a commanding lead here.
The Gravitic Flux as well. They are just spawn holding at this point pretty much. Trisky also dropping in the Shatter High Noon as well. Every single ult coming out. The window from the other side is the only really counter in this, but Robbie is going to fall right before they get their Shatter. Now just dealing with Pluto, the lone survivor on cart. There is the, oh my goodness, what a fire strike to take down Frey, as they were going to be the next one to touch. But 3 minutes and 7 seconds is a very good time bank for Eichenwald. Northern Grizzlies look like they're going to be dominant in this series.
Wow. That was, wow. What a time, Drayton. That is absolutely blazing fast. 3 minutes left on Eichenwald. I think the Jokers are going to have their work cut out for them here, trying to keep up with the Northern Grizzlies with an attack like that.
Yeah, that is a blazing fast time bank. I mean, that's not something you see every day. You don't even see that at the highest level. But the Jokers are going to have to rebound here. You can't let yourselves get caught in your head. That's something that teams have to do. I mean, we saw in the last game, it was Sunrise. They were able to keep themselves out of their own heads after having a blazing time bank set on them, and now it's going to be the Jokers. Can they repeat that performance? Northern Grizzlies are going to be going with a double shield on the defense. I think they're expecting the 6-man to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. They know what the Jokers want to play, and they're prepared for it. I think that brawl comp was the right choice on attack, but switching to something a little more stationary, a little more stable to kind of counter that 6-man dive is going to be kind of exactly what the Northern Grizzlies want here. I think the Jokers are potentially playing right into their hands. However, I have seen some great play from the Jokers on the 6-man comp, and if anybody's going to be able to break this double shield, it's them.
Yeah, they're not going with the full counter 6-man comp that we saw from my team last game. So it's an interesting adaptation. They're kind of just sticking with a more classic double shield. They do have this Hanzo to really do a lot of poke damage against this comp, but this rotation will be coming out. It's going to be the instant kill on the prawn, and that has to end the fight immediately.
Already getting value from that Hanzo. Great shot from camera. And we're starting to see kind of what this team had in mind with their picks at the beginning of this round. Although I am interested to see exactly the purpose of the Mei here. My thought is that it's, again, just purely for counter dive to discourage Robbie from diving right in, but I think we'll see how this shakes out. We'll get our answer really soon.
Nobody's really built ult charge. We're about a minute in here. It's been almost all stagnant ult charge built up Vincent. They're going to be going in aggressively here. It's going to be the forcing off of the high ground here by the 6-man composition. So the immediate immortality field used and destroyed here. Pluto could be taking that out, but Robbie will be the first one to fall, and now without your main tank, it's going to be really hard for this 6-man dive to come through. It could be up to the rest of their team to find kills, but as Freya falls and Pluto's DMX, I don't think that's going to be happening. The pulse bomb coming out from Vincent, not able to find any sort of value there. That could have set themselves up for a faster next fight, but realistically not that big of an ultimate, no matter how that went.
He was able to build that up during the course of the fight. I'm sure he'll have another one here if he decides to stick on the Tracer. And that was a great rotation from the Jokers, pushing off the Northern Grizzlies from the high ground there, but it ended up not being enough there. They tried to push the pace forward, but the Jokers were able to slow them down with the Mei and ended up working on their favor.
Yeah, that was going to be the switch over to this Reinhardt-based composition. They're going to go for that same rotation, but now there's going to be so much more in their way with this Reinhardt. Oh, the Dragon Strike, though, that's going to find 2. That's so much value. And the DMAC, that was just a perfect read there from camera. Absolutely insane value there. And they're going to be holding off yet again. And now the Jokers only have 2 minutes left. They've wasted half their time bank, and they have nothing to show for it.
Oh, I just want to go back to that Dragon Strike there. That has got to be one of the best hallways in the game to launch a Dragon Strike down. Seems like they may have been a little bit off with the ult tracking there to Jokers, or forgetting that they're playing into a Hanzo, but that was just set up right there on golden platter for camera. Great finish.
Yeah, apparently Avast has rated us, so welcome. We were going from Overwatch League to Bad Petramar League B League, so, you know, quite an upgrade in quality here, I must
Absolutely.
say. As Northern Grizzlies, they are showing themselves to be a very quality team here, as they are getting just so much value here on the side ground.
This has been a really impressive hold so far for the Northern Grizzlies. They know exactly what they're doing with this double shield Mei comp, and if we take a look at the ult here, even though the Jokers are running up on some big ultimates here, namely the Death Blossom and Pluto's Bomb, they're a little bit low on their defensive ult here, and Northern Grizzlies are kind of stacked right now. That Mei ultimate is super important to holding this point.
Vincent needs to be the hero with this pulse bomb. If they can find some good value onto, say, Fungin or Phantasm, that could force either an early immortality or an early beat, and that could be the opening that they need here. But these ultimate advantages are so big. It's going to be a wide post bomb there. Paracelsus dropping in the blizzard as well. And be able to find Robbie, and this is looking like the map is done and dusted. 30 seconds remaining. The Jokers have one more fight, and they only have one ultimate here as well.
It's looking very scary for the Jokers here. This may be the Joker moment that we've been looking for, waiting for in this tournament. Maybe we'll get to see them unleash next map, but I think they'll have time to touch here. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, so we get up to Robbie on the ball, but they're actually going for a wide angle here. Not going to be Robbie, but Pluto's taken down now. I don't think they had their mechs in that fight to begin with, so Pluto was not the biggest target value there, but it's now going to be the Gravitic Flux. Kron going to be taken down during that ultimate, not going to be able to find any kills with it. The Immortality Field to try and save Freya's life, but it will not be enough as Northern Grizzlies are able to wrap up the Jokers. They are taking a dominant first map win in this series, and they're looking to make this a very quick match.
Absolutely, you said it yourself, Rayton. Dominant performance. One thing I want to highlight there is, well, I guess maybe we look at the play of the game first here, but I can talk over it. The target focus for the Northern Grizzlies was fantastic. Taking a look at that last fight, we had I can't remember, it's Kron on the Reaper, ulting in the middle of their team during that chaotic fight, and immediately 3 or 4 of them turned and shut him down. He got, unfortunately, no value, but it's because of that incredible target focus that he was able to, that the Northern Grizzlies were able to cap that fight off.
And this is kind of looking like the Jokers that I had seen in scrims. I don't want to leak scrims or anything, but they definitely hadn't been looking as good as they have throughout this tournament in scrims. At least we thought coming into this, they might have been one of the easier teams, but they've gotten themselves this far. That's something to be laughed at. They've secured themselves a top 3 spot. They still have a chance to win against Northern Grizzlies. This series can flip on a dime, as we've seen before many times. It could be Ilios as the next map, so potentially going to be seeing that 6-man coming out to play. It's a very dominant comp on some of these points, so looking forward to seeing these teams run that more stable composition that they're used to.
Absolutely. 6-man dive is built for control maps, and Ilios is definitely one of the better ones in terms of control maps. And, it'll be interesting to see whether or not that ends up working out for the Jokers, or if the Northern Grizzlies are able to just keep steamrolling forward. I'm really hoping that we get to see some better looks from the Jokers here. I'd like to, take this to map 3. I want an exciting map for our winners finals, or exciting match for our winners finals. And, afterwards, I'd also like to see if we can get some more flexibility out of the Jokers. Right now, we've really only seen dominance on that 6-man comp, and we may need to, or they may need to, take it to another level, adapt, be flexible when it comes to taking on this strong Northern Grizzlies team.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown some other compositions, at least in scrims. They pulled out double main tank comps in scrims, which was quite curious. Wasn't really sure how those would go, but they haven't really been playing that at all in this tournament. So maybe just trying to throw maize off a bit with what their comps would be. But we're just waiting on the teams and the players to ready up here. Ilios again going to be the map. That was where our comps at least got a little bit different. We played a lot of Wrecking Ball there. I went off the map a lot there, unfortunately. Sometimes my fault, sometimes not mine.
Yeah, well, you're playing Wrecking Ball. It just kind of happens sometimes. I feel you there. That was one of the early feedback I got as a main support player moving on to main tank was stop rolling off the map. So yeah, just a pretty easy feedback to implement, or at least you think, I guess.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work out that way.
So many things trying to get you off the map. We ran against a Sombra comp, so I was getting hacked up and then booped off the map a lot. So we still won the map. So really matter.
Yeah, Sombra. That's a look we haven't seen from the Jokers yet. They've been leaning heavily on Vincent's Tracer, but at least from the game that we played against them and from the games that I've seen, they haven't pulled out that Sombra, which some would say is an essential part of that 6-man dive comp, kind of a linchpin hero in that composition. So what I would expect to see here is we're going to see nearly a mirror match here with double 6-man dive for the most part, at least on one of the maps. But we're going to see probably a Sombra here from the Northern Grizzlies, and I have a sneaking suspicion that might be the difference maker.
Yep, we're going to be going to Well as the first map. A lot of boops can be added here, and I don't think Canada's going to be sticking with the Wrecking Ball, but a little bit of a different take on the 6-man composition potentially. But Jokers, no surprises here. They're running that 6-man comp. They've subbed in Chicken Nugget God in place of Pluto. So I guess they're ringing for their other tank. But Ron and Vincent, we're probably going to be seeing Vincent switching over to the Tracer or the Sombra. Or the Grizzlies, now they're sticking with this. They're going to be running the mirror comp here, unless Vincent switches over to the Tracer. And they will be switching to the Tracer. So Northern Grizzlies running the more traditional 6-man dive comp, but the Jokers, they will be sticking on theirs. Fight over gauge control is going to be starting early, and Fungin gets the boop immediately onto the Diva. That's not how you want to start the fight if you're the Jokers. Boops coming left, right, and center, but only Chicken Nugget God will be the one to fall off the map. And now Roby will be joining their tank friend in the grave here, as Kron has to try and survive here as they try and get away, but Trisky with the dive. Just too much damage coming through, and Northern Grizzlies showing a lot of versatility so far. They can run that rush, they can run the double shield, they can run this 6-man, and they are elite at all of them.
Yeah, something I noticed there in that last fight, and that I've noticed overall, is that the Jokers have been using their Diva kind of as a sacrificial lamb in these fights. They want to throw the Diva in there and use the chaos the Diva creates to get picks, and it doesn't seem to be working out for them anymore as it was earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's going to be the dive coming through here again, but Camera and Phantasm, they're able to get kills early. The pulse bomb, the last ditch 10 from Vincent is eaten up as well. Camera with the hack on Chicken Nugget God to take them off the map, so quite a bit of EMP alt charge gain there if they didn't have it already, and another very quick fight going the way of Northern Grizzlies.
Absolutely. This is, again, just a dominant performance. The Northern Grizzlies are firing on all cylinders right now, and I have a feeling they're not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, they're having a great time here. They have 5 ultimates built up, and Vincent on the side hacked. Camera is going to be taking them out, just punishing the overextension from Vincent. Now the EMP comes out, it's going to catch 3. Freya's not going to be able to use that ultimate that they just built up. The beat from Fungin as well. They want to go fully aggressive with this 6-man dive, and you can see the difference that this Sombra is making compared to the Tracer. The Tracer is just getting shut down time and time again, but it's just Camera able to do so much for their teams. The normal hack, the EMP, is causing so much space and disruption.
Absolutely, Camera being a big difference maker here. You saw him earlier catching Vincent out on the flank with a hack there. That's a 1v1 that's pretty difficult to win, so props to him for that.
Yeah, now it's going to be the double tank ultimates coming through. Trisky into Canada trying to create some space. It's going to be Kron finding the opening pick of the fight. Paracelsus popped it out that Death Blossom, but was fully eaten up there. Paracelsus now making the rotation back to point, and it's Phantasm. And the double boom from Fungin that makes this fight so winnable now for Northern Grizzlies. What was looking like the Jokers finally getting momentum will now be shitting on its head. Canada also able to take down Ruby will cost them their match. And the boop! Oh my goodness, what a boop. It boops the ball as well, but Donk, they're able to take Paracelsus out of the fight, not having that TP in time. Vincent again, now with the pulse bomb, they finally are able to find some value with it. Donk trying so hard to keep their team in this now, but the respawns are coming back from Northern Grizzlies. It's going to be tough for them to hold on to. Kron has this Death Blossom that could be something that they could use here. The beat coming out from Fungin, and now it's going to be Kron dropping in the ultimate, but again, finding nobody. It's going to be the hack coming out from Camera onto Kron, and that's going to be enough to finish off the Reaper guy. No more shotguns and no more special move coming out from him anytime soon. Paracelsus now looking to build up their ultimate, but they have to TP back onto point. But is they're going to be knocked off? They didn't get it off in time. And Roby with the 2K off the map. This is such a hectic and insane fight. Now the EMP comes out from Camera, and Roby will find themselves in the same drink. They sent 2 down into below. Fungin is hard carrying right now with 2 kills and an assist onto Donk. And oh my goodness, the Jokers, they tried so hard, but Fungin with the heroics able to secure the fight win for Northern Grizzlies and the first point.
Absolutely inspirational Lucio play from Fungin there. I gotta think that's gotta be some kind of record overall for environmental kills as well. I think I recall 6, at least, even just in that last fight. It's been crazy. The Lucios both popping off. We got Donk hitting a boop and Fungin hitting 3, I think, in that last fight, as well as Robbie taking Reaper off the map. Just incredible stuff here. Really chaotic fight, but very exciting end to that round there, when we thought it might have just been a one-sided event.
We are very quickly now on to match point here. Northern Grizzlies need to take this 1 point. They just need to secure Lighthouse, and they will be moving on to the grand finals. And the Jokers, they will have to bounce back from this 0-2 loss in order to get themselves back to the finals. we saw a similar thing happen both in the A League where the Northern Grizzlies A team actually was knocked out 0-2 and they came back and won the whole thing. So we could be seeing a repeat with the Jokers, but Vincent now on this off angle, they're going to be putting a lot of pressure into this back line. Nobody seems to be worrying about them. It's all about the front line right now. But Fungin's going to be taken down by Freya here, and now it's going to be the Jokers finally getting themselves some momentum here. Just not enough healing as everybody is low, and the Grizzlies will be team wiped.
That's a great fight there. Great tempered aggression from the Jokers to keep that going. And as we look at the ults here, we see they've got some big ults coming up already. Robbie's 88 to Shatter, Vincent 88 to Pulse, and Freya almost has a window. Those are pretty fast building ults, but at the same time getting ahead, especially in a situation where the Northern Grizzlies are basically giving up the ults that they've generated in order to do a wholesale switch. That puts the Jokers at a massive advantage here. If they're able to keep their ult economy ahead, I think we're in for a really, really good round here.
The Jokers are holding themselves well on this point. They built up 4 ultimates, and it's going to immediately be the Pulse Bomb, and Fungin will fall immediately as well. The window coming out from the Jokers. Freya will die, but the fight is already pretty much over as Paracelsus and the Mercy Pocket of Fungin has been taken out. But Cameron still wants to say a couple things about that statement, and it's not likely going to be enough here as Kron is able to finish them off here. The Jokers holding strong. They're going to pass 50%, and Northern Grizzlies, they made the wholesale swap.
I'm interested to see the purpose of the Echo in this comp. I understand the concept of wanting to poke people out, but considering that the Jokers are running their classic 6-man, and we saw last round that Northern Grizzlies, their 6-man was, well, completely dominant. So I'm wondering why we're changing up the comps here for something that we don't know works. So I'll be interested to see how these fights continue to grow and evolve.
Honestly, I mean, the Echo provides, there's no really big counters on the ground other than potentially Freya, but the Beast's going to come out and the Death Blossom as well, and we're finding anything with those two ults other than a little bit of aggression and Trisky on the side as well. Paracelsus is trying to get to this Mega Pack. We'll eventually get to it, not before they get chunked down quite a bit. It's going to be Kron falling out to Canada. I think this is still a winnable fight for Northern Grizzlies, and it has to if they want to win this map, as they are in 99% here. Canada going to be dropping in that bomb from the high ground. It's going to be the D-Mech onto the net. Oh, the big remech kill. This could be turning the fight. Canada and Phantasm are able to find 2, but Canada will again be D-Mech. Phantasm now with the second kill of the fight. Kron's coming back in, but will be taken down by the Baby Diva of Canada, representing their hometown, or their home city. Country. Canada's a country.
Yep, contrary to popular belief. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, Canada is indeed a country. I know that might seem far-fetched, but it's there.
I don't really think it's real.
There.
I've been told Canada's real, and I don't really buy it.
We've at least seen some teams from there, so they're somewhat consistent in their lie, at least, if it's not real.
Trisky now has this ultimate, the only real ultimate in this fight for their team, but Vincent immediately taking down Paracelsus. That is a big opening pick. No more legs on the field, and they just switched to that as well. I believe in the last fight, trying to get back to point in time. Now it's going to be the full retreat back to point as you've already lost the cat. Oh, this is all going wrong. Chicken Nugget God eating the last-ditch effort of camera with that pulse bomb and able to take them down as well. They're going to pass 40%, but Northern Grizzlies, they have nothing left in this fight. They barely have any touchers, and somebody's going to have to be able to get back to point after Paracelsus. It's looking like it's going to be Fungin, but they're so low. They have to manage their health. They're going to get taken down before they get there. Nobody else can really touch, but it's going to be Trisky just barely touching it. Phantasm, they have to put every little bit of healing into them, but they also need the heals as well. They're going to be taken down right after they fade, which costs Trisky their lives. Canada now back onto point. Will be trying to secure the win for the motherland, but it will not be very long. Canada will be taken down and camera sent off the map. It's going to be Northern Grizzlies. They finally lost a point here as the Jokers get themselves on the board.
Great recovery from the Jokers there. It was really interesting, again, to see the Northern Grizzlies switching off a comp that was working perfectly fine into something that the Jokers was playing. And when it didn't work, when those changes didn't work, they continued to make changes that weren't going back to that classic comp. As we see now up on the board, Northern Grizzlies have moved back to that comp. But we'll see if that was enough from the Jokers to build up momentum. I think, this is a very mental game, Overwatch, and having that momentum behind you, especially in a game like this where these battles are basically wars of attrition with these comps. Momentum plays a huge factor here, and hopefully this will be a close point, and we continue to see some great Overwatch coming out from both sides.
Yep, it'll be the fight fight over this Mega Pack. Who gets the hack onto it first? It's looking like it's going to be the Jokers that are able to get it first. Here is their color, I believe, but be the early fight going off here. The hack onto Chicken Nugget God. They have no defense matrix to protect them or their team. They're going to fall very low. It's going to provide Freya with a lot of ult charge and healing as well. They're holding up to around 70%, but Phantasm is right on pace with that. Canada and Roby now immediately out of the fight. Canada somehow boots off the map. No hack to take their boosters away, so they just didn't have them. Freya will be taking down Camera on the side here. It's looking like the Jokers are in a good position. Freya completely out of heals, however. They have to be getting up to this Coalescence now, and they will pop it immediately. Phantasm also has it as well, and the point has still not been taken, as Trisky is popping in their ultimate as well. Paracelsus and Kron will fall here, so now no Reapers on the side for either team. Vincent so close to their EMP. Away, but they will be denied the chance to use it, as now it's going to be the Diva Bomb from Chicken Nugget God. Trisky will be taking down Freya, and it looks like Northern Grizzlies should be able to secure this team fight win. But Robbie still has their ultimate out on the field right now, and the EMP is almost available for Vincent. They could come back in the fight with that Donk, and Chicken Nugget God will be taken out of mech. And it's looking like the first cap will go to Northern Grizzlies.
Great, and I tell you, I don't know how you cast this. That is one of the most chaotic fights I think I've ever seen, and I think we're just going to continue to see more of those. These comps that the Jokers and Northern Grizzlies are playing are notorious for having these extended fights, these wars of attrition, as I said earlier. And it really comes down to getting those key picks and capitalizing on them while that hero happens to be away. So I think, we'll just continue to see that same thing here, and it's going to come down to whoever performs best.
Paracelsus drops in the ult, but now it's going to be an even trade, but Canada has no supports here as they're both taken down, but somehow it's going to be Chicken Nugget God able to get some kills here. The Jokers making that fight very quick. It started with the EMP there from Vincent. Kron able to get a lot of value as well with their Death Blossom. Beat was also invested, so each team using a lot of ultimates there. Northern Grizzlies, they'll have their chance to come into this next fight with an EMP bomb, and that could be devastating.
Absolutely. No ults here on the side of the Jokers to counter. They're going to have to play safely and play around that EMP. Hopefully they know what's coming, and we'll see.
It only gets the tanks. Robbie will be taken very low. However, they need to be healed up by their team, but it's not going to be enough healing coming out from Freya and Donk. Vincent will be able to take out Camera to avenge their main tank, but Trisky will be able to take down Chicken Nugget God in the process, and they'll also take down Kron. It's looking like Canada will be able to flip this point at around 30%. Trisky's going on a tear here. They have 3 kills in this fight. But it's going to be a little bit more stall coming out from the side of the Jokers, and that's going to be it. Trisky secures themselves quite a few kills there, and has built themselves up an ultimate as well.
A great fight coming in there from the Northern Grizzlies. They used the ultimates that they had to their advantage, and I think they only used 2 of them, there, the EMP and the bomb, keeping themselves in good position to keep that advantage as we see them approaching. Oh, yeah, looks like the fight's already starting.
Yeah, it's going to be Phantasm. They're going to be opening things up with this Coalescence, but Robbie, they have their ultimate in response as they fall a bit low, but Kron and Freya will not be saved from the wrath of Paracelsus, and Chicken Nugget God will be demeched and killed by Phantasm. A very early engage there from Robbie is not going to be enough to pay dividends for the Jokers. And now as we're approaching this potential final fight territory, Northern Grizzlies are holding strong. They don't have any ultimates there.
They are getting close to that Death Blossom, but as it goes, that's not the most impactful ultimate in this comp. I mean, we see the Jokers have a lot of ultimates coming up here, so I'd be surprised if they don't pull this one out.
Yeah, and Paracelsus is immediately getting dove on by Kron and Vincent. Donk as well able to get a kill onto Fungin. So now it's looking like it's going to be the Jokers able to get this kill, or to get this fight win. But they have to play perfectly for the rest of this round if they want to extend their tournament lives. Camera just gets out. Oh no.
That was so close to being a great recovery. But no dice there for Camera. Alright, looking at the ultimates here, again, ult economy huge in this this composition. We see Vincent coming up, ready for that early EMP, it looks like.
And they have the EMP earlier. They're scouting out here. They know it's coming.
Let's get an early EMP.
Yep, it's going to be early. It's going to catch on to 4 members, and that's going to get the Death Blossom opening here that they're looking for. Vincent was taken out in that engagement, but it's not going to look like it's matter too much. Although Paracelsus drops in that ultimate and kills Stonk, it looks like it's just going to be a waste here, as now there's going to be a taxi for Vincent to come back. But a very good team fight execution there from the Jokers.
Absolutely. They had a plan, they stuck to it, and it worked to a T. It's great to see them taking the initiative here. It's really important to make sure you can't let your opponent's posture.
And now it's going to be the EMP coming out from the other side. Camera falling incredibly low. They're at 1 HP. Need to get healed up. Donk dropped the beat in response to the EMP. So very good positioning from them to make sure that they're not caught out by And now it's going to be Kron and Chicken Nugget God able to get some kills here, or in this fight. It's looking like it's going to be the Joker's able to secure this map win in this round win, unless there's something that Trisky has to say about it. They're falling very low, and they have no healers as well. They're going to be able to touch the point one last time, but that's going to be the last time anybody from Northern Grizzlies touches the point. And the Jokers, they'll be taking the map win to even things up 1-1.
That is a fantastic recovery from the Jokers there. They kind of had a stranglehold there on that last point and continued to play the initiative to make sure that Northern Grizzlies couldn't take that away from them. I think we're going to see a boop here from Fungin. I think this will probably be the double from earlier.
Yeah,
beautifully done. He was
wrong.
Yeah, Fungin was definitely waiting there. Oh, no chance. Okay. No. I thought it was going to be the third that scared me.
Yep. And as the series is tied now, we will see our first map 3 of the day. It's going to be Escort. I'm expecting a rush map or potentially a double shield map from the side of Northern Grizzlies. It is their map pick, so they will have the opportunity to choose their fate. Really, the Jokers have to win yet another map, but this time it's going to be their opponent's pick.
Absolutely, so, I think any of those maps are going to work well for Northern Grizzlies. Just depends on what they want to play, what they decided is going to work best into the 6-man dive that the Jokers have brought to the table. I could very easily see them sticking to their double shield, which worked actually perfectly on Eichenwald, and taking Havana as their map pick, or rotating to Dorado and forcing more dives, seeing if they can take it from the Jokers kind of at their own game, beat them at their own game.
Now, as we're waiting for this next map, I do have some BPL news. We have hit the Raid Amaranth community goal of 500,000 channel points. We will be ending this stream, and I believe we'll be immediately raiding Amaranth if they are live. So we're doing it. We're raiding Amaranth. It's happening. We raised enough points, but now we just wait. We're waiting for this third map, so then we can eventually raid Amaranth.
Absolutely. So, a lot of people in the chat, hoping that these next 2 games are going to be 2-0 Drayton. I can feel it. They want that raid.
Yeah, we gotta get to Amaranth immediately. I heard she's doing a hot tub stream today. Yeah, just waiting on this map pick as well. Clearly, there's a lot of different choices they can make. I believe the map pool. Let me take a quick look if I have it somewhere. They can go Dorado, Havana, or Gibraltar. So I don't think we're gonna see Gibraltar. We could see Dorado, but I think Havana is likely the pick here.
Definitely.
Although the Jokers have looked strong on it, they've been able to full hold with their composition. It's gonna be Gib, actually, for some reason. So I guess they want the 6-man. This is where my series against Northern Grizzlies ended as well. So maybe this is the exact same map pool, I'm pretty sure, that we had against the Northern Grizzlies. So maybe it ends differently for the Jokers, but Watch Joint Gibraltar is an interesting map to pick against a team that seems to be kind of one-tricking this 6-man dive.
Absolutely. I think that this is probably actually I have a little bit of a theory here, which is that so the Northern Grizzlies are already running out here with the Ana Mercy. So my thought behind this is you need to be taking high ground on Gibraltar. If you're not taking high ground, you're just not going to win. So from that perspective, it's really difficult for the Moira in particular, as well as I guess in this case they're running a McCree as a counter to dive. That's been something that they've been known to do. If the Reaper isn't providing enough control just from damage alone, they have been known to switch over to the McCree here for more crowd control. But I think what we're going to see here is a battle between, is Freya going to be able to keep the high ground and keep up with his team as they fight along the different high grounds of Gibraltar, or is the Ana Mercy pick or picks, are those going to be the difference makers?
Yep, Camera just going to be setting up this TP and leaving over to the Tracer here, so it's going to be putting pressure on the point while the rest of the team has high ground. Paracelsus and Fungin, they're going to be stuck together at the hip here with those blue and yellow beams going between them. So it's going to be a good opening fight here. At least 14 for Northern Grizzlies. They're taking this high ground. They get the anti off onto Robbie, and that's going to force everybody back to peel for that main tank. But now it's going to be the punish coming out from Trisky. They got a little bit too aggressive there, and it's a nice boop there from Donk to keep that monkey trapped in his fate. And now it's going to be Team Canada. They're going to have to back up here. So they're not going to be able to win this fight without that. And without half their team, actually.
Absolutely, a little bit of an overcommitment there from Trisky, punished by Donk. I gotta say, that was a great catch. Being able to get ahead there and get behind Trisky's as they were trying to escape.
A really well-placed boot, just setting things up perfectly for the rest of the team to collapse in on them. Jokers now, they have to continue. Oh, that's an interesting pulse bomb from Vincent. Not going to try and justify that, but Camera, they're able to get out of there unscathed, and it's going to be Trisky now getting the first kill onto Prawn, but the boop is going to come out. That should be sending Phantasm off the map, and it will. No ledge there at the bottom to save them. It's going to be Funjin falling as well, so now no supports from the Grizzlies if they've just been stuck to this cart for the past couple of seconds, trying to push it closer to that box to get the first cap for the point, but there will be dove upon and punished. Canada will be able to kill Robbie, but for Robbie, it's not going to be enough for the team play.
Donk playing out of his mind here. That's an amazing pick on the Ana, and as we know, environmental kills not resable. That Ana's out of the fight. Another thing to point out here is that the entire time that fight was going on, Northern Grizzlies were still pushing the point. So even though they ended up losing that fight pretty handily, they got the progress that they needed. So now we're looking at one fight territory to get through this first point, and some big ults coming up for Northern Grizzlies.
Yeah, and Camera's going to be putting a lot of constant point pressure onto this team. That's kind of the role of the Tracer. Just be a nuisance, see if you can force people back and set up your team for their dive. But it's going to be this bomb coming in. Paracelsus is going to have to drop quickly, but Trisky's not able to get out of the line of sight of that. The bubble is not able to save them, I believe. Funjin is just immediately shredded down by the opposing team as well. Not sure what happened there. They kind of looked like just stood in front of the enemy team and accepted their fate, but Northern Grizzlies, they have ultimates.
The Joker's taking initiative yet again, not giving the Grizzlies time to set up and the time to prepare dives of their own. They're sitting there, they're waiting, they're ready.
And this is the Joker's team that we were expecting to see, that we didn't see on map 1. Which is why I kind of thought it was risky to go to Jib. Now it's going to be Chicken Nugget got there, able to take down the Duke with Paracelsus. This entire time, it's still Camera on the point. Kron will fall as well. The remake from the Paracelsus will allow them to get this Diva Bomb off into the field, but not going to be able to find any kills with that. Vincent now touching at the final second. It's going to be Freya falling in this fight early, but Funjin will also be falling as well. So now it's just up to the Lucio and the Ana to heal for each side, respectively. Donk will be taken down, though, and that's a big Pulse Bomb stick coming out. Paracelsus able to get some kills as well. And it's looking like Northern Grizzlies will finally be able to take this point, unless Chicken Nugget God is able to kill the entire team in Baby Diva form.
As much as I'd like to see that, I didn't think it was going to happen, and unfortunately it didn't. So yeah, nice fight there from the Northern Grizzlies, not letting the Jokers take that initiative. They're surviving that first engage, coming off the high ground and flipping it on its head.
Yeah, they were really able to execute their plan well there.
See up top, the fight for Shuttle has begun. The control of that high ground is really important as we come through second point for Gibraltar here.
Phantasm is going to be taken down, and you got to wonder if they're going to go to the full mirror now, as Paracelsus and Funjin have already switched. But I think this fight is still winnable. Paracelsus will be taken down the back line, but Donk and Freya have fallen for the Jokers, so they have no supports right now. Donk unable to get that beat off if they wanted to in that fight, sustain their team throughout it. So going to be more progress going the way of the Grizzlies, and they maybe used Phantasm as a bit of a bait and switch there, although I don't think using Rana is the greatest bait. Might have happened. I don't know if that was planned.
That's a part of the game plan sometimes. Trading backlines is an important part of this type of dive, and it seems to have worked out in the North Grizzlies' favor.
Yeah, Trisky and Canada able to get some early kills with their tank ultimates here. Chicken Nugget God trying to get the same value, but won't be able to. So, Donk able to get the kill on the Funjin, and Donk, as we've said this entire game, has been doing quite a lot for their team. Freya now will fall, however, and Donk is falling incredibly low, will be taken down by Canada. Roby and Chicken Nugget God, they're still keeping this fight winnable here, as they do have the spawn advantages. Robbie just needs to stay alive just a little bit longer. Chicken Nugget God, their tank ally, has fallen, but now it's up to Vincent to stall. They might have done enough stalling. Freya will be next to touch, but they're not able to get there in time, probably just giving up on that point. 249 for Northern Grizzlies to cap third.
And this is another one of those moments where the auto pick is making a huge difference. I don't know if you saw that, Drayton, but Phantasm was just sitting way back there on second point, healing his tanks and the rest of his team from a distance, absolutely untouched by the Jokers, whereas Freya has to be up close and personal to keep his team nice and healthy, and that leaves him vulnerable.
They have to be up in this fight, very close. But now it's going to be the dive coming out from the defense of the Jokers. They're getting very aggressive. It's going to be the Diva Bomb in the backline for Canada, not able to find anybody. Tried to find the remake kill on the Freya. Freya is smarter than that. They know they have their ultimate or their fade to get out, but Paracelsus is able to find 2, making this fight all of a sudden winnable for Canada if they want to invest a little bit more into it. Trisky does have their ultimate to fall back on if they get low, but it's looking like the full fallback from Northern Grizzlies here will be coming through. They just want to get their team members back and then go for a full team push.
Absolutely. That early pick on the Ana kind of shut down Northern Grizzlies in their tracks. As soon as that sustained damage came out, the Lucio can't do it all on its own. They had to back out.
Yep, the Diva Bomb from Canada will be, or from Chicken Nugget God is not going to find anybody, but Kron is going to be finding Paracelsus with that ultimate. They had switched over to the Reaper at some point, not entirely sure when, but they're going back more to the full dive, 6-man dive traditional. Although they still have Vincent on the Tracer, but Paracelsus now will be switching to Mirror for the offense.
Interesting to see that late switch, but I do understand they weren't really getting anywhere with the comp that they were running. Oh, and the Reinhardt switch from Trisky here, trying to shift over to a little bit of a brawl and force the Jokers to take the fight on point.
This third point is commonly a place where you can run the Reinhardt on these maps at the very least, but it's already been finding Trisky's already been finding early value as they found 2 in this fight and the DMAC as well. They've been nanoed early as well. Phantasm now will be switching over, but Trisky continues to go off here. They found 3 in this fight. The Diva Bomb able to find another. Canada and Trisky are hard carrying this Northern Grizzlies lineup right now with their tank line. It's just, I don't want to say stiffing the Jokers because Kobe and Chicken Nugget God have been doing great things, but they're doing great. Vincent with the prayer of a pulse bomb into the air. Camera's going to be finding a DMAC here, and Vincent will be taken down as well. So like Northern Grizzlies will be able to push this cart in, barring a miracle here. Braun able to get a kill before they're taken down. Chicken Nugget God might be that miracle, though. The prayer might be answered from that pulse bomb that Vincent threw up earlier. It's going to be Paracelsus is going to be shutting it down, though. That Death Blossom should be enough for the offense to win here. But Robbie comes back in. They're able to get that kill with the pin. It's now just 3v2 here. Kwan needs to stay alive, but they've lost their support in this process. It's going to be at least overtime here. Their defense is able to stall out Vincent trying to stay alive and touching, but they will be taken down eventually. Northern Grizzlies, what started pretty poorly for them, will end up with a full capture here.
Even though we don't have any time left on the clock here, getting a full cap on an escort map is nothing to shake your head at. That's a great accomplishment there for the Northern Grizzlies, especially after that rough trapeze through first point on Gibraltar. Not an easy point to break, but they were able to get that done despite actually losing the majority of the fights that they took. They were able to push that cart, as we said, with a Tracer, kind of causing problems. They were able to get that cart right up to that last fight point and take it through, and it's been a roll ever since.
Yeah, they've been really rolling through these last 2 points, like you said, and they've been making some compositional adjustments here and there, but they've been sticking with their dive comp at least until the very end there, where they went over to the Reinhardt. Now they're gonna be running the double shield on defense. This can be a little bit risky here, as once you lose the high ground, you're not really able to retake it. So it's kind of a high risk, high reward. If you're able to hold on to this high ground well against the dive and sustain, you will be rewarded for it. But I think you'd honestly rather go with the Diva here just to try and prevent the Monkey from diving in, hit him away with the boosters. But if Canada can hit the rocks, it's going to be a worthwhile investment to go with the Sigma for the more poke.
Absolutely. Also looking to Funge in here to provide that crowd control that the Diva would otherwise be providing.
Yeah, it's going to be the TP here. It's going to be actually the Brawl comp coming out with the Symmetra to provide the advantage onto the high ground, but Chicken Nugget got falling very low early. Braun now trying to push through this tank line here. It's going to force the early Immortality field, which is immediately going to be broken up. Canada falling a little bit low. They're going to be forced to retreat, but it's going to be Chicken Nugget God. Their mech will be the first casualty in this fight. Have a chance to get that back, but now it's going to be up to Roby. They have to build up this shatter, but the big flash finds 4, and that's going to be enough to open this fight wide open. The big flash from Paracelsus will let them find 2 kills in Roby and Donk, and Freya will shortly fall afterwards. What a flashbang there.
Absolutely, and a great call for rotation coming out from the Northern Grizzlies. They were just seconds away from getting run over by the Jokers on that high ground, but they were able to pull themselves out and keep themselves alive in that situation, regroup, heal up, come back, and take that fight win.
Yeah, now we see the Jokers going over to the 6-man, which honestly, Rush is kind of, I feel like Rush is better against the double shield. You can kind of just run through the Orisa and the Sigma. They have a lot more value in the long range poke, but Roby's gonna be diving in here early, finding the value that they weren't able to find on the Reinhardt. They're immediately take down camera, and the Immortality Field, of course, as well, will be taken down. Now it's gonna be the high noon Rabbinic Flux combo, but Paracelsus doesn't feel comfortable holding onto it for too much longer. It's gonna be Trisky able to get the kill onto Robbie here, but it's just the cleanup coming out from the Jokers. They're gonna be able to win this team fight, I do believe.
Absolutely, an excellent fight coming in from the Jokers. And, you know, a good compositional change. I was kind of questioning the Rush when we started out here. While it's a good counter in general to, you know, a double shield comp, you can get up in their face and, you know, prevent them from doing what they want to do, which is poke from a distance and just keep you at low health constantly. They took that advantage away, but it wasn't quite enough.
The big stick from Vincent is going to force out the Immortality Field, which will immediately be broken by the Pulse Bomb, and Paracelsus will die, but Chicken Nugget God, they're going to deny the Dragon Strike coming in from camera. The Jokers are going off right now. Chicken Nugget God will finally be D-Max, but camera is getting dove on by Robbie, and that's going to be enough to get them the kill. Robbie will trade their life for it as they came out of that Primal Rage, not having the full HP that they needed. Chicken Nugget God now remeching their building up to that Diva Bomb as well. Kron looking for the TP will be punished by the window. They need to get out of that line of sight to try and set up their Death Blossom, but they were just punished as they were in line of sight of the window when they decided to TP. Paracelsus now going to be getting the D-Mech onto Chicken Nugget. They're actually going to self-destruct here. So like the team is still going to want to fight this, it seems, but Vincent is falling. I'm not even sure which team is on defense here, as the Jokers are in the opposing team spawn, and Robbie will yet again fall. Paracelsus now with his high noon will be taking down Kron with a 3K. That's exactly what they need to open this up and make it 4. They're just going to get the D-Mech and the ultimate coming out, but Vincent somehow dies to the Diva Bomb. That's not what you want to see. Now they're going to be investing into this fight, but Kron has 5 now in it. They're going to take down that Bongo as well, and now Canada D-Mech. They're going to be the last man standing, and Kron just short denied of their 6K, but they'll take the 5K in this point.
Huge blossom from Kron there. And I gotta say, Drayton, things weren't looking the best there for the Jokers, but whoever made that call to re-engage with an aggro beat, their team should be thanking them. That was an excellent call and an excellent play to retake and make sure that they didn't get stuck on that second point with that oppressive high ground held by the Northern Grizzlies on their double shield composition. That could have spelled the end for them.
I would like to point out real quick that before Camera's ultimate was eaten, they attempted to ratio Pluto in the general chat. Mid-game, they attempted the ratio on the Pluto, and immediately they got their ultimate eaten, but the Jokers have just been rolling through this point, and they're going to continue to do so, putting an end to the Northern Grizzlies Canadian Society, as they will be pushing on forward. They have ultimates here. Kron can just barrel stuff them with this Death Blossom here. The beat from Donk as well will be coming online. Vincent with the Pulse Bomb, and Roby, they're just looking very good right here. Oh, the stick.
Massive Pulse Bomb.
And the Death Blossom just going to be wrapping things up here. It's going to be a very quick cap here for the Jokers, and they are dominating here so far.
4 minutes, 29 seconds left for them to push in this overtime trade, and that's an incredible time. 3:29 left on the clock at the end of the round there. And, you know, this is kind of the Jokers I was expecting to see. This is the Jokers that I was playing against yesterday. Making me feel a little bit better about the Soy Boys loss to them in the upper bracket pretty early on. But again, just kind of dominant play, flexible, and something that's interesting that you don't often see from teams at this level is they don't give up when they don't need to. And as we saw again with that beat on that last fight in second point, just an excellent call and great aggression from the Jokers to understand that they needed to take that fight if they were going to get through that second choke cleanly.
Been a tale of two halves, really. The Jokers,
Absolutely.
they've been after they lost the first map, they looked like an entirely different team. Northern Grizzlies, we have seen the 1 minute to like 5 minute time bank advantage not actually end up mattering. So
absolutely, yeah. This map type is notorious for that kind of I guess occurrence. As we see, it's really tough, especially when you get momentum, to push people off the payload and to stop that momentum, that snowballing from happening. It's all going to come down to this first fight here for the Northern Grizzlies.
They can just get the cart rolling and they get the overtime spawns going. They can really find some value here. But the Jokers, they did hold strong on their defense on first point. So Northern Grizzlies, they have an uphill battle to fight for sure. Now they're going to be riding this corner. Oh, the early dive coming in onto the backline, but the anti from Phantasm is not going to be enough to keep them alive as the push just keeps on coming through. They will eventually get rezzed up by Fungin. This comp that is being run by the Northern Grizzlies just isn't able to deal with the heavy amount of rush coming their way from the Jokers, and they're able to get a couple kills there, so they will have a man advantage heading into this last fight, but it's not looking great. They have 10 seconds now. They will finally get the push, but the Jokers are in a good position to come back and recontest the 6.
Absolutely. As the Jokers aren't letting the Northern Grizzlies play slow here. That's what they want to do, not letting it happen. Forcing fights, forcing engages.
Oh, Robbie and Kron, they're able to get 2 picks early, and Robbie finds a 3rd. Vincent has fallen, and so has Fungin, but it's going to really end up mattering if this fight keeps on going the way of the Jokers. It's going to be Canada demeched, and this could be the tournament on the line here for Northern Grizzlies. They're going to have a much bigger battle heading their way if they don't finish this one off strong. The remech not able to find anybody, and Camera not able to find anybody with that stick as well. Canada immediately demeched. They couldn't build up their ultimate in time, and now Kron is free to rain their damage with those Hellfire shotguns in the ultimate. It's going to be Roby able to get the demech onto Canada yet again, and Kron actually going to be taken down. The remech, Chicken Nugget God has fallen. This is an even fight so far, but the spawn advantage favors Northern Grizzlies. Donk is able to take down Fungin, and Donk is on a tear right now. There's no way he clutches this up on his own. Phantasm so incredibly low, and Donk finishes him again. Donk is single-handedly saving this team fight. Freya will be ending things officially, but Donk, the hard carry from the Lucio there. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great ending fight there from the Jokers. And again, especially Donk. I would like to point out again the beat to counter the Nano Tracer that was unleashed into the Joker's backline. That was a really dangerous moment, and had that beat not been there from Donk, I think this we'd still be watching the Northern Grizzlies pushing this payload.
It's looking like the lower finals will be a rematch of Northern Grizzlies versus Sunrise. But it's not over yet. We have seen insane holds before, but a 4.5-minute hold will need to come out for Northern Grizzlies, and I don't think he can run the mirror comp. I think you have to go for a close hold with a Reinhardt, but it's looking like they're going to be going with this. Oh, they're going to be running the double shield here on defense, it looks like.
Telescope's out. I see it. Do you see it?
I can see a little bit of a glimmer. I'm not entirely sure what it is. There might just be a speck of dust on my telescope, but it could be. It could be.
Exactly. See, I'm not entirely sure I see it myself, but I think again, just like last round, this is going to be the tail of the first fight. The first fight, and of course, I sound kind of dumb saying that because the payload has to be pushed such a short distance here, but it's really going to come down to whether or not the Jokers are able to keep that momentum from last round and take this first fight cleanly, or if it's going to get dragged out and they're going to kind of beat their heads against the brick wall, this double shield.
And the double shield is immediately going to get dove upon, but Freya will be the first to fall. Donk is still alive, so that fight is not yet over. Paracelsus is going to be falling very low. Kron going so deep. They haven't really been damaged that much, but as I say that, they're going to be taken down by Fungin, getting themselves in on the action of the bloodthirsty support as they take down 2 here. And they're able to take down Donk as well, but a good first hold coming out here. Northern Grizzlies, they have their foot holding. Is it strong?
Great fight again from Northern Grizzlies. We saw this on their first fight last round, where the Jokers tried to rush onto high ground to take that early fight and push that double shield off of that high ground. But the comp that worked for them last time,
I think Flaws is cutting out a bit, so I'm just going to take over. The double shield still holding strong here. They are going to be now on this final corner. The card doesn't have to move too much further. Roby's going to be hit with that stun, but not going to be punished. Vincent now in the back line trying to get an opening pick to just bust this fight wide open for the Jokers. pressured out a little bit, but they will be falling back right into that same position. And now it's going to be a fight in the server room. The early immortality field, Funge is going to be falling very low, but Vincent able to take down Paracelsus, and this could be the beginning of the end. The Dragons have come out, but they're not able to find anybody. Canada has their Gravitic Flux online in just a second, but it's going to be Kron falling early. The Gravitic Flux is going to be stabilizing the fight here as Camera is able to find a kill onto Vincent, and Canada will also be able to take down Robbie. This hold will stand. Northern Grizzlies, the North is holding strong. Frank is still not here, so I guess I'll continue taking over until I'm told to not. So Northern Grizzlies, they have quite a bit of ults here. They only had to use the 2 there, so they have their ult bank still intact. Paracelsus is going to be coming up on this ultimate. Oh, that's a nasty shot to take down Vincent as the fight begins. That's going to immediately end any sort of hopes here, right? As Paracelsus is going to be popping in the ultimate and taking down Kron. Paracelsus is absolutely on a tear here. They do not want to go into that lower bracket final. They want to end things here for the Jokers. They want to secure themselves a spot in the grand final. They're not trying to play again today unless it's in that grand. Okay, Frank has rejoined the Discord call, but I'm not hearing them, so I'm going to assume that they're still having those same technical difficulties. It's going to be the early window here, and the dive will come through in response for Roby. They have to be saved by that beat. Chicken Nugget God has lost their mech, though. 2 meters remaining, and the stick comes out, but it's not going to be able to find a kill. Canada was able to take them down before they were able to do too much damage, and Kron now getting very aggressive into the back line, but they C9! No, the Jokers win! The Grizzlies, they C9! We truly live in a society.
That's a Joker moment if I've ever seen one.
Oh, that was so winnable for Northern Grizzlies. They were winning the fight.
That was I have no words for that.
Oh,
they had every right to win that fight, and it just slipped away. It's a shame.
Oh my! I can't believe what I've just witnessed. That is not real. Oh my goodness. The Jokers will be moving on. Northern Grizzlies, they will be heading to a lower bracket where they will face a similar opponent. They will face the Sunrise. They send them down there into the lower brackets. Oh my god, I'm so caught up on that C9. There's no way that has happened.
I'm still in disbelief myself. That's such a shame. I feel bad for the Northern Grizzlies team. That was again just basically a one fight. They had that in their hands. They were in control and just stepped a little too far off point.
They stepped off for half a second, and the Jokers, they've secured themselves a spot in the grand finals. They've secured themselves a top 2 finish.
Sorry, I'm trying to get sorry about the audio issues, by the way. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but my microphone was not working. Thankfully, it seems like it's working now. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we know.
Excellent. Fantastic. Let's see.
Northern Grizzlies, they've been sent down to lower finals. Their tournament run is not over. They could come back for the grand finals later today. But for now, it's the Jokers. They've got to be celebrating right now. That was one hell of a map. That was one hell of a match.
Absolutely. Incredible comeback. I mean, the first map was incredibly lopsided. It was all Northern Grizzlies. The Jokers barely making a sound on any fights. And even through the first point of Ilios, it was looking really, really rough for the Jokers, but they were able to take that at match point, turn it around, and run it all the way back for really a true reverse sweep in every sense of the word.
Yep, we do have people waiting to be interviewed. We've got Pluto, Spooky, and Chicken Nugget God, and Donk waiting in the waiting room, so we're just gonna get them in shortly for an interview, but oh my goodness, what a game. How are you guys going after that?
Hello.
I'm pumped.
We live in a society.
It's huge.
Yeah.
That was truly a society moment. I'm so in disbelief over the C9.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we probably weren't gonna win that fight.
I was ready to call that fight was over and it was gonna be Northern Grizzlies winning that fight, and then all of a sudden I see the Jokers win pop up on my screen. I'm like, there's no way that has happened.
Yeah.
What can I say? We beat the Canadians.
Yeah.
True.
Robbie just got him all off with his Primal Rage. He's just goated.
He's built different.
He is so good.
Speaking of built different, Donk, you were hard popping off on the Lucio, getting a lot of kills. Have you played much Lucio before? I know you're usually a main tank. I know you hadn't really played much. You've been mostly playing the main tank. How much practice have you had on the Lucio?
I have not. When I played on console, I was a Lucio one trick. But when I moved to PC, I basically only played tanks. After like a few seasons of playing only Lucio and being really bad. I haven't played Lucio like in ranked at much since like a year or so ago because he's really bad in ranked. So,
True.
Yeah, I used to play a lot of Lucio though, but most of it is comp.
Well, I mean, you look fantastic, Donk. Really dominant performance out there on the Lucio from you.
Thanks.
He's big.
I had a question for you guys. I want to know who made the call to re-engage on your second point attack with that aggro beat to push through, because that was just an incredible decision. It looked like it was kind of in the heat of the moment. I want to know who's responsible for that. Who got you through that second point?
Probably Donk.
It was the Joker, baby. It was the Joker.
It was.
It was where you and Chicken were in the back line, and
Yeah, it was where you guys were in the spawn doors, and I was like calling that. Like, it seemed like the fight was over, and then all of a sudden there's a beat from like the opposing spawn, and then
it was the Joker,
somehow you guys
baby.
win.
I think what happened was, I was with Chicken at their spawn, and we killed the Hanzo, and I saw that
Yes.
Kron had ult, and I'm like, yeah, we win these, and I just like, go. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
But, you know,
The Joker
everything's
called it,
lost to
so.
the vault of time.
Speaking of Kron, he popped off, bro.
Kron is
absolutely,
I think, the best player on our team.
And Vincent.
Yeah.
Oh, both
And
so good.
Vincent.
Yes, our DPS line, correct. They're cracked. They're not here, but they're
Everybody's
cracked.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, we could tell they had great performances there, especially over the last two maps. Let's see. I have another question for you guys. What was running through your minds after that first point on Ilios, where you guys were staring down kind of the barrel of defeat at the hands of Northern Grizzlies at match point? So going into Lighthouse, what was going through your guys' minds? What were the comms like?
The comms were like, the comms just did not exist on Iconwell because I am basically the main shot caller for the team. It's basically me and Tree Guy, but Tree Guy, couldn't, unfortunately had to make it, so we got Chicken to ring again. So when we didn't have comms on Eichenwald, so as soon as I came in, I tried to make it much more of a society voice call, but it was tough.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Actually, so Donk Diff.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Truly.
True. Now my one question is, where was this when we scrimmed you guys? Where was this?
We're the scrim team.
Matches. We have more matches than maps and scrims.
I think we won more maps against you guys in scrims than we won this tournament.
That is correct, probably.
Yeah, we're just not a scrim team. We're a team game.
The real answer
we do not play scrims.
All of our scrims were scuffed because we didn't have either Vincent or Kron.
Or Robbie for the first one.
Or me.
Or Robbie. So we were always missing like pretty important players. I wasn't there for one of them, so I can't attest to how that went.
No.
Probably also not great.
Happy last.
And I'm basically like on the only actual scrim that we had, I'm basically just going through all the possible comps. We play on Ilios and we run 6-man and we went, I'm like, alright, that was pretty good. And then the next map, we're running like fucking Ryan, Sig, Tracer, McCree, Anna, Moira, and we're trying to just find literally anything that works. And and I'm like, all right, let's go 6-man when it comes to game day. And like, we win the map. I'm like, all right, we just don't swap.
Yeah, because I remember
looking for the right comp.
I remember the Ryan Arista comp that you guys pulled out on Havana so many times that just never worked, and I was so confused.
I don't know why we played that one.
We had 2 main tanks. We have 4 main tanks on the team.
Yeah, I get that.
It's
But,
MTD.
I'm an off tank, and I kind of main tanked it for a lot of people in this tournament. So you
yeah?
don't need that many main.
No, we do. There's a reason why
the
we're
more
in
main
grand
tanks, the
finals.
better.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah. But you need at least like 2 really good DPS. Then you can have a ton of main tanks.
True.
Yeah. That's the reason why MTD didn't do very well.
True. All right. Well, we got to head to break. We've got the lower
Can I say
bracket
one thing?
Go ahead.
So I don't know if you know me, the chicken nugget god.
I do.
I've been screwed out of a lot of games through the ringers. I don't want to say any names, but being on this team, ringing for them, it feels I am the Joker. This is my arc. I'm glad to have, sent people to losers. It feels good. It feels really good to be on the other side of this.
From the anti-ringer to the peak ringer status.
I became the thing I hated the most.
The Joker, baby.
That was all you had to do to win. You just needed to find a team that was pretty decent, and then you just gotta join that team.
We truly live in a society.
I mean, there's been a lot of ringer teams making it. We made it to top 4. You guys made it to top 2 at the very least. So, the ringer system might be. I'm not gonna say anything about the ringer system. That's why it might be why we got to top 4. But
all I'm saying
ringer
is,
system is the ringer system.
if Tree Guy doesn't want to make it to grand finals, I wouldn't be too upset.
Yeah.
But that's it, baby. I'm the Joker.
Yeah. We are the Joker.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck in grand finals. Solomon is losing his mind over me not sending us to break, so I will send us to break. When we come back, losers finals. Congrats to the Jokers for turning things around and making it to the grand finals. Undefeated so far. Will they make it through the perfect tournament arc? I'm not sure, but we will see you guys after this break.
Is gold. Welcome to the BPL World Cup.
Oh my god, it's a fire game impersonated with a pulse bomb!
But Sage is hot mustard, and all of a sudden this is anybody's fight. Drip timbers are still in it.
Massive pulse bomb from Sage! What is that? Sage clutching it up!
Cynic's holding onto the barrage, gets 3! Cynic from behind with 3 with a huge barrage, taking a crazy off angle once again. There's a lot of ults, there's a lot of colors, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be a massive high noon from Yancha.
But Signet hits another massive shatter. Oh my lord. He's so good. He's just so good.
A pretty big flux. The trance is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs.
Oh my god! Wings, they got some winged missiles as well. They got grab coming in, will land perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of damage.
That's a 4K in that Nitro Drive. Absolutely insane. Pomku with the 6K.
in the backpack. They ask where the gas at. Smoking on your homie pack. On the blood like past that. Ain't no love like past that. I get cash like NASDAQ. You get just on cash app. I'ma go call like Diddy. You a cartoon like Mickey. My smile we so tricky. You get nothing with me. You get me this blingy. You get put out 6 feet. Yeah, we run the city. Yeah, we run the city. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. I'm a rebel. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. I'm a rebel. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. I'm a rebel. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. Hey.
Alright, they're all low. Let's finish them off. I'm gonna cut. Soldiers are scoring. Nice. Sorry. Why is it taking so long? Kill Zarya. Teabag Nemo. Get him. Easy. Good job, guys. Easy.
I'm in.
What the fuck are you?
Ayo, what's up, fucker?
What the fuck are you doing here?
I'm the ExpressVPN maid fairy, and your data is not encrypted, which means your files can be seen by anyone.
No, my replay codes.
Fear not. With the power of ExpressVPN, you are able to safely browse the internet and share files.
That sounds like it would cost a fortune.
No, you stupid bitch. If you use this link, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee and 3 months for free.
Wow, what a deal. Thanks, ExpressVPN Fairy.
I'm always here to help.
Hello and welcome to the last 2 matches of the BPL B League World Cup. we're starting off with the losers finals between Sunrise and Northern Grizzlies. We just saw Northern Grizzlies fall down in a really tight game with the Jokers in, of course, the winners finals, and now they're fighting for their tournament lives here and trying to get a rematch with the Jokers into the grand finals. Of course, we also have Sunrise have made a bit of a losers bracket run, but we'll have to see if it's going to be coming to an end or if they can turn around and beat the team that actually sent them into the losers finals in the first place. Both these teams have a storied history and a storied past. Both these teams are elite, and we're gonna see which one of them comes out on top and moves on to face the Jokers in the grand finals. I am K-Wing, and I am here with Salsa. Salsa, how are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. And I'm excited to see this rematch. I had to get ready for the last cast we did, so I didn't actually get to see this whole match. But we saw them play in match 10 in winter semis, the second game down there, and it was an incredibly tight game. That Sunrise just barely lost. And now we get to that rematch where in this losers bracket, it's now an elimination match, even more pressure on both of these teams. And it's going to be such a great match. This could be even better than the grand finals, I'll be honest with you. I think these rosters have a lot to bring forward, and I think it just the fact that they've played already, they know what each team wants to do. It's going to be do they do anything different between each day to prepare, or are they just going to see what they've learned from playing them last and just try to beat them out that way?
Yeah, so the last match they had, it was actually a reverse sweep with Sunrise taking the first map on Dorado, and then Volskaya Industries and Nepal went to the Northern Grizzlies. So an impressive turn from the Northern Grizzlies, of course. But we'll have to see if Sunrise can turn it around and do something else. We are in, of course, still first 2-2 in this match, and so of course first to 2 wins and goes on to the finals against the Jokers. So we were talking about rosters, and we're gonna take a look at all these people pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think really it's going to be, can we take a look at EU? Because Canada only has 6 players. We see their 6. We know what they're doing. So it's going to be really what can the Sunrise players do? What kind of combinations do they want to try to put in to make this work? We saw, we know that their tank line generally tends to be Waifu and Pirate Spy. We've seen a kind of a mix of a back line involving involving Rain, Missy, and I believe Ippy, and then the rest of the players, T, Rise, Flappy, have all been kind of that DPS core, and they've been working really well. Flappy's kind of been their primary kind of player that's just as they rotate out T and Rise, and they've been playing really well together. It's what got them past Maize earlier today. It got them past Pachafornia in their first match in losers. And it was what made the match against Northern Grizzlies so close last time. So I think it'll be interesting to see what they want to bring to the table here. If they want to bring some different compositions, like different options to counter Canada more, or if they just kind of want to go with the same strategies, just do it better.
Yeah,
I think that is going to be the plan. It looks like the first map is going to be Eichenwald, but I'm not. I'm waiting for some confirmation on that.
I do believe it is going to be Eichenwald. Of course, Eichenwald, pretty interesting. I think you can run a lot of different compositions. So what do you expect to see from these two teams?
I mean, I think you're going to see Sunrise on some type of rush comp. I think that's where Sunrise is really good at. I'm not too sure about Northern Grizzlies. I think they can. That's where you might see some more variance. I think that they probably do actually also kind of mirror that rush. I don't think they want to really pivot towards dive too much on Icon, at least first point. I could see it more on 6-second point. But obviously, you don't really necessarily want to just swap your compositions for that one point. But Northern Grizzlies did win Eichenwald against the Jokers earlier, so I think they still want to keep that keep what they've been doing successfully going and just come play what they were playing earlier, and just beat Sunrise out that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that sometimes it's just playing your own game, regardless of what the enemy's doing. If you can just play your own game, sometimes that's just enough. And we'll have to see if it is enough, or we'll have to see some sort of adaptation from these two teams. And I think we're gonna have a really awesome match. I'm excited for it, and I don't think there's any better way to end out the BPL B League World Cup. We have 3 teams left. Of course, we started off with so many. We started off with...
we're 1/3 left. We have 9. Oh, 10?
Yeah. We started off with 10.
No, 9.
No, 9. You're right. We have... we've gotten rid of 6 teams. I can't count. But, already we're starting off and rolling out some interesting compositional differences from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Sunrise is playing kind of that rush composition you see. Rise on the sim on defense, which I think is a little interesting on Eichenwald at least. But Northern Grizzlies also kind of playing in a variation of that rush composition. They don't really want to play the diva that you kind of usually see. You're seeing the Sigma there, which I think is a good selection. I think it's just different variations of the same composition, and that's exactly what we kind of thought would happen. So I think this will be really nice to see as we get things started here.
Yeah, rolling out already. The Mei McCree is definitely a popular DPS duo. The Sim Mei, not exactly as popular like you said, but already Periclesis is going to go down to Waifu. Waifu is just cleaving through the members of Northern Grizzlies, getting all the kills, and an early fight win for Sunrise off of a really aggressive push.
Absolutely, incredibly fast. Really didn't let Northern Grizzlies get any resources out and used early. I mean, nothing really doing for them. And the only good thing I guess is he's made Ippy use Immortality Field, and that's probably coming online in just a minute, so it's not really that big.
Oh, Waifu goes down a little bit too aggressive there from Sunrise, as maybe just not supported by the rest of the team. And there's the pincer coming out from Northern Grizzlies. Missy gets caught out by the other side of it, a little bit on the flank. Peace Spy coming in, of course, Pirates by their star diva for Sunrise, but Trisky cleaves through them nonetheless, and a triple kill for them. Impressive work.
Yeah, I mean, and that will seal up second point, and I mean, unfortunately, it was just really kind of a lopsided fight. Forced 2 ultimates out of Sunrise, but didn't really do a whole lot because you already had Waifu and Missy go down. So it's unfortunate now that tempo is just all in the favor of Northern Grizzlies. They have all these ultimates they're ready to use.
The Shatter comes out.
The Shatter doesn't get anyone though. That's the problem. Yeah, that's just another kind of waste, just trying to get a little bit of space, but it doesn't do a whole lot. And you're usually just trying to play for this staircase that the cart keeps moving.
Here's the Shatter. Does it stun Flappy out of the Blizzard? It does not. The Blizzard does come out nonetheless, and when you're stuck in a hallway like this, it's going to be tough to survive it. Trisky finds themselves in the way of the Blizzard, but the pushback comes right in, and thanks to that Immortality Amplification Matrix, it is immediately bursted down for the Grizzlies, and the cart keeps on rolling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is definitely a solid fight win, though I think there was a bit of an overcommitment of some of your resources. I mean, Immortality Field had to get used. That was just a straight up forced to deal with the freeze. But you used both your support ultimates and the freeze, and now you're using the rest of your ultimates right now just to try to win this fight, and nothing happens with it. It just doesn't work. Periclesis goes down, so does Trixie, and this looks to be a lost fight.
Yeah, absolutely. There's really just not much else to say about it. The Sigma is just going to get tracked down and killed there, as Ippy will fall, but it'll be pennies to what Northern Grizzlies has lost.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of ideal. You finally stop the bleeding, and now you have this temp. Like, you can pick up with your ultimates, at least a little bit, and try to make a solid defense on this bridge, which is definitely the hardest part of capping Eichenwald B. This bridge is just really brutal, and these ultimates will definitely make this capping it much harder. Teleport comes in, walls used, and just kind of cutting off all of Northern Grizzlies, some of their resources. They get all five, all back to back. You get a repack kill onto Trixie, and Bunjin just gets off of the map, and it's a team wipe. Just really good engagement from Sunrise, and nice clock burned, and keeps this point in their control.
Absolutely. This next fight rolling out is you have the shatter from Trisky, you have that high noon, 2 people getting stunned by that, and Missy poops up Parasclesis. That's absolutely crucial. You're not going to be charging any more ult. The blizzard from Flappy is just going to freeze everyone, and down they go.
Now, yeah, back-to-back gongs of team kills. And I mean, you only used the blizzard, and you're going to have both your support ults right now, which can help counter some of the ultimates online for the Grizzlies. This is, once again, just a really solid fight win, and burns even more critical clock now off of what Northern Grizzlies has from their point A just roll through.
Absolutely. Here comes the high noon. It does find Rise, which is gonna be important. Peace by falls to the charge, and a really good engage coming out from Northern Grizzlies. Parasclesis actually loses the duel to Missy. Will get taken down eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that they still have probably one good recontest going through these doors before this cart reaches point A, or point B, excuse me. And that is just down to the difficulty with this point of trying to cap it with where the cart was.
Shatter from Trisky. 4 people on the ground, but there's no picks coming out from it. I think thanks to Missy's beat, but the damage is done, and Canada's ult will find a few, and the run through keeps going. Northern Grizzlies, they had a little bit of a pit stop, but they are rolling hard now.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 minutes 30 to get through the rest of C. Definitely like stoppable if you have Sunrise, but it's definitely something good if you're Canada, getting that extra, having that minute on the clock lets you potentially finish with time and force Sunrise to complete the map.
Absolutely, Camera has the Deadeye. We saw it broke open a fight last time they used it, so we'll have to see if it can do the same thing. Saw the flashbang coming out, saw the defense matrix as well from PSPY. There's the shatter, finds 2 on the ground. Waifu and Flappy both going down. The immortality field has to keep them up. There's the damage coming in on Peace By, thanks to the high noon and the charge from Trisker. There's the kill onto PSPY. No tanks left for Sunrise, and Northern Grizzlies is not done. They're going to keep taking the space. Gets the kill onto the Lucio, and still hungry for more. The Baptiste will fall shortly after. This blizzard from Flappy will stall out the point for a little bit, but it'll be pennies compared to what they need, and they need a miracle now, and I don't know if they're gonna get it. They're still going. The test is still coming. The Tracer just trying to get any picks. Flappy gets the pick onto Canada, which could be the start of a big turnaround. Trisky, Camera, and Phantasm both find picks. The beat comes out just to keep the members of Northern Grizzlies up. Canada switches to the Wrecking Ball just to get back to the point faster and try and help out their team, but will they even need it at this point? Waifu, seemingly the last bastion of defense. The beat comes out from Missy just to try and keep these people up and alive, and the stall still coming out. Incredible play so far from Sunrise to get these players down from over a minute. That way they will have an attack if they can finish, but that is still an if. Here comes the high noon. It takes down Ippy, and it's still going. This stall has been going on for so long that I'm running out of breath.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so brutal, but the stall comes in, it's still going on. There's the stall. It finally ends with 29 seconds left on the clock, and Sunrise burns about a minute whole entirely off this clock and allows allows them to open up the door to potentially stabilize, even if they have to finish with no time on the clock. I mean, ideally, obviously, you wanted to finish with forcing OT, because then you could finish with time and just stop the Grizzlies from even getting to re-attack. But just getting to the first kind of step in that checklist is always a good thing. And now it comes to their attack, and I think we saw some nice play, at least on B, but the other 2 points just kind of fell apart for them. And they want to go with the same composition. And I think the teleport's actually going to be kind of nice to play around this double shield composition. The Orisa is going to be a lot more stationary than you would see for a Reinhardt. So getting just to completely dodge where the Orisa is stationed can be very useful to try to apply a lot of point pressure early. But it looks like they're just going to take up the position on the point. They're maybe going to hold the first choke. So trying to, I guess, preemptively kind of stop what the Symmetra wants to do, which is probably the proper play.
Yeah, it'll be really tough for Sunrise to really get up there because you have these long sight lines for this bunker comp. So we'll have to see no real pressure coming in on early, and still they're gonna just push in and wait for this bunker to come in. And there it is. There's a teleport right to the bottom just to skip that long sight line. And now they're going to come in with the rush. Here comes the drop down, a little bit less coordinated than you might have wanted it to be, but it's still find out waifu, and there's still more. There's the trade though for Trisky. That's a big pick from Peaceby. Ippy goes down, so will Rise, and Camera is finding these picks wholesale and just cleaving through Sunrise and just really stopping this attack in its tracks.
Yeah, Parasite probably going to get staggered here. No, does not. But I mean, Northern Grizzlies did just enough. Both of their tanks went down, so they can stall the fight out long enough for them to get back for this extra defense. And that's exactly what you wanted. You didn't want to really send out your Lucio just to go pick them up and shuttle them back to the point. You wouldn't have then your Lucio really ready and in position.
Yep, and here comes the teleport coming back again, rushing in. You can't really do a lot for the bunker. You just have to run away. A lot of damage comes in. Camera's ult finds Missy, and now you don't have the mobility that you would really want to have for this rush composition, and now you're trapped in this building. The only good thing is that you have this high ground advantage, but what are you going to do with it? Your Reinhardt can't really take advantage of it, and they need to rush down to the low ground. The amplification matrix is going to be used, but it will not be working out. It won't work out well for them. Here comes the bomb from Peaceby, throwing it in. Nothing found from it, and a lot of ults being used on a fight where you're down at this point. Eventually Lucio will come back, but a lot of ults being used, maybe for a fight that seems lost, but Sunrise are determined to take it and come back with it. There's the shatter. It finds 3 on the ground, and Sunrise turn that original pick into a fight win, barely holding on.
Yeah, I mean, really just barely holding on. It was so difficult for them because they basically, whenever they teleported in onto that high ground, they basically swapped positions with Northern Grizzlies. Northern Grizzlies was attacking, Sunrise was defending, and we know that Sunrise was not the best on their point A defense. So, and they have to force their own re-engagement, and they're just not in the position to do that. But they can manage just to squeak it out over time and get this cart rolling. 3 minutes 30 on the clock.
Oh, Missy gets picked out again. That's been really unfortunate. Missy has just been getting caught out on this Lucio time and time again, and really, really unfortunate there. You cannot lose this Lucio that early. It's so important for that mobility.
Yeah, I mean, you do not. Lucio is just so critical, especially for this kind of composition. And to lose Lucio so early means you don't have the speed, you can't get in. And you can't force out any of these other players and these resources that you want to see gone, like this wall, this ice block. Blizzard comes in, gets 3, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a big Blizzard. Gets Ippy, but they're not able to. They are able to confirm the kill, actually. And Grizzlies still holding on, just still putting a stop to Sunrise. They have to fight for every inch of territory.
Certainly. I mean, you see like just Grizzlies being able to hold their position really well and not really bend to this Symmetra trying to get into their backline, and just they just know how to rotate around it, and that means Sunrise can't maintain cart position, nor can they force Northern Grizzlies out of position, and it's just really desperate just to try to find these fight wins.
Yeah, the teleport tries to come out, but it is immediately destroyed. Here comes the Gravitic Flux. It'll find 2 into the air. The D.Va, only one really affected by it, using the ult just to try and get the remake in, and no picks from it, but 3 from the Shatter, and there's Phantasm going down. Bungeon will find a pick, but immediately get taken out for it. And a good dodge of the charge there by the Hanzo camera. And whoa, he's trying to spin to win, but you're not a wrecking ball, you fool.
Yeah, at that point, I think you gotta go for it and just you just have to go swing the hammer once. You're dead either way, especially without somebody like an Ana just to shoot you from afar and heal you up.
There's the Blizzard. Here comes the ult from camera. We'll have to see if it can get any kills. Perisclesis will go down first. Here comes the beat from both sides. Although Perisclesis goes down first, but that's a big hit from Waifu. 3 people going into the Eichenwald pit there. Both Baptistas are down. Missy, the only healer on the entirety of the round, and Hanzo doing some backflips.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of ideal when you are on the Eichenwald bridge. Just, I'm gonna swing my hammer, and then 3 of you happen to fall, and I get all my ult charge and I have Shatter again. It's that simple. And now, I mean, Sunrise is in a similar position at Northern Grizzlies, where they have a ton of their resources. Northern Grizzlies has, they probably will get their window. They definitely will get their flux. They'll use it right now. And they'll get this Blizzard, and this could be enough. But Paracelsus goes down.
Waifu Shatter gets just complete numbers, and the Sunrise are still rolling through. Are they even going to get a contest? It's going to be tough.
They absolutely will, but it won't be a good one. It'll be just about the same that Sunrise was doing to Northern Grizzlies earlier. Just a very brutal, just stagger in and try to hold this.
Blizzard comes out, finds no freezes, but Northern Grizzlies are actually starting to turn this around. They've got 2 picks, and they're going to start to get more. They've turned this sloppy recontest that they had to put together with almost no time left into a really sick contest. But PSPY, Pirate Spy, trying to keep this going, even losing the Baptiste, still fighting admirably. Still going, trying to keep this alive, using both supports. They're not going to be able to sustain for much longer, and Northern Grizzlies have all the time in the world, all the respawns in the world that they could ever want.
Absolutely. I mean, all you have is this, I was going to say this beat, but now you probably also get this wall from Rise, but that's it. And Northern Grizzlies have just about all the ultimates you could want in the world, except maybe their window. This is ideal. 45 seconds on the clock, and you have to at least complete this map. You're not going to finish with more time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is do or die time for Sunrise. They need to get this into extra rounds. We have to have something big. These Shatter from Trisky finds 1 on the ground. PSPY, P-Spy, still alive, gets the beat. Oh, but still gets demeched though. Gets demeched immediately with the beat. And still damage coming in. We'll have to see who gets the first pick. It's Canada. Canada gets the first pick. This could be the turnaround that they were looking for. This could be the first map. Both Reinhardt's finding a charge kill, but Waifu goes down. Bungeon as well going to fall. Rise gets hit by the Blizzard, gets frozen up, and it looks like Canada, using this Blizzard, using the cold that they know so well, are going to come out just barely on top. Few more staggerers left in from Sunrise, but that's going to be it. That's it for Northern Grizzlies, and they're done here. They get that first map win, and like we said, first to 2, so now it's match point for them.
Absolutely. Canada absolutely wants this to rematch against the Jokers. Very well played by Sunrise, just could not find it in the end. Did not have the tempo like that bruised resource that they really need to beat out Northern Grizzlies. just in those last couple moments. And now you go to your map selection. You have Control next, and we know that Sunrise really likes this map called Nepal, but they know what happened the last time. I don't know if they want to go back there. They might want to try one of the other Control maps, maybe to not go out in the same way they did last time. But I think it's definitely worth considering. I think that Nepal's probably their best Control map, and they have to play to their strengths right now. You can't really necessarily always play to your opponent's weaknesses.
Absolutely. For context, of course, in the original map, you had Nepal. That was the last map, and Northern Grizzlies won it. That was how they completed their reverse sweep. And now, if they go to Nepal, it could be how Northern Grizzlies completes the 2-0, or it could be a turnaround. It could be how Sunrise starts their reverse sweep, because they need the reverse sweep. They need to win both on their map pick and on Northern Grizzlies' map pick. If there's a map 3, it's going to be Northern Grizzlies' pick.
Absolutely. I mean, that is kind of the disadvantage of falling so early, is that you do not get you have to play on your opponent's counter pick in that final critical game. And for the record, Sunrise has actually played Nepal in every single one of their matches. They're currently 4-1 on it, or not 4-1, 3-1. This, if they win today, it'll be 4-1. But they beat they beat Latin America, Capybaras, and then they lost to Northern Grizzlies in their winner semis match, and then beat Pachafornia on it to take the series 2-1 in losers quarters, and then earlier today beat Maize with it on in their loser semis match. So they are 3-1, and that means I think they are almost certainly going to go to Nepal here today.
Yeah, they are not one to break with tradition, and they are going to be going to Nepal. This could be Salsa, their last map in the BPL World Cup. They're making it Nepal. They are not breaking with the tradition. They're going to try and win Nepal. The map that they lost against Northern Grizzlies, they're trying to turn around. They're trying to, they know sort of the strategies that Northern Grizzlies are going to run, but Sunrise has done Nepal so much that I think every team in the league must know their strategies on Nepal at this point.
Almost certainly, but I mean, they're very good at it. They wouldn't be 3-1 without it. The problem is that one loss to this very team that they're playing, so they have to take it. They have to make a step up here, otherwise they are on a one-way ticket to third place.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, at a disadvantage here because they have to win those 2 maps in a row. Next map, if it happens, will be Northern Grizzlies' pick. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Nepal, what sort of compositions do we expect? I mean, we've seen Sunrise so much on Nepal, but what about Northern Grizzlies? What do we expect from them?
I mean, I think, if I recall correctly, Northern Grizzlies actually also played the Rush, at least on Sanctum when they lost. I did get to see that last little part of the map the last time they played. But I think it's still going to be a rush kind of duel. And Northern Grizzlies seem to have a little bit of the edge there. Just barely, though, so I think it's still possible for Sunrise to take this map, obviously. And I think a big part of that will be the substitutions that Sunrise can make in response to Northern Grizzlies. They have 2 players that they can substitute, and they have a roster of 8. Northern Grizzlies do not have any backup players. So we will see if they made any swaps. They've swapped out Ippy for Rain, and that is it.
That is the only change.
Yeah, this will be the composition that is the potential make or break, win or go home, and it is a kind of it's Northern Grizzlies is playing this kind of stay on the point composition, which is pretty good. On Sanctum, in the meantime, Sunrise is playing this kind of more of a similar, closer to a dive composition, just trying to get in the back line of whatever Northern Grizzlies is trying to do. Camera swaps to the Sin just to teleport everyone forward, swaps back to the Hanzo to get some picks later. Hacks the main pack in this opening fight, and they have really solid control of it. Waifu goes down really early.
Yeah, Waifu going down early is not good for this sort of semi-6-man comp. Rain on the Moira is, I think, the only sort of variation from the 6-man comp that we all know and tolerate, but it looks like it's getting torn through by the bunker comp. Sunrise not really able to close the distance without their Winston.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's just a nice sight win for Northern Grizzlies, and now Sunrise has to really try to bulk up their resources, because it's still going to be a pretty dry fight. The only ultimate that can come online in any meaningful sense is Fantasy. So you need to kind of get that quickly. Rain going down really early, though, that's just really brutal, and it's going to set this back by a lot.
Yeah, they're just going to have to wait for Rain to respawn. Thankfully, that won't be too long, I don't think, but now it's just even tougher because Grizzlies have this time to charge up more of their ults close to Camera's Dragon Strike, and we've seen the power that he can put into that. And now going into this sort of side room, they're a bit split up. I think they were confused a bit on the rotation there. There's the manual hack onto Phantasm. The Immortality Field will not be coming out there for a little bit, but they're not getting the push in. Here comes the Amplification Matrix out from Phantasm. The point, there is pressure coming out from Sunrise, but with so much pressure coming out from the Immortality Field, you can't really wait for the point to come in. Pericles is there. There comes the wall. Uh-oh, gonna have trouble for Waifu. There comes the Dragon Strike as well, trying to just trap the members of Sunrise in. It does get a bit of damage, I think. Is going to find themselves in Camera's sights for that first pick. PSPY goes down, and that's the point does flip to Sunrise, but it'll be a quick retake for Grizzlies because they're just right there again.
Absolutely, but I mean, just even getting any progress on this point is better than nothing, and they can stagger in for a little bit to try to get a bit more progress and hold off the flip for now. And now, honestly, this fight, which might have been if you just stopped and didn't even kind of try to re-engage, you might have been at like 85%. You ended at 71, and you have enough time to regroup and get in there for one solid fight. Unfortunately, here comes it's a lot of resources for both teams, and Northern Grizzlies are in pole position here. This EMP has to be huge. It is, gets 4.
Close. But the beat comes in. Missy gets a boop kill and a regular kill. Missy just popping off, doing incredible. But Funjin gets 2, and this could be the start of the turnaround for Northern Grizzlies. But
no, that'll be it.
Ready. They're ready. They're just shutting it down. That's not happening.
3 ultimates in for Grizzlies, 3 ultimates in for Sunrise, maybe even 4. I'm not sure if Rain actually had the use the coalescence. But I mean, you have to avoid getting hit with this flux. You have to avoid getting hit with this dragon. They will be both killers if you get struck by them.
Aggressive beat comes in.
Yeah, the beat comes in early, so you don't even get that. Here comes the dragon. Bomb has to come in, but it gets 2.
PSPY.
Camera goes down, so the nice trade there, but he's still down 4-5. And Misty has to get to this point as soon as possible. Have to stay alive. Waifu uses the Primal Rage just to stabilize, but Rain's already down, and this is not good at all.
Absolutely not. Just really not good for the members of Grizzlies.
Certainly,
still staggering on though.
I don't even agree with
Canada goes good. Canada goes away. Missy has that boop. Peacefied gets the flip over, but it might not be enough. Missy is trying to keep this alive. Both the supports on the point. There's a supercharger, but I don't think Missy's gonna be able to stay alive for much longer. Fungin goes down, but this could be actually something. The contest is coming back in for Sunrise, and Rain gets the kill with the coalescence. This is actually going in the favor of Sunrise.
Absolutely. I mean, I was gonna say they have enough time just to maybe get everyone back to the point and recontest. But they can't. Oh my God! They almost C9'd. They almost C9'd. Oh no, dude. Oh, that would have been fucking. Excuse me. That would have been terrible. like no. Okay, after the fight, last fight situation, and Immortality Field down for Grizzlies. They have to be good here.
Oh gosh, we're both like hyped up from that, just completely scared. There's the first pick, Peace Pie getting that pick. There's that first pick. Both these teams getting a few picks. It is 99-99 now. Overtime wick burning now for Sunrise, but all the picks are going the way of the Northern Grizzlies. Here comes the beat from Missy. It gets two people. Flappy going to fall. Peace Pie trying to get something going. Will it be enough? It will have the Maywall come out to block it. Just trying something, desperately trying to get something, anything going. Waifu gets Phantasm, and Trisky goes down. The overtime wick burning, and
They don't touch! They don't touch! It's a back-to-back like C9. Oh no!
No! I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Crazy
All right. See you later. I don't need to see any more of this game.
I need to take a lap.
Oh no! I didn't. Can we delete like the second half of that round just so I don't have to see it? Like we can still give the point to Sunrise. Just I didn't really want to see that anymore.
Yeah, can we have some technical difficulties for the last half of that? Some retroactive
Yeah, I really
technical
hope so
difficulties.
because that was disgusting, and I mean you're gonna see the standard rush from Sunrise. Grizzlies gonna go at this dive composition. I think they're about as boomed as I am looking at this game. I won't lie.
All right, rolling out in the fight. There's the engage coming in from both these teams. You have the dive, sort of 6-man composition coming in from Northern Grizzlies, but Paracelsus going down first. There's the DMAC as well, and Sunrise are coming in. They are determined to take this map, and it looks like they're going to take the point first after a retake from Grizzlies. Retreat.
Yeah, I mean, Sunrise do get this first point. They do a wholesale composition swap.
Ooh.
Onto the mirror here, basically. We have Flappy is on McCree, and Paracelsus is on May, which I think the May probably is maybe a little bit more effective here. But I think it's still a nice composition switch early on. Only 20% given up for this, and you can re-contest really quickly. Wall comes out, blocks off a bunch of Sunrise. They have to rotate around, and
here comes Flappy, has the Deadeye, just zoning away this point. Really good already there. As Paracelsus is the first to fall, Rain gets that pick. Waifu has the shatter, throws it in. It's a 5-man! It's a 5-man, and everyone on the ground for Northern Grizzlies. No one's there to save them. Can't save you now, and they're going to have a big reset.
Absolutely. I mean, Waifu's down, but you can just send Missy to go cart Waifu back to the point before Northern Grizzlies can all respawn, and that's exactly what you want. And now you have all the time in the world to get this point back under your full control, and Northern Grizzlies have to make something happen. They do have a lot of resources. They have this wall. They have their 2 supporter ones. They have this shadow. This could be big if they put it in the right spot.
The aggressive beat. Waifu already going to follow Paracelsus. Will make sure of it. And whatever you do, you cannot stand the wrath of the Northern Grizzlies. Sunrise going to try. Here comes the bomb. Oh, the shot! It gets stunned out by Flappy. What an amazing flashbang. Just perfectly timed, taking it down, stunning them out of the ult. But it might not be enough for the members of Sunrise, but they're still doing so well here. Both divas are DMAC'd. It's a brawl on the point. There's the amplification matrix for Phantasm. Is it enough? Rise going down, gets picked on the way down. Rain goes down to the Blizzard before they can use the amplification matrix. That's a huge ult to lose, but the point flips over to Northern Grizzlies 99-0.
Yeah, I mean 99-0. Getting the flip is not that bad of an option there. You might get beat quickly. It depends on how you engage. You already have this Deadeye. You have this Shatter, and I think this could be really key if they can get it before use it effectively before Fungion gets this beat off to kind of stabilize during the Shatter here.
Here
Deadeye comes out, gets walled.
Is it gonna be enough? Oh, the tap! Flappy, just incredible, insane stuff coming out from Flappy here. There's the bomb. It does get Missy. Here's Waifu's Shatter. It just gets a kill on its own. No hammer swinging necessary. And it looks like Peace Pie will get some kills to end it off, will go down, but there's only a few more people left here to eat who could even get onto this point. The Rhine is going to be one of them. How long will they last? Here comes the Wrecking Ball, trying to spin to win to keep Northern Grizzlies alive in this map, trying not to let it be equalized. Canada gets the kill onto Waifu. Will it be enough? Will it be the start of a huge turnaround for Northern Grizzlies? They're going to need a miracle. The pick on Waifu was big, but will it be enough? Paracelsus going down. Here comes Fungin. Has the ult. Will they be able to use it? Here comes the beat. Oh, it doesn't get Trisky. It only gets one. 4 people in the shadow. Will there be any follow-up, though? I don't think there will be. And it looks like Peace Spy will get that first final pick after Fungin falls, and Sunrise equalize quite well.
I mean, what a map. Like, just such a heads-up play from the DPS to know how to, okay, teleport on. I'm not getting anything with this wall, but I'll teleport on to this side, get both of the supports that are unprotected, and that sets up this amazing fight win to take over this second part of this map, and they now get to equalize. That's 1-1. Northern Grizzlies get map pick going to Escort for everything. If you lose, go home, you're at third. Win, and you have a shot at you have a Dayton Grand Finals with the Jokers for first place potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot on the line with this map choice. There's one you have. This is the map. This is the map, just singularly. This is the map that you need to win. There's just no other way, no two ways around it. Up, down, left, right, center. You have to win this if you want your turn. If you want to keep your tournament hopes alive. If you want to have even a chance at first place at the championship, you got to win. It's simple. It's all you got to do. Win.
Absolutely. I mean, it's moments like these that can help you stake your place into getting into A-League for season 3. It's these kinds of moments, and this kind of play is just really solid from both of these teams, and it'll all come down to one final map. I think we're still waiting for the map to be selected, but I mean, I'm trying to look at what some of the things that Grizzlies might have already played. I think they've only actually played 2 Escort maps, and they've lost both of them, if I'm reading this correctly. Let me double check.
It'll be tough. There hasn't been a lot of Escort.
No, they played. So in their first match, they played Gibraltar and won, and then they lost Dorado against Sunrise the first time they played, and then have lost Gibraltar to the Jokers in winners finals. So it'll be and I think the only other map is Havana. I believe Havana's our third Escort map, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it might be worth maybe trying to go to Gibraltar. I don't think they're going to want to obviously go back to Dorado, and I don't think Havana is actually what Northern Grizzlies want to play, at least in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of the Escort maps, I think, are sniper havens. There's a lot of these really long sight lines. You're talking about stuff like Havana, like I'm completely blanking on the other Escort maps, but
Havana, Gibraltar, and Dorado are the 3 maps.
Oh, is Junkertown not in the pool?
No, Junkertown is not the pool.
That's sad. That makes me sad. But still, all of those are pretty good for the snipers, except for Gibraltar, which is just dive central. Still, with the exception of Gibraltar, it's sort of what you want from... I'm sorry, my dog is in the background.
No, it's fine. We also have the map that just came in. It's Havana. So Grizzlies do want to actually play on this Havana. They do want to try to maybe try to rush it out there. Maybe they want to play with these snipers. We know that Cameron's been playing this Hanzo somewhat frequently, has been pretty good with it. And Sunrise has been having some difficulty trying to challenge it. So maybe that swap, that particular swap they see that have an advantage in, will be something that's a difference maker on Havana particularly.
Yeah, absolutely. like I said, I think it's just a really good place for the DPSs to come out, play the sniper, and really do some work. We saw some impressive work from the DPS from Camera specifically, if I remember correctly, on that Hanzo. And just so I think that we might see some really good sniper play, and I'm excited to see the changes that we get for Havana when we go into the map, and like I said, make or break for these two teams.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, I think if I'm playing a betting man, being the betting man, I think you're gonna see Ippy come back in for Rain. I don't think Rain might stick around for this map, because of kind of how they were playing earlier. With it, you might want to see on Havana. I don't know if they're gonna swap Rise for T. That's gonna be something interesting to see what they want to do. I don't know if that's the right pick, but Havana usually don't want to play like something like Sim, and maybe T is better on snipers. I'm not super sure. So actually no, because I think we saw Sunrise play Gibraltar against Pachafornia, and they did not run. Am I mistaken? Am I making things up? Let me take a look here again. I am making things up.
Yeah, take a look. I'm not sure.
They played Dorado, but they did play Rise in Dorado yesterday. So still possible that they want to try to play that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think looking forward, one of these teams is going on to face the Jokers in the final. One of these teams has the storied history with the Jokers falling 2-1 against them just before this. Of course, that being the Northern Grizzlies. And Sunrise, they started on the complete opposite side of the bracket. So they have never faced, they haven't even faced the Jokers at all yet. So one of these teams has faced the Jokers before. One of these teams is, for all intents and purposes, a bit of an unknown for the Jokers.
Absolutely. As we're coming into the map now, we will get to see these rosters and see what substitutions have occurred, if any, for Sunrise. Once again, Northern Grizzlies do not have substitutes, so they will be running with this 6. They're locked in, and it'll be interesting to see how they can pull this off. No changes is the call from Sunrise. Rain is still in. Rise is still in. And Sunrise on this rush composition, just trying to, with, of course, the Sim that they've been really liking to play, they're all just trying to get into this little tiny room so that they can rush into the side and play what you usually would play on Havana, taking this really early hold. Grizzlies playing more of a sit on the point comp, which is probably the correct play to counter this early rush, hold the point so far forward part of the composition. Here's this Bastion coming in.
Bastion! Will it be enough, though, as here comes the Maywall just to block off a member of the Grizzlies of Sunrise. The Grizzlies from really doing much of anything. PSPY finds that early pick onto Trisky, but now changing up the angle, trying to get that off-angle play. But they're getting held in spawn a little bit, as now it is just a matter of how can they get disengaged without just kind of getting bursted down.
Absolutely. I mean, Trisky already swapping over to the Rhine. Fungent already swapping over to the Mercy. They just want to really commit to this Bastion now, but it's not really working out too much. Waifu going down, and Immortality Field gone too. Rain trades out for Paracelsus. It's 3-3, but the spawn advantage is coming in favor of the Grizzlies, but the card is still yet to move. They're still holding this well with just 3 or 4 people here, and they have this teleport to potentially get back in, but they will back off to let the rest of their team respawn. They will have to give up some cart progress. But still a nice minute burned off the clock with that, without any progress being made by Northern Grizzlies. Not a great start if you are Canada. You definitely wanted to see something better than that.
Oh, that's a really creative teleport coming in from Sunrise, but Canada gets frozen out of the ult. Canada gets frozen out of the ult from Flappy, and now all the picks are going the way of Sunrise, and losing like that is going to be rough for Paracelsus because you can't really get set up as much on this card as the Bastion. You can absolutely keep it going, and I've seen the Bastion work out, but it's going to be tough that you can't get set up.
Absolutely. I mean, there goes the Bastion back to Ash, and Fungin swapping. Trisky is back onto this, back onto the Orisa, and just a really good use of just one ultimate to trade out for an entire fight win in that Blizzard. Waifu goes down though. Kind of unfortunate.
It's too late for Waifu though. And already rain falling and the push coming in from Northern Grizzlies finally getting that pick, and they will win. They will keep pushing the cart, but it has been a lot of delays.
I mean, you still you get the fight win, and you still, it's 90 seconds left, and the card is just going around the first corner now, which is just so fantastic. I mean, you're gonna get one really good hold if you're Sunrise, and as it turns this corner, and you might even get another like minor recontest if you're quick about it. As long as they don't just let the cart get all the way through, Bomb has to come out. Canada goes down, Bomb takes out the Immortality Field, and this is going to be a fight win for Sunrise unless collapse occurs. Waifu going down, though, is kind of not ideal. And yeah, 60 seconds, team kill goes through, and they have to get Waifu back into this fight, but once that occurs, Grizzlies are in a desperate situation. They have a lot of resources, but they're not online quite yet, and if Sunrise can win this fight quickly... Oh, pause coming through. It calls for pause for Sunrise. So, great progress for Sunrise so far. 60 seconds left or so, and they are still holding on this point A, which is ideal for Havana. It's kind of exactly what you want. And I don't know, Grizzlies, maybe they're regretting their decision to head to Havana here. And just kind of unfortunate that they are in the position they are. Of course, Havana, known for full holds and fuller holds. So seeing Grizzlies potentially be able to full hold Sunrise more than what they're getting held here might be reasonable. We've seen it a lot happen in the past. So it's going to be very tight in these last couple seconds of this game. And then the next round, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that these next few minutes are going to be crucial. Sunrise has held this position for so long. 40 seconds already, and 40 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be last fight territory for Northern Grizzlies. They've got the ults to win. How much will they need?
Oh, Flappy down already, and this is going to be enough that all the resources will come in now, and the cart gets capped.
They don't touch.
I mean, unfortunately, you just can't touch there. You don't have the manpower. You have to win this fight just to even have a shot, and you weren't in the right position to do both at the same time, and you probably were going to lose the fight anyways if you were on the cart. So not a whole lot changes. Just a nice breakthrough for Grizzlies. Didn't use a whole lot of resources. Used the Dragon and the Supercharger, but really good usage of their resources, and they will keep this cart moving as they head into B.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading into point B, a lot of ults online for both these teams. Northern Grizzlies, I do believe, having a little bit of a disadvantage. Here comes a big shatter from Waifu, gets 4 on the way. There's Fungin popping the Transcendence, and it looks like it'll help out a lot. Waifu shatter gets a few on the ground, but Northern Grizzlies will get a few pushed back to spawn.
Yeah, Waifu getting a huge shatter, but it doesn't matter when everyone to follow up on that shatter is in the air, helpless. And then Fungin pops the trance to keep everyone up at high health as you just clean up all the damage that's been dealt because of the flux. To Sunrise, and this cart is rolling through B really well. Here comes the recontest from Sunrise, having to try to hop through here, this window here, and get through. Huge dragon. Knocks like really low. Camera's down though.
The blizzard.
Yeah, the blizzard comes
blizzard
in.
Could be big.
That's the Immortality Field out for
early.
Waifu fault, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Canada was frozen there, and somehow still you have that Canada actually still getting kills, getting waifu, getting Flappy with the accretion, with that rock, as Rise and Rain both going to fall, and Northern Grizzlies still going to keep rolling out. I think going to get this second point and go on to the third phase, the sort of final phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mean, they haven't gotten the cap quite yet. That's been installed, but I think this is ultimately going to go in favor of the Grizzlies.
Oh, Canada's just ripping through them.
Yeah, they just tear through them, and 2 minutes left to get third. And nice, really good turnaround so far from the Grizzlies. Just they were getting held up really well on point A, but now that they're keeping moving forward. And Pirates plays out of mech, exactly what you want to see.
No.
They do not get that bomb to remech. You just can't. Pirates by just trying to find whatever damage he can before running off of the cliff. And Northern Grizzlies just pushing this card as far as they can with this numbers advantage. They know the Sunrise cannot push with them, or push against them, excuse me, until Pirates is back in this fight. And only now is really when you have to worry about this recontest going in.
Oh, Waifu goes down. Waifu goes down thanks to that amplification matrix. There goes Rise as well. And Northern Grizzlies are just pushing this inevitable fight back, and back. No fight has really come in after this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really brutal so far for Sunrise to try to recontest here since point A. They just haven't really gotten it at all. Flux comes in, bomb gets traded out, but doesn't get anybody.
Yeah, lots of bullets coming out. Rain and Waifu both going to fall, though. It looks like Northern Grizzlies might have a chance to keep this going. They are under a minute. Sunrise, they really want to keep the stall going, but will they have anyone able to go? Looks like Peace Spy comes in trying to get this stall, keep it alive, really. Here comes the Dragon Strike. It takes down Peace Spy. Immortality Field coming out, the switch onto the Doomfist for Rise. Will they be able to put a stop to this cart's momentum? 28 seconds left. They want to try and keep it alive. Peace Spy going over to the Wrecking Ball, trying to keep this going. Waifu has a Shatter. Will they be able to get to the point to use it? It's a question. I don't know if it's going to actually even happen. Still coming in. That's the pin. The charge kill onto Funjin. 12 seconds. Will they be able to? No! No, they don't.
The Hulk gets them. The Hulk gets them, unfortunately.
That's
10,
so
11 seconds, a really good hold, at least in this last little bit of time. Could have been about like 45 seconds still on the clock. Just a good solid hold to burn off some clock from Sunrise. They have to complete this map, though, and Havana is not necessarily the easiest map to complete. And we know they fell short in Eichenwald. So this is a do or die for Sunrise. Can they break whatever defense that Northern Grizzlies has, particularly on point A?
Yeah, absolutely. For Sunrise, you have to finish the map. Northern Grizzlies has the win condition. All they need is to hold. And if they can hold, they're done, they're good, and that's all they need. For Sunrise, you need to finish. Any amount of time is good, but they want to finish with some sort of similar time back to Northern Grizzlies with 11 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this is an identical composition except for that Sigma, who's been Canada's been really big difference maker on this Sigma compared to Pirate Spy on the Diva. Not just because Pirate Spy is not doing a whole lot. Pirate Spy is doing a lot, but it's just the Sigma has had a lot more value right now inside kind of the way that Northern Grizzlies have been playing, and this could be the difference maker if they can't do this. But the teleport will come out from Sunrise, and they probably will get to the point and at least dodge some of the problems that Northern Grizzlies had on their first point.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Here comes Waifu swinging the hammer, swinging for the fences, trying to hit a home run and send his team to the grand finals. As already Trisky getting frozen up. And Paracelsus does wall off Waifu. That's the big first pick. Losing Waifu is going to be brutal. And Trisky is now free to go absolutely ham on the members of Sunrise and charging up that Shatter in record time.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds before the first pick even occurred. And the first engagement happened like 5 seconds already gone. So 25 seconds, and that's how long it just took to get one pick. But then everyone falls all at once for Sunrise. and now they have to try to do this again. And the shatter comes in for Trisky. Everyone's gone.
They're gone. They're out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah, Missy gets to survive though, so not a team kill. So you don't have to wait a little. You have to wait a little bit less than you would normally to recontest this this point. But I mean, everyone's just charged up, ready to go. Flux comes in, gets
such a big flux. That's a huge flux from Canada, just doing so much damage, bringing out the immortality cube. Here comes Waifu, gets shattered, and it's immediately blocked. It's just all Northern Grizzlies in the kill field, and nothing coming out from Sunrise.
Yeah, I mean, Waifu goes down. You get the shatter. They get they get flux. They get frozen. The shatter comes online. They use it, and they get killed right before it goes off. And unfortunately, you don't have this critical resource, and it looks like this spawn hold will continue. Two kills already for Northern Grizzlies, and is this really how it's going to end? Oh no.
That would be brutal. This would be a horrible way for the sun to set on EU West, to be held in spawn for 4 minutes. They need some way to break it. Maybe Missy's Beat can bring them something, but they need some hope. They need something to come in and to really prove that they can do this, that they can break this close hold. There's the beat from Fungin as well coming in later. Canada using the Gravitic Flux. It already gets Waifu. Here comes PSPY's bomb. Canada's Gravitic Flux gets 2. Camera will go down, and that could be the start of the end of the close hold, but it's only 1 pick.
1 pick, but unfortunately whenever there's this close hold, the 1 pick's all you need. But it looks like they will continue this close hold, and it'll be a 6v5. Can Sunrise make a difference with this 1 additional member of their team? They lose Waifu, but they take down 2. And I think that'll do it. I think they'll get this cart moving, but they only have a minute left on the clock.
That's insane.
You have to, there's no fight. You can't lose a fight simply put on point A at all, or this is over. You've lost this map, and you'll have lost this series. It's do or die. You have to use this Blizzard really well. You have to get this Shatter online and use it well. You have to get this window. You can't use 2 ultimates at once. You really can't afford it. You have to use them all at once, and they have to win fights.
Yeah, here it comes. Here comes the engage. Camera the first to use the ult. Waifu falls. So does Flappy. The Blizzard comes out, but it won't be enough. Trisky will get frozen, but there's no one to follow up on it. And now Sunrise are falling. These late pills are going to be deadly for them, as they need to get this recontest ASAP.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. They have to wait for respawns and then recontest. They have 10 seconds really to get everyone up and moving. This teleport from Rise and this speed boost from Misty have to be good here, or it's over.
Here it comes.
Shattered in
on the ground, but the Blizzard gets 3. Paracelsus' Blizzard gets 3. Freezes 3. Rain uses the amplification matrix. Needs something big. 2 on the ground from Trisky. Shatter, and it looks like the Shatter will be it. It'll sound off as a victory bell for the Northern Grizzlies. As they say, the North stands tall, and the North will be going on. It looks like as soon as these staggers are taken out, it looks like it might be over. Waifu actually though might not be so eager to let this go, but they might just have to. Here comes the beat. Missy and Rain not ready to let this go. Rise uses the wall right before they die. This could be crucial, but overtime burning down. I don't know if there's going to be anyone left to contest. There's not. And Northern Grizzlies will move on. They will be facing the Jokers. History repeats itself. It is not coming home.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Grizzlies get the chance to avenge themselves from their winners finals loss, and I mean, they get to basically reset this bracket and get one more set against the Jokers, and ultimately, I mean, they get to have a shot at completing the sweep of the World Cup for their nation. Canada obviously won the A-League World Cup, and now Northern Grizzlies get the shot to take it home for themselves for the B-League.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is their own It's their finals. It's their grand finals to win. They're gonna try to run it back, like you said, against the Jokers. The last match the Jokers had was in fact the win against Northern Grizzlies. So Northern Grizzlies are back, and they are back with a vengeance. I think one thing that is notable when we're talking about this grand finals is that the upper bracket finals, when Northern Grizzlies faced off against the Jokers, their first map they won. That was the first map that the Jokers had lost. That was the first. They went 2-0. The first two maps. Their first two matches.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. The first one against Patrifornia was 2-0, and then the second one against the Soy Boys was also 2-0. That first Eichenwald was the first map they lost. They're almost undefeated. And Northern Grizzlies, they have gone to 3 map 3s throughout this tournament. They've gone to 3 map 3s. 2 wins and 1 loss. The 2 wins were
4 map 3s actually. Every single match they've played has been map 3.
Oh yeah, the one against Maize is broken on my screen. But yeah, they've just won all their map 3s. These are 2 very different teams that we're going to see facing off in the finals. But I think we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break as we go into, before we go into the finals, the grand finals, of course, not the lower finals. We just finished that off with Northern Grizzlies and Sunrise. Actually, no, I lied. False. We're actually going to talk to some
I think
EU members of Sunrise. And we have to have them say goodbye. Welcome, you guys.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi. First thing I want to say, out of everything, shout outs to T, because T wasn't able to play today because she got her second vaccine, but she was still a big part of how we got this far. So even though she wasn't here today, shout outs to T for playing great overall throughout the whole tournament.
Well, definitely a difference maker in some of the other previous matches. So probably hurt to have that hole in the roster, but really great play so far today, regardless. Tight match with Northern Grizzlies both times. At a nice little losers run you had going there. Really good play.
Yeah, and hey, the base positive is that we don't have to all stay up until like 4 a.m. to play right now.
I mean it's like already
right now. Yeah, it's 2:30 already, and for Rise, it was already like 4:30. So.
Oh no!
So
Yeesh.
That's the positive of us losing anyway, but that's it really.
Impressive to find a silver lining, but really, really amazing work. I just want to say for coming in, playing as late as you guys are playing, 3, 4 in the morning, is crazy and insane. And the fact that you were able to play as well as you are, as late as you're playing, was a testament to just how incredible you were as a team. So I do have the question of do you have any tricks for staying awake during your matches?
I have consumed 2 500ml cans of Mango Loco Monster tonight. I'm fueled entirely by caffeine.
I think a lot of people were fueled by the like ambition to win, and partially the nerves, but also just general being excited and trying to do our best. I think is you don't even think about how tired you are because you just want to do the best you can do.
Yeah, I think it's adrenaline for me, really.
For sure.
I mean, solid play, I will say. And definitely those nerves are just something huge that can keep you going, and definitely got you quite far in this tournament. So something definitely for it.
It was very fun.
Certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you guys, for EU, do you have any plans for anything you guys are doing next, or is it just was that the last round?
Cheering for the Jokers because from Canada. That's it really. That's nothing really. I think I'm very happy with a lot of the people I played with. There was a lot of people on this team. I'm not sure if there's anyone on this team I played with before, but it was very enjoyable. I know for sure that I'd be happy to play with a lot of them again, all of them again in any situation that comes up.
Yeah, I think as well, like the cards are really stacked against us this tournament. We formed late as a team. It's incredibly difficult to get scrims because we're on EU time, and NA teams don't want to play that early, and we're all in bed by the time NA teams want to play, and ping and stuff like that as well. So to get third, I think I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I think it's a good enough run for me. It would have been nice to go all the way, or at least get to finals. To have the UK/EU team be in the finals both times, that would have been fun. But I'm happy with where we got to, especially considering this is the last time I'll be playing in a BPL thing for a little while, because I'm going to be really busy over this next year. So it's a nice high note to dip out on for a bit.
You'll be back.
Eventually, eventually I will be back.
You never leave.
Well, I think unless Epi or Rain has anything, I think that's all we've got to say really. And GG's to everyone, and looking forward to the final.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I'm looking forward to the VOD of the final one. I wake up tomorrow because I'm going to bed, or I'm going to try. Instead about the rest of you.
Big true.
Yeah. So, Salsa, do you have anything more to say?
No, I don't. I mean, just congratulations for your third place, and commiseration that you can go further. But just a great performance this entire weekend.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Okay, I think after that we are going to toss it to a break, as we let the players get ready for our grand final between Canada and the Northeast Nordic Union of the Jokers.
Yeah, so we will not have any interviews with the Canadian team, as they're probably getting ready for their match with the Jokers, which is going to be coming up soon. I am super excited for it. We will be back for it. The two of us, of course, going to be coming back for these grand finals. I'm super excited. I hope to see you there, and we'll be right back after a short break. See you soon.
bad Pachymari League has grown, it has become home to many from all walks of life, from all around the world. And now, to celebrate where we came from, to celebrate who we are, we have created a new tournament to see what the world has to offer. 12 teams from around the world, trialed and refined to their very best, will now face off against one another in a double elimination bracket. 2 strikes and you're out. It's a worldwide competition. And in a worldwide competition, the only thing you want to strike is gold. Welcome to the BPL World Cup.
Oh my god, it's a fire game from Hatsune with a pulse bomb! But Sage is hot mustard, and all of a sudden this is anybody's fight. Drift Timbers are still in it. Massive pulse bomb from Sage! What is that? Sage clutching it up!
Sonic holding on to the barrage, gets 3! Sonic from behind with 3 with a huge barrage, taking a crazy off angle once again. There's a lot of ults, there's a lot of colors, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to be a massive high noon from Yancha.
But Signet hits another massive shatter. Oh my lord. He's so good. He's just so good.
A pretty big flux. The trance is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs, the bombs.
Oh my god!
Wings, they got some wind in their sails as well. They got grab coming in. Oh man, perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of damage.
That's a 4K in that Night Drive. Absolutely insane. Pomku with the 6K.
Welcome to the grand finals of B-League World Cup. I'm Salsa. I'm with K-Wing, and we have rematch of winners finals between the Jokers and Northern Grizzlies. And I mean, the last match they played was a nice game, and we're gonna see the comeback of this in a best of 5 game. So this will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what we're doing here, the best of 5. Not usually what we do here in BPL, but that's grand finals, baby. And really excited to see these 2 teams clash. We saw them clash before, like you said earlier on in the winners finals. It was the Jokers who came away with the win. And I feel like these 2 teams couldn't have had more different stories coming in. For the Jokers, they cruised through the upper bracket, 2-0ing Patrifornia, 2-0ing the Soy Boys, only even having a slight falter against the Northern Grizzlies. For the Northern Grizzlies, they have had to fight for every single match here. 2-1 against Maize, 2-1 against Sunrise, losing 2-1 against the Jokers, and then 2-1ing Northern Grizzlies. Every single game, or Sunrise again, every single game that they have faced has been a struggle, has been a war that they have had to just claw their way through. But that's the thing with the Grizzlies, is that they got good claws. They're good for clawing their way through. We'll have to see if they can claw their way through the Jokers.
Absolutely. I mean, the Jokers, they were actually, though, on the verge of elimination. If we go back to what happened in winners finals, Northern Grizzlies won map 1, and they were up 1-0 on Ilios. So they were almost through to make it to winners finals, but they got reverse swept after that. And now we get to see them play on a whole new set, fresh, clean slate for both of these teams. We do not have any kind of bracket reset, so this is the reset. One final best of 5 to win it all. And yeah, I mean, you see this this kind of somewhat standard composition from Jokers. They want to play with but they want to play with this McCree rather than like a Sombra we've seen. And Northern Grizzlies are kind of doing what they were playing earlier, like just recently against Sunrise. They want to play this rush composition, but with the Sigma rather than the Diva on through Canada's play. And Canada's been really good on this Sigma.
Already coming out here. Canada's, yeah, really good on this Sigma. Already turning up so much ult. Here comes the dive from the Jokers. We'll have to see if they can find one of the immobile targets that dive always looks for. It looks like Tree Guy is going to be the first to fall. Phantasm has to use the immortality field selfishly just to keep themselves up. Will it stay for long? It looks like they will be able to keep themselves up. Donk will fall as well, but Phantasm will be found out. And oh, that's such a good wall from Paracelsus, able to block off the members of the Jokers so that they can finish them off.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a really nice first push, and they make it through. And now they get through this archway, which is already like just a nice like thing to have after 1 minute left. You get past this archway, a really difficult part, like choke point to get through if you are the Grizzlies. And now just a nice re-engage from the Jokers. Can they make it happen?
Oh, Robbie goes low. Fungin gets the kill, but eventually falls down. Donk traded out as well. So now Robbie is the only sort of kill that hasn't been traded out for. Kron falling as well, and all the kills going the way of the Northern Grizzlies. Definitely not the favorite coming in, but they're showing some a strong first push on this first point.
Absolutely. I mean, the Jokers got a whole match time of losers finals to watch what Northern Grizzlies were doing. Northern Grizzlies just said, well, we were playing that whole time. We're ready to go, and we're going to win. We have 5 minutes on the clock after point A, and we're going to keep this rolling through the rest of Dorado.
Absolutely. Now coming in with the rotation all the way around. Do you have a few ults on the line for the Northern Grizzlies? Jokers also have some online as well. We're going to see a big clash of ults. There comes the pulse to the side, and Vincent just puts a stop to this before it even starts, saying, all right, you've had your fun on first point. Now it's time for the big boys to come in.
I mean, certainly it's a nice fight win, getting this early stoppage, and ideal, really. Unfortunately, they had to use some resources, but those resources are easily replenished. Coalescence and Pulse Bomb are both really easy ultimates to recharge. Meanwhile, Grizzlies invest both their tank ultimate, or they invest their Shatter, and they swap Canada to a Diva, which both of those ultimates take quite a while to charge. So you're on a positive trade in your ultimate economy.
Absolutely, and just a really big stop to that momentum that the Grizzlies had gained from that first point. Now, the Jokers, of course, with the tag Society, of course, there comes the Diva Bomb coming out from Tree Guy. Kron is there to catch any stragglers who go off. Paracelsus gets taken out, even with the wall coming into Kron's face. Not enough for Kron's high noon. It gets off right before. There comes the beat from Fungin. Robbie goes down, so it is traded out. Trisky gets stunned, has this Shatter coming up soon, but will they even need it? It doesn't look like it. Kron is just going to have to run away. Going to probably get caught out very soon after, going to just beat in. Actually takes down Camera, and it might be so close. Not going to get out alive, and that late pick might actually be spell doom and gloom for the Jokers.
Absolutely. I mean, such a low stagger with not enough support for the rest of the team to defend Kron. Kron has to swap over to the Reaper just to make a nice hold here for the rest of the map. They will get the recontest, but it won't necessarily be the best one that they wanted in their heart of hearts. And Robbie already down.
Robbie goes down already. The Pulse Bomb only finds that immortality field from Phantasm. Here's the bomb. It finds Dong. And Northern Grizzlies, they had a little bit of a pit stop, but that's all it was, as they are right back on the road again, on the highway, on this crazy train.
Absolutely. I mean, just really back and forth in that second point, at least early on. But now Grizzlies just rolling through, have about 3.5 minutes to make it through the rest of C, and just really good pace on them so far. And as long as they can keep this cart moving, I think that they have a solid chance to take this map.
Oh gosh, that's huge. Early. Paracelsus is just getting so much value off of this May, and that first pick is absolutely huge. Freya goes down as well. That's the main support of the Jokers. Dies with Coalescence as well, and now Grizzlies are just going to chase down the remaining members of the Jokers, and they will find those picks instantly. And Paracelsus, a little bit of a tactical crouch, a refined gentleman.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps this cart moving. No reason to do otherwise. Vincent tries to use that pulse bomb to find something, cannot manage it, and this cart is on the doorway to point C.
Oh, here comes all the Ultra Northern Grizzlies. They are ready and willing to do all that they need. Here comes Robbie's Shatter. He throws it out of it. He throws it out of it. Paracelsus freezes them out of the Shatter. The bomb finds Phantasm. Phantasm goes down. The remake kill from Tree Guy. Paracelsus goes down to the remake kill. Here comes the bomb from Canada. It needs to be big if it wants to get something like what Tree Guy did. Will it be enough though? As there comes the charge from Trisket. Finds the pick, finds a DMAC, but it won't be enough. These close spawns are going to wreck the Northern Grizzlies, and they will not last for long.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that desperation hold you absolutely need from the Jokers, and this kind of ultimately always that really difficult part of. Okay, see you later, Canada. There's always a really difficult part of Dorado. It's almost difficult to get past that first archway, and a little bit right before you finish up point B. But the real killer, the dagger in the heart, is this last like 5 meters of Dorado here, where you get these really quick respawns from the defense, and you have a long walk back to the fight from spawn. If you're the attackers, if you're the Grizzlies here, they finally get to re-engage. They basically had 30 seconds. The pulse bomb gets 2, and that'll be the end of the fight right there.
Vincent is insane with these pulse bombs, just catching all the kills. And Vincent's still not done. Vincent's still coming in trying to get these kills.
Yeah, I mean, just brutal for the Grizzlies. Just, I mean, quick fight win for the Jokers, and you get some more time to just just relax, find your positioning, and I mean, now you get to recontest. Vincent's down quickly though, kind of get to undo what happened last fight. That cost gets boots away, but it still gets
Phantasm. It's both the supports! Northern Grizzlies has no supports left, and Kron is just ripping through the members of Northern Grizzlies. Kron is just getting all these kills. Eventually Daunt will get one of their own, but Grizzlies are struggling now. Canada has to find a way to get out of there, or otherwise they're going to get staggered brutally. Oh no. Oh, this is brutal.
Oh, this is bullying, I think.
Oh god.
I mean, the rest of part of the Grizzlies has to come in just to try to like maybe save Canada, and it doesn't work anyways. So just so much time wasted. 10 seconds left reasonably to re-engage this point. You have to send Fungin back to pick up Canada, and you have to hope these ultimates will be enough. Blade has to go out. Vincent's down early.
That's a huge first pick. The bomb comes in. And Canada gets killed with the bomb, but finds Dawn crucially. Fungin finds Robbie. Here comes the blizzard from Paracelsus. It gets the freeze onto Freya, and Freya gets taken down. Paracelsus finding these picks, finding this value that's so critical, so crucial. A few more meters for Northern Grizzlies is just all that they need. 3 meters left. They push so far to the end. This wall is not going to do anything, and the Lucio can't get through. And round 1 will end in overtime for the Northern Grizzlies.
I mean, certainly, but the one great thing about Escort, overtime doesn't really matter. Like, obviously, yes, you want more time on the clock, but ending in overtime does mean you're still going to get a re-push, even if the Jokers finish with more than a minute on the clock. And now you can focus all of your efforts on defense. Now that you don't have to necessarily, you don't have to necessarily worry about forcing time off the clock just to be able to get that second push, that second attack, those extra rounds. And you don't have to worry necessarily about forcing the Jokers not to complete the map, because otherwise you go home. Like, you lose the map. And now you can take this as a mental reset from any kind of difficulties that you had in that last little bit of point 3 on Dorado. And now you can just focus it all on this point A, this really nice hold if you can make it happen. They're swapping up the composition quite a lot. Paracelsus on this Echo, camera on this Hanzo. We've seen at least camera on this Hanzo earlier. against Sunrise was very effective. And they were playing this Trisky on Orisa, Canada, on the Sigma, just a solid composition they were playing earlier. The Jokers playing the same composition they were playing earlier, with Kron on the Reaper, swapping over to the McCree now that I'm just saying it, getting caster cursed immediately. But they want to continue with this composition to get this cart moving, which could be effective if they can get to the high ground quickly to deal with this double shield composition.
Indeed, we will have to see, as the spam already coming through. Camera is 50% to ult. That is insane. 50% to ult, and we've not been here for more than 20 seconds. And just really good spam damage coming in from Camera. That's a huge boop coming in from Dawn, just sending the members of Grizzlies off the side. Really big heads up Lucio play, but it looks like still the picks coming in. Canada finding the pick under Kron, and just looks like it just helped the Grizzlies rotate at that point.
Absolutely. I mean, it was basically a rotate there. You already have 2 go down. Camera's like, I mean, with still a minute, like still ticking, still in the first minute. Camera's almost at their dragon. It's really ridiculous how much charge he's been grinding up so quickly. And Kron just gets rocked. Okay, rocked to the head. And here comes the flux from Canada, hopefully stopping any more progress from the Jokers as this court passes through.
Oh, it's Kron! That's brutal there, rolls right into it, but Canada is just tearing through the entirety of the Jokers.
Yeah, Jokers, now this cart's gonna roll back. They have to squeeze through this choke point once again, and the cart might get stuck there too. This is not what you want. 90 seconds already off the clock for them. And they don't have, they have their support ultimates that are gonna come online, and that's about it. Northern Grizzlies, you're gonna have this Echo copy. You're probably getting this supercharger. You already have your window. Just really fantastic grinding for this team. And here comes the Jokers. They're having to push through this high ground just to kind of make a nice entry here. Wabi dives in. Pro gets 2 with the cola and the ball. And I mean, the Jokers are just going this fight.
That's just how you. That's just get 2 kills with from your Moira forehead.
Of course. I mean, that's exactly how you drew it up in the playbook. And after 2 minutes and 10 seconds burned off the clock, you do get the cap this point A. Better than what Grizzlies did better in their initial attack though, so that is at least some solace. But part of that big time difference was Grizzlies getting held up really early on in point B. So can Grizzlies match that and force Jokers to get held early here, or will Jokers kind of roll through until the end of B?
I think crucially, the comp that the Jokers had, there's the Pulse Bomb, but comboing it with Robbie's Primal Rage really hurt them there a bit. There's the beat, there's the copy Primal Rage. Camera gets the pick onto Robbie, but Phantasm going down means there's not a lot of healing for the Northern Grizzlies. Paracelsus is going to get stunned, nearly taken out. Will find Freya before eventually getting taken down, but still holding on. Tree Guy getting demeched is going to be really helpful there. Camera taken down by Kron with that flashbang, and I believe the right click. Regardless, Vincent is still here, still harassing the members of the Northern Grizzlies. And the car's going to keep on moving.
I mean, some of the picks that Grizzlies have gotten to try to stop the Jokers haven't really done a lot because they get faster respawns. Robbie goes down though. This could be their turning point. They start to try to back off this cart. Rock goes in, doesn't find anybody, and yeah, they're in full retreat mode. They can't really engage unless they have Robbie here to make some space. And I mean, just really solid play from the rest of Grizzlies. I mean, I remember seeing Paracelsus with the Echo copy, Winston Primal Raging with like 2,000 health thanks to the beat. Is there anything more scary than a 2,000 health Echo copy? Just ready to tear up your backline and cause a threat. But even with no healers, it doesn't really matter. Here comes the cart moving back forward.
Camera throws in that beat, but Paracelsus falls first to Kron's dead eye. Ults coming in left, right, and center, but it looks like the Jokers are getting the best out of it as already multiple kills from these ults. Kron falls though, and it looks like once these ults are gone, Northern Grizzlies are starting to win the neutral, but will it be enough is the question. They do have the close response, but it looks like the Jokers are determined to take this cart further in to the halls of Lumerico. Tree Guy falls, and it looks like the Jokers are going to have to retreat really crucially there.
Yeah, I mean, Tree Guy falling was just so critical there. You actually had kind of the tempo, but once Tree Guy falls, you know that the respawn is going to be coming in, and you do not want to be waiting around for even longer for the rest of your team to come back in here, so you just have to get out immediately. Great call from the Jokers there, but really great fight for the Grizzlies. And just 90 seconds left. You're probably, I mean, point B is difficult to take on this last little turn, and this can be the difference maker. Window comes out to try to stave off any aggression. Robbie, low health, dead!
Oh, that's huge. That's huge from Phantasm. Getting that early pick means that this is going to be a really tough ask. Kron gets booped off. Kron falls off! Oh, it's just a reset. It's just a reset.
Yeah, it's a reset. I mean, it's just like you have to reset there, unfortunately. Robbie goes down. You don't have a lot of your team ready to go, and just get out of there right now when you can, because otherwise you will not get a good fight for this final one. Because I mean, right now you can get one good fight and maybe one really bad fight, but like you're still gonna touch. Meanwhile, if you didn't reset there, you get one good fight, and that's about it.
All right, Paracelsus gets the copy onto the D.Va. Will he be able to get the mech? Doesn't look like it will go down to the high noon. Donk does get one kill with that Dragon Spike. Will it be enough, though, as it looks like some difficulty here? Here comes the Supercharger. Trisky says it's winnable. Will it be, though, for the Northern Grizzlies? The damage boost will come in. It'll be taken down pretty quickly. Robbie gets the D-Mech onto Canada. Freya goes down, though. This could be the start of a turnaround for Northern Grizzlies. There goes Kron. A lot of sustain gone, but they won't be able to finish it up. They do get the contest, though. Vincent gets the kill. There's the beat for the Northern Grizzlies. They have time to really go in aggressive, but they don't touch. Oh, so close, but still really close now for Northern Grizzlies.
Absolutely, but I mean, right now they're still getting a lot of delay on this cart, not letting it move forward. And I mean, we know that point C is difficult to take, especially with just 90 seconds, and they're really only going to get it with a minute left after the door opens up. So they have a 1 minute to get basically the entire distance of C, which is, we know is, I mean, we can see it there, 85 meters. So they have about 70 meters to go, and they only have 60 seconds to do so. I mean, it's really brutal for the Jokers right now, and it's do or die if you want to win this map.
Here comes the D.Va bomb from Canada, not finding anything, forcing the Jokers into this small little point of the hallway. There's the pulse bomb, doesn't find anything, but it just gets rid of the immortality field, does so much damage that Freya can rip through the members of the Northern Grizzlies with that coalescence.
Yeah, I mean, just I mean, this is ideal right now. You want to keep this cart moving. It's just still rolling. 20 seconds left, and Grizzlies have to use whatever they have right now to try to get this cart stopped. This window comes out. Bomb has to kind of knock people away from this window, and 3 meters left. Finally get this touch.
That's a high noon.
But I get the pick.
Wins the battle. The good, the bad, and the evil probably playing. Wow, wow, wow. Phantasm goes down, but trades for Freya, and these trades are favoring, of course, the Northern Grizzlies if they can take advantage of it and keep trading out. Robbie getting multiple picks. This card is in overtime now, so if they finish, they will finish in overtime with the same time make as the Northern Grizzlies. It looks like they might. Here comes the beat for Donk. They don't have everyone on the point right now. They're still coming back, but it looks like they'll finish off these stragglers in a minute for both these sides. We are going in to extra rounds.
Extra rounds with even time. It's ideal for Jokers at least to stabilize there. I mean, they obviously would have wanted more time, but they didn't really have that to give. Grizzlies obviously wanted to get that stop, but at least they don't give more time to the Jokers, even if just for a second, because that can be the difference maker on Dorado. We have a pause coming in called by the Grizzlies, it looks like. And yeah, I mean, it's just really close right now. Really fantastic first map just to get this whole series started. Really back and forth. We've seen it's kind of been very similar. Both teams get a nice roll on A, struggle a bit on B, and can finally push through and just get a nice solid push on C. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're the Jokers, is particularly on their attack, because they didn't had even less time than the Grizzlies had going through B. And they didn't even have any extra time. They just had the 90 seconds given for capping B. And they make it happen no matter what it took, and that's ideal. And now you get extra rounds. I believe it's the Jokers attacking. I didn't get any sight of that, but if I'm not mistaken, it is the Jokers attacking first in these extra rounds. And I think that if they can make a nice push or if they can play around what the Northern Grizzlies was going to play around the first time, which is dealing with that high ground and just letting the cart move forward a bit, but winning one fight solidly. If they can play that around, not get Dunk up there, boop off a lot of the Northern Grizzlies a lot earlier, and not letting them rotate like they did initially, you might get that fight win that you absolutely need to let this cart get past that archway and potentially take all of point A.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some really good fights on point A, and it's going to come down to which team can really take it. It's basically going to be a fight over point A. If one of these teams can get a full hold, that might just be it. That might just be it. We're coming down to this point of when you have a minute, you really only have the time for a push and maybe a stagger, depending on how long that fight goes. It's so
absolutely
short.
I mean, it depends. It always depends on kind of the map and what map is it. Havana, that first point hold. I mean, you're basically gonna have that really early opening hold anyways. So that minute can be like 2 or 3 fights if they're quick about it and the deaths are fast. But I'm mistaken. Jokers are actually defending first, so Grizzlies actually have to be the difference maker here on trying to get this card as far as possible before the Jokers can counterpick their defensive situation. They want to play this dive. They're all getting up onto this high ground. I think the only person who can't really get there is Freya, who just has to kind of chill back there. Tries to speed over, can't make it. So Freya is just going to be grounded. The rest of the team is up on this high ground. Grizzlies playing their version of this rush composition with Canada on the Sigma, and they just immediately hopped a cart. They know where the Jokers are. They're just waiting for this dive to come in.
And here it comes, immediately booped up a little bit, that disruption coming in very crucially, but Tree Guy immediately finds Phantasm with those headshots, and that's just that's the character that you really want to find. Freya.
Freya. I mean, yeah, this is what I meant though. This is where the map of the composition. Okay, Freya said I'm the Joker. Very good, Freya. This is exactly though what I meant by you can get a really good fight if it's an early stagger and the positioning is right. So now Northern Grizzlies do get one solid, or an additional solid fight, not just a stagger. But that's also because they got no progress on this cart, and they need more progress on this cart to have a shot at winning. Here comes the dive once again from the Jokers, and they have to make something happen right now.
They need something to happen. It looks like the Tree Guy going to get demeched first. That's really crucial. Vincent goes down. Here comes Robbie using that Primal Rage, just trying to boot people off. Oh, nearly going off thanks to the freeze from Paracelsus. Trisky, though, getting these picks from the Reinhardt, finding Freya. Donk dies with beat. That dies with beat. Does not use a beat. That's crucial, but dies with a beat.
Dies with the beat, but I mean, that's something that's kind of notable here. Robbie had to use an ultimate. Use that Primal Rage just to try to stagger this fight. It ultimately did nothing. Grizzlies have all their resources about to come online, and they haven't used a single one yet. They should be able to, or they might be able to complete point A if they use these well.
Absolutely. Here comes the fight. Canada using the Red Hooks, trying to get that Sig-9. Doesn't look like they will get it, though, as it is this push coming in. Kron goes down. This is an amazing first push for amazing result. First pick coming in on Kron is really crucial here. Paracelsus and Camera both using their ult, trying to get something going. Tree Guy going to fall. Robbie going to fall. There comes the pick on to Freya as well. And that is just the push still going. And it's going to reach the end of point B. They don't get time for it, but it changes up the spawns so much.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. Grizzlies used everything to get that distance. Maybe that was a little bit of an overcommitment. They might not get that much distance on point B now. But, I mean, any distance at this point is just kind of just a little bit extra, just those sprinkles on top. You still got exactly what you wanted. And that you capped A. But the Jokers have, like, 3 ultimates on either ready or online or about to come online. And this could be a big difference maker. If Kron get this Blossom and just use it.
The bomb! The Death Blossom as well! Remek and the Death Blossom both getting some kills, and it looks like the Jokers, they are ready to put a stop to this, and they will. 23 meters into point B, that is an impressive push for a minute. But now you have this really close. You have the win condition for the Jokers. You have your win condition.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not just a win condition. You have two solid defensive fights ready to go. Even if you don't win the first one, you probably can get a second one as long as your composition is easily flexible to that second one, which might mean they don't actually run out this double shield composition they started off with on their initial defense, because that really won't be that great against a second defense, like having to recontest suddenly. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're not going to run this. They're running out on the same composition they were running earlier, but Camera's swapping over to the Reaper, which I really like. I think it's a good way to play around what the Jokers want to do. And I mean, this is do or die for the Jokers to get this map and start this series off well. You obviously want to get that tempo to begin with. You want to get your map picks later in the series so that you can close out the series early with some of your own map picks, and not winning this first map would be a great step towards that. As we get started here, they're all piled into this small room. The Jokers know where they are though, so they'll be they won't be that surprised when this happens.
Absolutely, a little bit of a split push here. They're going to just pincer them in this small room. We'll have to see if they can hold themselves together and push out of one side. It looks like they're picking out the side by point. Trisky going to fall first. Robbie finding that first pick. That's really crucial to find that first pick. You lose that shield, at least one of those shields. And here comes the shadow. Robbie has a shadow. Does not find any people on the ground though. And Canada close to this ult. Here comes the charge from Robbie. That was an optimistic charge there from Robbie.
I mean, down,
but here
you knew
comes
exactly what he wanted to do. You knew he wanted to go through the doorway and try to get out, but just didn't have the angle right. Pulsebomb kills himself with it to get Fungin.
Gets Fungin.
I mean, the problem here is look how much time is burned off the clock, and now the win.
Donk doesn't beat. Tristan kills Donk with beat. That's absolutely that's awful. This might be it. This might be it for the Jokers for this first map. Vincent gets the pick onto Canada, but with all those ults used, you didn't get as much value as you might have wanted from them.
Absolutely. I mean, Northern Grizzlies have so many resources right now. They can just back off. They can say, okay, take your progress. We have Shatter. We have we're about to get Flux. We already have Beat. We know you don't have Beat anymore because you used it. We have this Blizzard as well. And what do you have? You might get another Shatter, but you wasted your last one, and you might get a Death Blossom if you're lucky. This is just really brutal. As long as they can get this recontest, which they absolutely will. Here comes the fight.
Here it comes. There comes the Blizzard coming in. There's the Beat. There's the Shatter. Does not find any people on the ground. But this Blizzard gets both the tanks. Robbie goes down. Tree Guy is getting frozen. Gonna go low. We'll have to see if we can find any picks. Kron low. Summer goes down. Oh, I think they don't touch the point. They were losing the fight.
They didn't have anyone there. Everyone was just getting CC'd to hell and back. Yeah, I mean, when you just get CC'd to hell and back, you can't do a whole lot. I mean, the only thing he really needed was Tree Guy had to eat that Blizzard and couldn't do it. So that will be the end of this first map. Grizzlies take it 1-0, and a bit of a clapback from what we saw from Winners Finals. I mean, yeah, we're gonna go to a hybrid, I believe, next, and just really good start from Grizzlies to begin this series. What do you do for the Jokers after that kind of performance? Like, you just kind of crumble at the last minute on your attack, and that's not really great for the mentals. I will be honest with you. I would be a bit of a in a mental collapse if that was me. And now you still have to stop the bleeding and then win 2 more maps after that. So it's gonna be it might be difficult for the Jokers. I mean, we're gonna see once again what happened last series. Jokers will have the substitutes. Grizzlies are running with a 6. They don't have any subs. They only have the 6 that you see in the server right now. So I think the subs that we can see potentially coming out, I think we have Spooky can come in, and Pluto can come in. Spooky, I think, is on support, and Pluto, I think, is playing tank. I think those are the only 2 substitutes we have. I don't think there's anyone else, but I might be mistaken about that.
Yeah,
and obviously... go.
I think that, sorry about that. I think if we're talking about momentum, the fact that this is a best of that this is the best of 5, that it's first to 3 instead of first to 2. All the other BPL matches first to 2. So if this were any other BPL match, this would be Northern Grizzlies on match point. It's not like that right now.
Absolutely. I mean,
Grizzlies.
that's something that's critical here. Is that you can make, you still have to make your substitutions. I think it's still part, like normal standard BPL rules. You still have to make those subs, make sure everyone plays. So I think you have that map to burn a little bit. You can let these guys come in. You can try to get a different result out of the second map, which can be Eichenwald, Hollywood, or Nabani. But it looks like it'll be Hollywood coming out from the map pick for the Jokers. You can try to make something happen here. I think it's a good map selection. I think Hollywood is absolutely what you want to see out of this kind of a mix, like a decent composition of this rush and this mix of this dive. When we've seen just the Grizzlies, they've only really wanted to play this rush, and I think parts of Hollywood kind of punish some of that rush. So I think that dive is a good. It's going to be good on Hollywood, a lot better than what you could see on Eichenwald or Nambani. So I think this map selection is quite good in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that as we go forward, you really want to see this is an important map for these two teams. For the Jokers, they want to equalize. This is their map choice, of course, since it's losers map. Losers pick the map, and then for Northern Grizzlies, if they can come out here and make a statement and say, we can beat you on your map pick, that could be an incredible statement, and they go to match point. They go to tournament point.
Absolutely.
For the Jokers, they equalize.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not just a match point, but it's you win the initial map. We don't pick that. I think that's just set. Okay. And then we win on your counter pick. You get the counter pick one last time, you win that map. We get the counter pick twice. We get to counter pick 2CP, and we get the counter pick control, which would be the final map type, if applicable. And if there's a draw on hybrid or later on 2CP, actually not on hybrid. Right now, if it's a draw, the Jokers will continue up to hybrid or up to 2CP. But if it's a draw on 2CP, at least they get to play an escort map that they get to pick, as long as it's 2-2. So that can be critical if they get it to go up this 2-0 early on. I mean, it's always just putting the Jokers on the back foot, even if they can mentally stabilize and recover. But it'll be interesting to see. Absolutely. But I mean, I think still at the same time, the Jokers have picked the map that is probably going to be the best for their chance for success. If they can play around what we know Northern Grizzlies like to play, and that is this rush. Once they do that, though, they can be able to start turning things around. If they just try to bash their heads against a brick wall, then they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, for right now, I think that for Northern Grizzlies, you've put the Jokers on the back foot. You need to push this advantage, push the momentum that you have, and you can potentially just really put them in a bad spot. And we already talked a little bit about the sort of strategy of map picks and having that sort of advantage. And I think that really having that sort of map pick is advantageous when you're talking about a potential map 5, which is very possible between these two teams. We saw how tight, how close that they are. And this is having that map pick in going into a final map, going into a map where either of these two teams could win, is crucial, is critical for deciding what map you want to go to, and just really having that sort of preference. It looks like we are doing a swap, a side swap, as Canada is going to be on the defense starting off, so they could potentially make a statement if they could get a solid defense.
Yeah, I mean, Canada on defense. I mean, they made a really good defensive hold on their initial defense, especially on like parts of point A, and definitely on point B. It's just unfortunately they lost that at the very end. But now they get to come in and try to continue that momentum on defense. We know that they, like, even though they had a very much losing fight on defense initially, the picks that happened were not that critical, and they still got to keep the cart in a standstill, and so they just got to come back in. Oh no, this is confusing. Oh, the colors have flipped. Oh no. Not the colors, anything but the colors.
Colors, Jen.
All right, well now I'm gonna have to. This is gonna be a lot more difficult because originally the colors were all nice and neat and they were together, and now they're opposing. All right, time for this map to be a mess. But I mean, you see the Grizzlies. They want to play this double shield, which is the correct solution. We know this first part of Hollywood is really difficult to get through, especially when you run this double shield. The Joker is playing this dive. They've been playing a lot to try to get into this backline. So it'll be interesting to see what they want to do here. They take this rotation behind the building and see how they can aggress this high ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Already Camera coming in, doing a lot of damage on this Hanzo. We saw how much pressure that they can put on, just thanks to the fact that they're really good at the Hanzo. Canada trying to use that accretion, trying to get some kills. Both of these main tanks going to go down, but Phantasm is the first to fall as well. Northern Grizzlies losing that Baptiste is going to lose them a lot of heals and a lot of sustain, so they need to put an end to this fast. They get a pick on Kron, but Freya's got another pick somehow. The Northern Grizzlies are holding on with just that Lucio heals. Well, I say that, and Robbie is actually coming on the point, takes down Camera. It'll be a matter of can they stay alive, and it doesn't look like they're going to be pushed on the back foot and pulled off the point. And the Northern, the Jokers are going to take first point. I'm getting confused with the colors already.
Yeah, already the colors are confusing. I mean, unfortunately, Grizzlies, they actually had a decent tempo. They might have been able to back off and potentially get a recontest on point A, but they just opt not to. They don't think they have the numbers, and they just try to stagger as much as they can. 5 minutes on the clock to let these doors open, and I mean, they're going to keep going. Jokers going through nice and quick.
Yep, so here comes a lot of ults on both the sides. Everyone, oh, that's a huge first pick. Canada goes down 97%. Vincent getting that pulse bomb kill is crucial. The Jokers, or Northern Grizzlies, weren't able to really get that pick in terms of the able to get the kill. Here comes the Dragon Strike from Camera, going in aggressive, hitting the dive, gonna climb up, gonna get hit by the Winston, taken down by Robbie, just chasing to the ends of the earth. Here comes the blizzard from Paracelsus. Treesky and Paracelsus both finding picks of their own. We'll have to see Freya trying to use that coalescence, trying to get these picks, but it looks like the Jokers are going to be repelled. A lot of ults invested from the Jokers, but they will be pushed back.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate for Jokers having to kind of hold this back, but it's the proper play. Thank you for the color swap up there on the top. Makes it a little bit easier to tell who's who. I mean, it's difficult for some of this push, but I mean, they have to just take this cover. They don't want to get beamed down by Camera here on this Hanzo, because the car's just now in the wide in the open. You have to get to this high ground to be able to maybe recontest, but it's still really difficult based on how Canada's holding, and it's just a really nice defensive position.
Absolutely. Here comes the Diva Bomb coming in from Tree. It will be defended against the Death Blossom. Not gonna find anything. Kron actually just comes up and gets completely domed by Camera with the Storm Arrows. Camera does get taken down. It's all Jokers in the kill feed, and it looks like there's Vincent getting the stick onto Canada, and the Jokers are going to start this card up rolling.
Yeah, I mean, they threw in the bomb. and it didn't do a whole lot. And then they used Kron, and Kron gets picked, and it looked to be like a fight that was going to go right in favor of the Grizzlies. They can hold their defensive position, but the problem is they all had to drop to low ground or just use all their resources to survive the bomb in the first place, and then deal with Kron. So now all of them are out of position, and the Jokers can clean up. And now this cart is still moving in a great position. Camera goes down.
That's really good for the Jokers. Camera going down means that, Phantasm falls as well. There's just picking off these really important members of Northern Grizzlies. They really have identified Camera as a strong member of the Northern Grizzlies, and they are focused firing them, having Robbie just dive on top of him, so he can't really take these aggressive picks. Oh no, poor Phantasm. Goodbye.
Phantasm is just really sad right now. 3 minutes 30 to make it to point C, and just all momentum right now is in the Jokers. Tree Guy getting the remake here, and I mean, Vincent just in position. Cameron has to swap off of the Hanzo because they're just not doing a whole lot right now. He's often he's playing in really good spots, but he's an easy target because the rest, the Jokers just want to dive him, and you can't really deal with Hanzo. It's difficult to deal with that when you're getting completely dived on by a whole team.
Here comes Vincent, has the pulse bomb, tries to get the stick, doesn't find any kills onto the supports, trying to hunt down Phantasm, still not finding anything, and Phantasm just really playing scared of that Tracer. Vincent has been a force to be reckoned with, hunting down these squishies, and Kron gets a double kill with a Death Blossom, taking down the rest of the Northern Grizzlies.
I mean, team kill, and
team kill.
3 people on this cart. It's moving. One could even say schmoving towards this final little checkbox, and no time to actually touch. 2 minutes 21 remaining on the clock. A fantastic attack from the Jokers. A great just snap back to reality for the Grizzlies. They need to get back into the swing of things here to be able to really make a nice offensive attack for this point to try to equalize, and because they have to complete the map. They not only have to complete the map, but they also have to complete the map with time if they don't want to draw this map. And you don't really want to give the Jokers another map pick because you just obviously it's better than losing the map, but you still would rather try to win it. And to have any shot at winning, you have to have more than a minute on this clock, or they don't have to have more than a minute, but you have to end with time. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to have more than a minute. You want to try and match that. You want to try and match that really dominant time bank that came. Really, you want to have a matching time bank to the Jokers for how dominant they have played thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, Grizzlies didn't really get a great fight on defense. This was a long fight on defense, but they ultimately lost it. And then they got one decent hold for part of B, and then after that it was just a roll for the Jokers, just coming through, make way. But now we see Jokers want to play this dive composition on defense, which is kind of interesting. You don't have that immortality field, and you don't get some of those resources that Grizzlies will have when they come through with the rest of their team. They can just wall into this or just wall off the enemy team as they rotate around a point.
Absolutely. Already the Jokers setting up on this high ground. The speed comes in from Northern Grizzlies, and they're just able to really get going with just avoid the dive at first. Ready, and Donk is trying to disrupt them from that other side. Let's see when they decide to jump in. Here it comes. Big flashbang from Kron, getting 3 people stunned. Canada takes down Robbie first. So the Northern Grizzlies already doing well. There goes Kron. Phantasm will fall, and that could actually be even worse than losing 2 people, as they will lose a lot of that sustain for the Northern Grizzlies. So they have to end this fight quick, otherwise they will start to lose because they just don't have sustain. But it looks like they will be able to mop it up.
Yeah, sustain or not, you still have so many bodies on the point that the Jokers don't have, and the respawns are pretty equal usually on point A for both teams. So Phantasm can get back around the same time the Jokers can get back and defend this point. Here they are, everyone's here now. Camera goes down, but Tree Guy's out of mech and dead. Here comes this Flux, and probably going to clean up this fight, but Freya has to use the Colossus just to keep Robbie alive. Still dies in the process.
Yeah, still does the process. It is too much damage on the point. Phantasm goes down again, but it is not enough. And 5 minutes on the clock for the Northern Grizzlies if they're going into this next point.
I mean, just barely less time than what the Jokers had to start off their attack. It's been really good first takes for both of these teams. And I mean, just they have still a lot of resources left. I mean, they had to use a lot, but they didn't have to use everything. They still have both of their DPS ultimates and this window critically to be able to try to break this early defensive hold and keep this cart moving.
There's the window. Wall coming in from Paracelsus, just trying to keep the healing away from Robbie. Robbie actually going really, really low, able to get healed up just barely though. And now here comes the Northern Grizzlies trying to run in. Donk actually gets the boop. That was a huge boop from Donk. The Blizzard goes nowhere. That was huge. Camera uses the Death Blossom, gets Robbie, but that's going to be the only kill it gets. But that might just be enough as Camera, Trisky, both finding picks of their own. Paracelsus goes down. Here's the Pulse Bomb, not finding anything. Kron dies with the Death Blossom, will not use it. Freya goes down, and here comes this card. Gonna keep on moving.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that Blizzard doesn't really get anything. I thought for a second it might have actually landed up on the top there, and it would go off and maybe break up what the Jokers are doing for the defense. But, I mean, I think they also thought that too, so they all had to go to the low ground to try to avoid the Blizzard. It wasn't really there, and Grizzlies keep moving. Bomb goes out, tries to find something, doesn't find anything, forces Trisky to the low ground, though, and Phantasm is dead, so this is not a great start to this fight.
Absolutely, there's the Shatter. It finds Kron. I think it disrupts the Death Blossom. That's huge from Trisky to disrupt the Death Blossom. The Gravitic Flux from Canada doesn't find much of anything. Paracelsus and Trisky both going to fall, and it's going to be a meaty retreat coming out from Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just really kind of back and forth, but ultimately Grizzlies are now back at spawn, and a pretty dry fight coming up. I mean, other than maybe Camera, no, and the Pulse Bomb, you're not going to get a whole lot. So I think this is where the Jokers really need to make a difference. Grind up a lot of their ultimates right now in this last fight, so they don't give. Because if they lose this fight, you're probably giving up the point B at this rate, and the time bank is not great for you. You want to try to grind out as much time so you have the biggest time bank possible for your. If you have to do a re-attack.
Donk goes down. That's a good first pick for the Northern Grizzlies. Phantasm, very low. Uses the Immortality Field to keep themselves alive. Here comes the Amplification Matrix late in the fight just to seal the deal. Freya, still on the point, keeping themselves alive just to dish out the healing. The damage won't stay alive for long, though, as the Northern Grizzlies are going to have to take care of the Jokers.
Yeah, I mean, this is point B getting capped almost certainly, and you're probably going to get maybe one or two just stagger kills because of the poor respawns for the Grizzlies, or not for the Grizzlies, excuse me, to the Jokers. Colors are getting me messed up again. And look at Grizzlies, they have so many resources. They definitely already have 3 ultimates. They're probably going to get this beat really soon, and they have the Shatter quite soon as well. And they can get, if they can avoid this bomb and avoid this beat from being big difference makers, they can just roll through this point and potentially finish with a very equaling time bank. Bomb is big though.
That could have been huge. Tree Guy comes in very aggressive, but Robbie gets taken down while Camera was just in the back line. Here comes the teleport, ready for the Death Blossom, coming down, not going to pop it though, just trying to get that damage in. Kron goes down. Phantasm falls though, that could be huge. Canada gets taken down. Vincent is ready and willing, ready to just put this team on their back and say, it's okay, team. I will win this fight, but will it be enough? Vincent is taking the damage, has to go for the health pack, and it looks like maybe a retreat has to come in from the Jokers.
They absolutely do, but they do get the one critical thing, which is a better time bank. No matter what happens for the rest of this map, they will get more time in this extra in the extra round, so they will be attacking second. And I mean, the problem is though, like, look at all the resources. They use this window early, but it's still 4 ultimates ready to go. Robbie's down already. This is almost disastrous.
Yeah, that is definitely disastrous.
Kron comes in, just gets shattered out of it. Doesn't matter.
Kron's just done. Here comes the beat from Fungin, just ready to get this going, just ready to just mop this up, clean it up, say we're done here. There comes the pulse bomb, but it's not enough to get any kills from Vincent. It gets the stick, not enough, still rolling out. Robbie goes down, Donk goes down again, just a few more staggers left, but the Joker is really just trying to keep this stagger going, because the longer they do, the less time the Northern Grizzlies are going to have for their attack, which is coming up next. Again, they need to pull in this the momentum that they're gonna get from finishing. They do finish 1 minute and 21 seconds, which is pretty good.
Yeah,
but
whole minute better than the Grizzlies. That's or the Jokers have a whole minute over the Northern Grizzlies. Excuse me. So minute 21 is all you get to try to cap A and get this cart moving once again. Any progress is really good here. This is also, but it's also an opportunity where you might want to get your telescopes out. Draw is definitely in the cards.
Can you see it, chat? Can we see some I see the draws in chat? I'm looking at chat and I'm waiting for you to go I see the draw. But mostly just Toby saying stuff like it's winnable.
Well, I think it's gonna be close. Their defense. The problem with the Joker's defense wasn't really an amazing defense. The it was just because of the time that they took up that the Grizzlies really kind of fell behind there on their initial attack. They're getting a pause called by Jokers. Definitely an opportunity for Grizzlies to make waves, but also an opportunity for the Jokers just to snuff them out of this map completely. And equalize the series, make it a best of 3 once again.
Yeah, absolutely. But crucially, the difference between that best of 3 is that the Northern Grizzlies would have the map pick first.
Absolutely, so yes.
It is an advantage, but still, the Jokers are definitely capable of... it looks like we're having a mid-map sub, as Tree Guy apparently has to go, and Chicken is being subbed in for the Jokers.
Chicken is in. This is
in.
going to be interesting.
Interesting.
But obviously the mid-map sub is really difficult right now. I mean, Chicken has to first get to the point, because Chicken has to go from the spawn room. And probably will just get there with barely any time left. Not a good opportunity to get your cooldowns back online and get set up. But Northern Grizzlies, they just get to move in as a 6. They don't have to reintegrate someone like Jokers have to do right now. Though I think Leaf Chicken Gunning Guy was at least in comms, so he's at least not completely just cool. Phantasm gets picked early though. That's really brutal.
That is absolutely brutal. Chicken Nugget Guy is going to really be working out. Donk goes down though, and with the farther spawns, that's probably the best hero to lose, honestly, because Alicia will be coming back as fast as possible. Now coming in, Robbie gets that first, gives down to Fungin, and now the Jokers just falling away by the wayside as the Northern Grizzlies will guarantee us that we probably won't have a draw unless some crazy things happen.
You don't see the full cap again?
I hope not. I hope not.
Well, they do have 20 seconds, 20 seconds to let this card at least progress, but Jokers won't be contesting it probably for that entire time. So the card is just going to keep moving forward. Vincent's in the back line. What's he doing here, huh?
Vincent, you're not attacking
but almost at a pulse bomb. If he can just get a little bit of grind, let his team cause some chaos, and then throw in this pulse bomb, it could be a difference maker here.
It could be. We'll have to see. Camera gets the first pick onto Robbie. Here comes the pulse bomb from Vincent. Nothing. It finds nothing. Freya goes down. That's the main support, and Camera finds it. Got your number, Freya. Got your number, Vincent, pardon me. And this cart's going to keep on rolling in a really good thing for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, that was kind of like, I set it up. Here's what Vincent's going to do. I see him in the back line. He could do this, and then just whiffs the pulse bomb. Nothing doing. The rest of the team's already losing the fight, and that just doesn't help at all. And Grizzlies, they're about to have 6 ultimates, and the cart is still rolling. Jokers having nothing going for them here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It is the 6-ult curse. Maybe it'll come out to play again against against the Northern Grizzlies. Chicken Nugget God throws in the bomb. Does not. Actually ends up with Chicken Nugget God dying there. Freya gets hit by the fire strike, goes down. That's the main main support for the Jokers going down. Your main source of healing gone. Now Donk trying to beat to keep it going. Kron gets the Death Blossom and ends it. He ends the round just barely. That's incredible. Great job by Kron to finish it off.
Absolutely, a really great one. I mean, they already had the respawns. That was the big advantage that Jokers had. They use it properly, but still, look how much distance they got. They get cap first, and they get 109.94 meters. That's basically all of point B2. And, I mean, even with 2 minutes 21 on the clock, this is plenty of time for Grizzlies to make a really good defensive hold, and this is exactly what you didn't want to see if you're a fan of the Jokers right now. You do not want to see a great attack from a Northern Grizzlies, because now there's a risk that Jokers don't finish or can't cap A or can't make it to where the cart lies on B, and now they're down 2-0. This is potentially disastrous if they cannot make a really good point A attack here. And we see this double shield coming out for the Grizzlies. They're just setting up what they know they want to play for the whole map here. They don't even want to try this Orisa or anything else. They just want to make sure that they win the point in general. And I mean, even though it's not the Orisa shield, it's still double shield, and it's very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 minutes and 21 seconds seemed like a lot of time, and then you get 109 meters into point B from Northern Grizzlies. This is definitely possible, but for the Jokers, they need to be good. There's a lot of difficulties. Pushing through that first choke and pushing through that sort of first part of the street space is tough. This is going to be a tough thing for the Jokers to accomplish, and we'll have to see if they can do it. Chicken Nugget God subbing in, of course, for the Diva. One has to wonder how much pressure is on them to match the expectations coming in for this team. Of course, the Jokers, a bit favored coming into this match, but here it comes. Robbie getting a lot of damage in on top of them. Phantasm goes down first, but so does Kron. Robbie going to get taken down by Paracelsus. Chicken Nugget God trying to stand on top, trying to find that pick. Almost finds the pick onto, I believe that was one of these squishies. Paracelsus gets the pick, gets two, and oh boy, Northern Grizzlies holding strong.
Yeah, I mean, now this is where go mode. You have to. This Lucio's problem was one of the last picks, so you won't get Dunk back online and speeding up the rest of the team. So some of the respawns can come in for Grizzlies. They can get back in a position and make a good hold. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock now, and they just have to run straight to point and engage directly.
Oh, that was such a good boop, such a good denial there from Fungin. There's the shatter. It finds Freya. It crucially finds Freya. Freya is down. Cannot heal the members of the Jokers anymore. It's only Donk, and Robbie will fall because of that, because of just no sustain. And now 50 seconds left. That is about one push, if that.
I mean, that fight was just won based on finding Freya. No other ultimates had to be invested, and they just have such an advantage now.
Oh boy.
And the Jokers are just in such a bad position. 30 seconds left to make this one final push. That's really all they're going to get. They have both their support ultimates, so they have to make these good. They cannot get picked off early, or this is disastrous, and they will be down 2-0.
All right, here comes the dive already. Phantasm's amplification matrix comes in. Chicken Nugget God gets D-Mech. The beat comes out from Donk. We need something crazy to come out. Here's the blizzard from Paracelsus. Doesn't find any picks off of it. Kron finds Phantasm. This could be the pick that they need, the Jokers need. But the Death Blossom from Camera, it finds two. It finds both. Here comes Kron. Kron has to get it big. Two people. Same as Camera. This could be the equalizer. Kron finds another. Finds himself on the bad end, on the business end of Trisky's hammer. Camera finds the pick on the Freya. That's crucial to losing that sustain. Vincent finds the pick. Vincent!
The respawn comes in. The respawn comes in, and Vincent does it. They do it, but they used... I mean, both teams had to use everything. It's just a bomb for Chicken Nugget God, and that is it. And now Grizzlies have made some swaps that are probably not going to be great now. Like, they have to just play it out. They can't let this cart move any further. They can just win the map right now. Overtime is ticking, and one fight is all it takes for the Grizzlies to win this map.
We'll have to see now. Here comes the bomb. Chicken Nugget has to get something big. Nothing there. Here comes the remake. Barely getting in. Phantasm goes down. Dog finds the pick. They may actually get off the cart there. Here comes this really good aggression from the Northern Grizzlies. And the Jokers just have to stay on this cart. Freya goes down. Vincent just finding all kills.
Absolutely, but you're starting to get a little bit of your resources back for the Grizzlies. Unfortunately, you're feeding a little bit of a lot of the Jokers as well, and you only get maybe a fight or two left. Thankfully, your spawns are somewhat close when it comes to that last fight, but it's desperate now, with only about 50 meters left to go.
Absolutely. Here it comes. This is pretty much looking like the last one of, if not the last fight for the Northern Grizzlies and the Jokers. The winner here gets the map. This is going to be so close as this card takes closer and closer to the end. Mere meters away. 5 meters, a little bit less. Camera finds the first thing. That's really crucial. You lose this mobility from the Lucio, and that could be bad. Paracelsus on the McCree goes down. Camera finds the pick. There's the rock into Vincent. Trisky finds a pick. Phantasm goes down. Will it be enough to lose that Baptiste for the Northern Grizzlies? It doesn't look like it, and they go up 2-0. They have their match point, their tournament point coming up 2-0 against the Jokers. They are one map away from taking it to the Jokers and beating them 3-0.
Absolutely. I mean, they could not. Like Vincent could not get that immortality field out of the commission and find a support with that pulse bomb, and that is kind of what the difference maker was, because almost immediately afterwards here comes the rest of the team, who's very low on health, but they still can't die because of that immortality field, and they just kill everyone and the fight's over, and that is the map. 2-0 for the Grizzlies, and it will be Control next. Joker's map pick.
Oh boy.
On the verge of elimination, which we will get to right after this break.
My boys, we just stay strapped. Got it in the backpack. They ask where the gas at. Smoking on your homie pack. On the blood like past that. Ain't no law like past that. I get cash like NASDAQ. You get judged on cash app. I'ma go call like Diddy. You a cartoon like Mickey. My smile be so tricky. You get nothing with me. You get me this blingy. You get pulled down 6 feet. Yeah, we run the city. Yeah, we run the city. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. I'm a rebel. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. I'm a rebel. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. I'm a rebel. Heavy metal, you can't get up on my level. Hey.
Welcome back. And after halftime, it is 2-0 in favor of the Grizzlies, and just an impressive comeback from after what happened in winners finals, and just kind of a heartbreaker for Jokers at this point. You're in the back foot for the rest of this series, and you have to make something happen right now.
Absolutely, you need to change something, anything. Something needs to change, because whatever you've been relying on for this entire tournament, Northern Grizzlies have found it out, and they are countering it. They are doing so well here, and it's just incredible for Canada. They're up 2-0. It is match point. It is tournament point for Canada, as the Jokers need to win not just 3 maps, but they need to win 3 maps, and 2 of them are going to be Northern Grizzlies map choice. If they can continue, it's gonna be so hard, incredibly hard. 3 in a row.
Absolutely. I mean, this is actually so similar to the script of the A-League finals. Canada comes in, they go up 2-0, and then they lose map 3. So maybe the script will be the exact same, and we can blame lazy writing for the script today. Third map will be Control, and it will be Ilios, it looks like. And I think this is, I said this at Hollywood, I thought it was going to be a really good map selection for them. And for the record, it was probably the correct map select if you're the Jokers. But unfortunately, just doesn't get enough, and they have to make something happen here on Ilios. I think some of their compositions work well on Ilios, Ruins particularly. I think they can make something happen there. I think they can make some stuff happen on Lighthouse. I do not know about Pit. Pit might be a little weird. But I think it'll be, it's a good map select. I don't really want to go to somewhere like Nepal. I mean, that might not be I don't think that's really a great pick for them. Just because of like how they want to play this dive. I think some of the maps are poor on Nepal. And I believe the last map is Oasis, and I still don't think that's a great selection. So Ilios is kind of by default the last map you want to go to here, to try to stop this sweep from happening and hopefully start a reverse sweep. We will still have these flipped colors, and yeah, we have Northern Grizzlies playing kind of a composition they've always been playing. This rush composition. Camera might stick onto the Symmetra, might swap back to some other hero. Joker's playing kind of their style of dive right now, as they're matched. Both Vincent will be swapping off of the Symmetra onto Tracer. Camera will stay on to this Symmetra, try to use his teleport to engage with the rest of the team.
Ooh, really interesting teleport there. Could have been dangerous because this Ilios is, of course, the home of the Reddit Lucio, and that could have been a really nice pick, a really nice clip for the good old highlight reel. But it looks like Northern Grizzlies get the better of that fight and are gonna start off by taking this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Joker's really expected necessarily that teleport coming in initially. So Donk was really in position to try to get that boop and just knock everyone away. But you're absolutely right. That was an incredibly risky selection. If Donk was in position, say goodbye to to your entire team. You are not winning this fight because about 3 people would fall into the pit at once and give a nice boost of ult charge to that sound barrier.
Absolutely, as we go in here comes the amplification matrix for Phantasm, just trying to put in so much damage onto the members. Oh, it looks like Chicken Nugget actually gets pooped off the side, and that's a double kill with the fire strike coming out from Trisky, and Canada, the only fatality there for the Northern Grizzlies.
I mean, just really really rapid match wins here, or fight wins, excuse me, and just really brutal for the Jokers at this point. They have to find something, or this map will be ending very shortly.
Yeah, it's just been dominant so far, and Fungin finds the pick onto Vincent early on. You lose that source of DPS and that pressure. Now this is a 5v6. Robbie so low here for the Jokers, and it's just not looking good for them. 64%. There's the shatter. 3 people on the ground. The immortality field comes out, but it won't save you for long. Canada finds them with the gravitic flux, and now 72%. And the Jokers are looking no closer to getting this point than when they started.
Absolutely. I mean, this is at this point very, very similar to what exactly happened to the Jokers originally. They were up in a terrible position. They were down 1-0 in winners finals, and they were down the first map of Ilios. And now it's just a 2-0. Can they make this comeback right now? Because it doesn't look like it. Paracelsus goes down, though. It's a great start.
That is a good start. Kron gets the Death Blossom, gets a pick onto Phantasm. Kron is ready, trying to just carry this entirely. Chicken Nugget God will get 3 kills as the Jokers will just barely etch out and take this first, take the point now.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie going down is unfortunate, but Don can probably go and taxi Robbie back to the fight before the rest of the Grizzlies engage. I mean, maybe not actually, because you do still have this teleport from camera that can speed up everything.
Maybe here it goes as Chicken Nugget God has this Diva Defense Matrix trying to potentially eat the Blizzard coming out from Paracelsus. It doesn't look like it'll come out. There's the Fire Strike. Rula goes down. There's the Shatter. Robbie dies with Shatter. And the Jokers all going down. Trisky, a double kill. Gets both the supports. Gonna get the Reaper as well. There's the Shatter. And Robbie going to try and switch on to the Wrecking Ball. We'll even have to see if they can even get back to the point. It looks like the answer going to be a no. And that is map 1 going to the Jokers. But we've seen this story before, haven't we? We have seen the Jokers down against the wall, pinned down like a wild animal. They unlock a fury heretofore never seen, and we'll see what they can pull out because they have a mountain to climb.
Absolutely, but I mean, it is Ruins, and Ruins is notorious for being kind of a very silly map. It doesn't really play well with the other two maps in Ilios at all. We actually don't even see any snipers on the board, but Kara might be swapping to one after this teleport comes through. We will see. It'll be interesting to see what the option is. Teleport comes through. Everyone's there. Camera swapping over to the Reaper, so we won't see any snipers on Ruins. Joker's on points a bit earlier, and they keep control of this pack as the Grizzlies rotate to point.
Here comes the fight in what could be the last round of the last game. Vincent goes down. That's the Sombra gone for the Jokers. And Canada just finds that early pick. Paracelsus is able to stay alive just barely, and now is just going to try and tear through. Fungent goes down to Robbie, but now it looks like the Jokers are caught between a charging Northern Grizzly Bear and the edge of Ilios, and it looks like they're just going to get torn to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so brutal for the Jokers, and they have to make a difference now, and they don't have a lot of time to try and experiment here. I mean, look at so many ultimates for Grizzlies already there or coming up. You have this Flux almost online, the Shatter's ready to go, this Window's ready to go, and you don't really have anything for the Jokers except maybe this Cole, maybe this Primal.
Absolutely. Here comes the Northern Grizzlies, and they have a lot of ults coming in. Robbie pops the Primal Rage, trying to just disrupt the members of the Northern Grizzlies, but Camera's able to find Donk. Kron goes down, and it's just a complete cleanup for the members of the Northern Grizzlies. Freya will get a pick, but it'll be nothing for the Northern Grizzlies.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, one pick's not a lot when you're just so far down in ultimate economy. You're so far down in just morale. You have to eat this Blizzard. You have to block this Shatter with this bubble, or else you're nowhere. You have to really get this EMP grinding very soon, or this fight is over and this map will be over. Tricky going down early though.
That's absolutely crucial. That's brutal for Northern Grizzlies. This could be the turnaround that the Jokers need. 68%, 69% now for the Northern Grizzlies, and it's only ticking up. Chicken Nugget Gun finds the pick onto Camera. Canada goes down, and eventually Paracelsus is just kind of waiting. So good. This song has been so good from Paracelsus. This is so incredible. And look at that. There you go.
83 on like 3 fights. and you grind it out like 10% just because Paracelsus was staggering and just chilling there, and that's really good. And I mean, now Jokers cannot afford. EMP comes out early, gets 2.
The Death Blossom and the Bead both are not EMP'd. There's Camera, gonna get 2, going to have the DMEC as well. And Canada, the Northern Grizzlies are coming in strong again. The hack comes in from Vincent, but it is not enough. The flip comes in, and last fight territory now for the Jokers.
Absolutely. I mean, the early engage might have been a nice call. I actually didn't mind it at all, but it's really just brutal because now you don't have any time. You have to engage now, and you only have a couple of tank ultimates, and that's it. This ball has to be huge, and it gets nothing.
It just gets nothing. The Immortality Field comes out. Trisky shatters, goes down. Trisky dies with Shatter. Trisky dies before the Shatter can hit the ground. Paracelsus finds the pick onto Kron. Could be the last fight of the tournament. It could be this. The Jokers need this fight. They need hero plays to come out from Robbie, but it doesn't look like it will. There's one last person on the point. One person trying to contest. It's Dunk, and they go down. Touch. That's it. The Jokers tried their best, but the Northern Grizzlies stand above the rest. They are not laughing, and they go home with the trophy for Canada to just adorn the trophy shelf of the Canadian BPL team right next to the A-League trophy. Incredible job. GG's all around.
Yeah, they complete the sweep of BPL for the Canadians. I mean, apparently best region is Canada, no matter what league you're in, A or B. And really just a solid performance from these 6 players. That's all they've had, only this 6 roster of 6, and they managed to just claw it back. They, in fact, we can actually say that they've only played games that are 3 maps because they just swept this series. Because every single map they've gone to has been 3, and they've won this one. So, yeah, really good play from the Grizzlies here, and they clinch out the tournament, 3-0ing the Jokers, who was a pretty high favorite going in here.
Absolutely incredible job by the Northern Grizzlies, 3-0ing the entirety of just 3-0ing the Jokers, who we thought were unbeatable. All of the Jokers matches before this, they had won 2-0, except for the match against the Northern Grizzlies, and they really flipped the narrative. It was so close. The first match they had against the Jokers, and now the Northern Grizzlies, they figured it out, and they came home the victors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just it's nice and close, but really just solid performance, and they make it happen no matter what it took. And so they make that run back from losers, and they win the series. I think we're gonna get some players from Team Canada into the call here to do an interview for their victory here.
Let's talk to them. Hi everybody, it's me.
Solomon.
Solomon, you know my name. I'm gonna put not my camera, look, it's me. Wow. Let's bring in the Canadians. God, here we go.
That was a fucking Odysseus' Chronicle of tilting and not tilting.
All right.
Through like fucking dark depths of like just sitting fucking in a fetal position in my chair, and now we won.
Hello.
And that ending was so fucking satisfying.
Oh man, that was. I think that was like a great way to end grand finals, in my opinion, for Team Canada.
What? No shit. A 3-0? Sure it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That shit. It's kind of bonkers. I'm really happy. Fuck.
I'm like.
I'm happy for you.
Usually the best way of ending a finals is to win. I agree. Yes.
He's spitting.
Yeah.
Can I just say before anything, holy fucking shit! Like I know.
Watch your language, young man.
Sorry, I know.
Dude.
Like Fungin, Canada, and Phantasm are like kind of new. Like you've never seen their faces. They haven't participated in anything. But oh my fucking god, these guys are so good. I got a hard carried. Like my confidence died, and they were trying so hard to keep me from just not going off the edge, and I just became a May one trick, and that was my Joker arc.
Well,
very good.
It worked. So I mean,
yeah,
there it is.
Yep,
Well,
congratulations.
2 times.
I'm sure we will not hear the end of this from certain members.
I
I got an accolade on my Salmon.gg, right?
Don't worry, certain people are gonna be muted for their own good.
Oh no.
The entire Canadian team just gets muted. It's like, no,
It's for your own good. Trust me.
We're just muting Canada.
Because it's champions role, but it's just a mute role.
I just wanted to say, I just want to say thanks for everyone on the team here for helping me get my first win in BPL.
Hey, 1 for 1.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Now, don't play in any more events, and you are the most successful player of all time.
True.
So there you go.
Yeah,
Take a loss if you don't play. True.
I've never lost a map in BPL. Facts.
Same. I've never lost.
Same
I've
here.
won everything I played.
Did you play in
I played in All Stars.
Damn it. That was
I said BPL.
Oh, dang.
Okay. Well, there you go. The Canada team, the back-to-back, 2-time, not once
say
and do it
that.
again like 4 years later.
Yeah.
Back-to-back
Yeah, it's
consecutive
Olympics,
wins.
of course, right?
Congratulations to the Canada team for bringing it home once again.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. I just won my CS game. Let's go.
Okay. Well, how did you feel walking through the bracket and because you had tough games every single game, right? You had so many 2-1s.
This is so unfortunate. Every team that was in like the top 4, we have faced.
Yeah, it's made an incredibly powerful bracket. Wow.
It was stress every inch
It was
of the way.
like it was destined. It was like it was destined to be.
Yeah, I think the top 4 teams are like pretty equally matched. Like I think I think the other teams definitely could have won. A lot of talent around, I guess, but you know, we were just Canadians, so yeah, we did better.
Yeah, actually, you guys are right. You guys only faced teams in the top 4. You started off with Maize, then you went to Sunrise, then you went to the Jokers, and then
back to Sunrise and back to the Jokers,
and then back to Jokers. Even so many repeat games.
That's what made it really fun. Like every game was really challenging. It was like I don't know. I got to play DPS, and I'm not very good at DPS, but it was all like it was very neck and neck. So it was a lot of fun. And this team is really fun. Everybody's like really nice.
Yeah, I love
Except for
this.
Paracelsus, that guy sucks.
Oh,
He tilted.
bro.
Every
That
map we
tilted
lost,
hard.
he was tilted. Every
Yeah,
map we lost,
I'm
he was
so sorry. I apologize to my teammates. I also do want to say every match we like learn something new. Us at the start of the tournament and us at the end of the tournament were vastly different. After every game, it was so close to like we would learn new things, try it out and warm up for the next game, like integrate them, and like at the end of it, it all just came together and it was so cool. And I want to also give a good chunk of that to the Godhand, because that guy, like we were just like running double bubble the whole time until he came in and then told us double bubble was garbage, and to run like Canada comps, and then those didn't work. So I went to Bay, but like if he hadn't come in, I think we probably would have gotten stumped, because I don't think a lot of our like incredible strats, like the Havana first or the Hollywood second, or like a lot of the controls and stuff was all like him teaching it to us. And so because of that, we were able to like sneak out like advantages and stuff, and it was really helpful.
Yeah,
I think that's our main tank just deserves some time in the spotlight, because we lost our main tank like halfway through B League season. I think I don't know, something like that. We lost our regular main tank and we kind of didn't know what to do, but we put Chisky on and he kind of like vanished into the void. But Chisky's really good, and they're like I don't know,
Yeah,
they're really good.
Chisky's
They
a
deserve
go.
respect.
Also, Canada's a go. The whole country of Canada and the person in Canada.
I'm gonna toot my own horn real quick.
Anyways,
how many environmental kills did I get on Ilios our first time?
That was crazy.
The first time I went on Ilios, like 8th, I think.
I just know that you got an average of 5 people per beat on Hollywood.
Oh yeah, so did I. Yeah, I did. I got like 42 sound barriers provided out of 8.
if only BP was playing us for environmental kills. He's so rich.
Yeah, true.
If only.
paid me. I want to be paid.
That's not too late.
Wait,
Fuck
can
my
I give a
mouth.
shout out to Mr. Beastburger, bro?
Dude, where is he, bro? He needs to come back to do more socials.
Yeah,
I want to give a shout out to karaoke time.
Yo, that's coming out in a sec. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, during halftime break we were just singing Chug Chug.
Yeah.
We were saying our mental with some karaoke. Just to reset.
That was the difference maker, huh?
Who keeps
Yeah,
dragging?
that's our secret strat.
All right. Thank you, Canada. You go party or whatever. Get out of here.
As long as I get my accolade, I'm happy. Bye.
nerds.
GG's, guys.
GG's. Congratulations on your win.
GG's.
Thank you for listening. It was actually
I
really
worked
fun.
very hard for it.
Even if I'm bold now.
Oh, very. But you know,
Yeah, the group effort.
See you guys have a good. See you guys have a good night.
Have a good night.
Go. Get out of here. And there they go. There we go. That is the BPL World Cup B League. We are done. Me and the crew finish on a on a 10-day production streak. We did all of World Cup last week. We did all of John's stuff for 4 days, and now we're back on World Cup. So we can now finally take a break and not have to worry about doing anything for a good time. We have a few jokers in here. We have Robbie and Donk, I think. Hello.
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 Hi. What a run you guys have had. Close until the score says 3-0, but it doesn't really feel like it. Pop host every time. How do you guys feel?
It feels pretty bad to have lost again. I mean, if we won this tournament, my Joker arc would have ended. I don't know about other people, so I'm like I thought I couldn't get more Joker after BPL World Cup A League, but now it's BPL World Cup B League. So, you know, I'm the Joker.
I just gotta say, like, I mean, it sucks that we lost. GG's to Canada. It sucks that we lost because we beat them earlier. But you know, considering that we are a team that's like 3 regions meshed into one, it's pretty impressive that we got here.
Definitely.
So you know, it was fun.
Yeah, congrats. You get the silver medal. It's been amazing to see you guys play and having so many recognizable faces on there as well, popping off. Too much Robbie carrying. I mean, someone get this guy like a... We're gonna say psychiatrist, but that's not right. What's the word?
Mental evaluation?
No, the guy who sorts out your back.
Chiropractor.
That's the one.
They're real. They're fake.
Psychiatrist.
I mean,
Yes.
maybe-
Psychiatrist, help his back
I mean, if someone wants to pay the bills, my back is looking like a C. Like
No, don't do it, Robbie. Chiropractors are the jokers. Of,
Probably need a psychiatrist
Joker
if you are having a joker.
society.
But thanks for coming to talk. Hope to see you in things soon. I mean, we can be sad about it, but it was also second in the tournament with some really impressive games. So congratulations from how far you got.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way for the Jokers to truly come out is to lose at the start. You know,
Lose at the final hurdle.
Yeah,
what a Joker moment.
We beat them earlier, and then they beat us later. It's a Batman episode, you know? Like,
Yeah.
we figured it out.
Yeah. It's the real
One
Joker
trick
arc.
to
Is it
society?
Chickens on Jokers, right? Or was ringing for Jokers?
No, he was ringing for Jokers because.
All right,
Tree Guy
it's on your page now, Chicken. Go have fun.
Yeah. Let's go, babies! Everybody show the clip of him wanting to fight people. Everybody.
You know, Chicken lost first, and he also lost last. So, pretty impressive run.
Yeah, I need something. I need to post something that I promised to post.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks so much for coming. Thanks for playing. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Goodbye,
Peace.
Jokers.
Goodbye, Jokers.
Goodbye.
We are done then for the week. Donk, you leaving, Donk? Or you...
I thought you were gonna kick me.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, do it.
You could leave.
See you later, Donk.
Bye, Donk.
We're finally done. As I said, it's been a very, very long week for all of us in production, especially this weekend because so many in production have been playing, which is great for us because we can like, yeah, let's go Pirates, let's go Pirates, for our production team. But it has been a little challenging, but we've managed to get it done. Crazy that we didn't have a B stream on the first day, but that's just sometimes how it works. Just didn't happen, I guess. A few things before we go. We're going to take a break, as always. On Tuesday, we will be having a big mega meeting about BPL Season 3. So if you are interested in how it runs or how you want it to run, obviously, we've done this so many times before in terms of feedback and stuff. We'll have a forum and stuff for the World Cup. But if you want to be in the discussion, come join us. I think it's 6 Eastern, right? On Tuesday?
Yep.
Yeah. Come join us in a Discord call we'll have in the server. And we can start to talk about it. We're slowly getting there. It'll be probably like October time, but come discuss it with us. Other than that, a huge thank you to everyone who's worked on both World Cups, the John production stuff that we've been doing midweek, Big thanks to our casters, Sasa and K-Wing, and also everyone else we've had throughout the day and the weekend. All of our production staff, everyone who's coming out last minute and have done their first jobs, their first matches. It's been lovely to have all of you. I'll try at some point to make sure everyone is credit on the Solomon GG, so you will see everything. You'll be able to go to your profile and be able to look at everything I did. My favorite thing. Thanks to all the teams, all the players. I really like doing B-League events because I think partly because we see so many more people that we recognize, and partly because it's less tense and a little bit more fun in it.
A little more chaotic as well. I think
it's a little more chaotic. Good. Yeah. Oh god, it's harder to spectate. That's for sure. But it's fun. Yeah, it's like we did the charity event, and it's just contenders players, but they're all just messing around, and that's the worst thing to spec. Because you have a fight on A and a fight on C on Horizon. So, well, Horizon's now C, but that's whatever. Anyway, thanks everyone. This has been a lot of fun. BP Vic, anything you want to say before we close out?
Next break after the Countdown Cup, we may or may not be having a Valorant tournament organized by me.
No, we're not doing Valorant. We're doing the low SR tournament.
No.
We might do both. If you are interested in Valorant tournament, just stick around for.
No one cares about Valorant.
That's not true. There'll be enough for a few.
Literally not true.
Jamari, don't be.
Yeah, BP, you literally play Valorant.
Yeah, you literally play Valorant more than Overwatch. So like, what are you talking about?
When was the last time I played Valorant?
Like 3 days ago.
No, I've not played Valorant in like 3 weeks.
Anyway, stick around because we got more things we want to do soon. But I will be. Vortex is calling you out.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah. See you Tuesday for the meeting. See you in the next break for Valorant or a low SR tournament, and then after Owl for BPL Season 3. Thank you so much, everybody. See you later.
Bye.
Welcome to the BPL World Cup.
Oh my god, it's a 5K from Oxygenated with a pulse bomb! But Sage is hot mustard, and all of a sudden this is anybody's fight. Drifting with their still in it. Massive pulse bomb from Sage! What is that? Sage clutching it up.
Sonic holding on to the barrage, gets 3! Sonic from behind with 3 with a huge barrage, taking a crazy off angle once again. There's a lot of ults, there's a lot of cars, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be a massive high noon from Yancha.
But Signet hits another massive shatter. Oh my lord. He's so good. He's just so good.
A pretty big flux. The trance is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs.
Oh my god! Wings, they got some wind in their sails as well. They got grab coming in. It will land perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of damage.
That's a 4K in that Nitro. I have absolutely insane. Pomku with the 6K.